onto this map. It's a 3 kills as Bomb gets caught off guard. Once again, that P3 push. Drug is there to pick up a double kill. Looking for the triple. Drug putting on a show.
He comes up against another killing spree here for Formal Snipe Drone. It's going to be challenging, so is Shady. Shady's going to... Oh my god, do not challenge! Formal, do not challenge Formal!
Fastly approaching. Luckily, EU United were able to get away with the sword and grab the bad part. It's going to get the Cloud9, but finds one.
Right now, Soulsnipe does have the overshield, but can you get to the flag quick enough? Spawn's struggling a little bit in terms of... Oh! I tell you what, this could be another read! 2 go down, 4 dead, flag back home at Kansas City, and on the move! When you run it through Bulldog, you leave yourself so vulnerable to the other team pushing through the middle of the map.
Double kill.
Optic gaming of 1. Now, can he put this to use?
Here, it's a killing spree from Lucid.
Over the tires. Has his sights out on rockets, and that's some beautiful business out of him. Picks up 2, screaming, where are they? 3!
Not seeing any window spawners, does find a busy Recton. Wait. Might have hit the body shot through the other player, then get the cleanup. In the meantime, all of Sentinels in C9s.
You can't stop him. You literally cannot stop him, my God. That's going to be a double kill. Who said he's just an IGL? The man's a slayer. A second player will fly in.
Royal 2 just taking full advantage of it.
There's a triple.
And some main stage energy for you. You love to see it. Royal 2, he came to play.
They recognize the players on their own, they will just jump on you, and that team shot is so difficult to play against, and Chick may be starting to heat up.
Wobbling them wings, it's an overkill.
One of the best players in Europe right now, and that's exactly what Quadrant needed. Triple kill on the other side.
Mysterio going to be... Excuse me, Monster going to be challenging! You don't challenge Super CC!
Ankle shot, but that's a headshot. Got a headshot as well, Frosty.
To fight up, he is the game changer. Oh, goodness me, Spawn!
We all know Icy Penguin can be as kids.
Cloud9 jumping to B. Cloud9, too little, too late. Sentinels, they're back.
The multi-time Halo World Champions are your champions at the HCS Major, Kansas City.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt. Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Land grab. Final zone incoming. scandal. Eminent domain.
It all comes down to this.
Neck and neck.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, Dolby, and the Marines.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome to the HCS NA Pro Series number 7. It is our final one, and it's going to be the final time that I say I'm with 3 exceptional experts on Halo Infinite joining us today. They're going to be analyzing and casting. I've got Bravo, Onset, and Gaskin joining me. Lads, it's bittersweet, but I'm really excited to see where we are at in North America here in this last Pro Series, especially as we get on through the rest of our season. But I got to say, we need to talk about number 6 and what happened last week, because Optic, they took the crown home. Now, they win their first tournament for the first time since the NA Open, and it was the number 2 one, and it was back in November 2021. It's been a little while. Although they've been kind of dabbling at the top and the top 2, they haven't actually won anything. So it's been a decent amount of time in between. And I've got to say, I'm excited to see where they're at today. Last week, they beat C9 3-1 in the winners finals and 3-0 in the grand finals. Brav, how did you feel about their performance last week?
It was a big win. I think they all had to play at the top of their game, and they did just that. It's the best they've looked in a while, without a doubt. Also, of course, the first time that they've done it against C9 in official tournament play and a grand final as well. But worth mentioning that we've seen Optic win online before. You know, they've got a long road for the rest of the season. They need to keep stringing together these wins if they want to put up some big performances on land.
Indeed. Now, Lucid really stood out last week with some crazy stats across all the series with his team. How imperative is it on set that he really continues to be a dominant slaying force for the team today?
It's imperative, of course. I mean, every person's role on that Optic Gaming team is imperative for them to win games, right? But you look at Lucid, you look at the stats that he's putting up, that means he's capitalizing on a lot of damage that's being done, a lot of power weapon kills, and if he's a force on the map, you know there's going to be numbers alongside it. So Lucid, one of the most dangerous players, and he proved it last week for Optic.
He did indeed. Now, Gaskin, with some fan favorites back in, whether it's teams or players, we got a lot of people that we've missed in the past couple of weeks. Do Optic need to win in order to convince you that they are on the right track? With a lot more friendly faces in the firing line here, you know, does a win really do it for you?
Yeah, I think they have to stay at the top with more teams coming back into the equation. Sure, it's been a couple of weeks of drought without the likes of FaZe, United, no Sentinels, so it's been a chance for either Optic or Cloud9 to shine as those top teams. But now with Sentinels coming back in the mix, they won the last LAN, and Optic are probably looking at that saying, okay, well, our number 1 spot is suddenly in jeopardy here, not just from Cloud9, but from Sentinels returning. So they have to be careful. They have to be at the top of their game if they want to keep that spot.
They do need to be careful. Looking pretty good right now, though, in the bracket. We'll talk about it in just a second. But talking about Sentinels and the team that we have been missing on our screens, I've got to say they have been performing pretty well as of late on LAN. How are they going to be doing coming back into things online? Brav, what do you need to see out of Sentinels today to convince you that they still have that same spark from Kansas City?
To be honest, not much. I have a lot of confidence in this team, a lot of faith in this team. I think a lot of fans do as well, whether you're a hardcore Sentinels fan or not. Simply being a competitive Halo fan, what you saw on display in Kansas City was one for the record book. So really, you know, however they come out today, I'm not too worried. I think they've got a little bit of time before the NA Super and before Orlando, and I think this is going to be a great week for them. But regardless of results, they will be my number 1 going into the Super and into Orlando.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think, you know, you can't be too worried just in terms of, you know, we know what they can do. They're the sleeping giants, right? But on the flip side of things on set, you know, we've also seen what happens when teams are behind with practice and tournament play. Are you worried that they'll be behind once again?
I mean, it's almost like this sentence has been said all season long, apart from just before KC, right? Sentinels maybe a little bit under-practiced. And to be honest with you, I think at this point they are going to be in a good position, however a tournament comes around and whatever their practice regime is. So I'm expecting them to put up a strong showing today. Lethal back on the squad, of course, and still the full lineup of Sentinels that won that KC tournament. So a lot of eyes on them, and I'm sure a lot of expectation as well.
Yeah, I gotta say, I am thrilled to see that Lethal is still part of this 6-year-long squad. I think it's an imperative part of that one, so I'm excited to see where they can go from here and rebuild things as well, chemistry-wise with the team, and obviously a little bit more practice as well. Gaskin, you know, what is it about Sentinels right now that you need to see from Kansas City to transition into online play today?
It's so difficult, isn't it? Because online play before KC was a little bit rough around the edges and all the other teams were looking like favorites, and then Sentinels come out of nowhere and absolutely stomp on LAN. That just seems to be their playing field. But now back to online play, and with the issues that they've had team-wise, I'm very happy as well that this team is sticking together. I've always been a big advocate of teams staying and like glue, but there is always going to be downsides to those like possible changes that were happening, lack of practice, as you say. So I would want to see just a good enough performance from Sentinels where they stay within that top 3, that top 4, so that we know they can get back to the top. But it wouldn't kind of surprise me if they were just a little bit off the pace, purely off practice reasons, as you were mentioning.
I gotta say, I think you're on the money there, Gasking, because earlier on off broadcast, we actually had the winners' quarters played out on streams. We did manage to catch a bit of the action. Thank you so much to Lucid for letting us grab this from his Twitch stream as well. Optic versus Sen, winners' quarters. It was a really close call. We're looking right now at the Aquarius CTF game, and you can see actually it was 4-4 at one point, but Sentinels managed to climb back with 3 caps back to back, and unfortunately they couldn't quite grab the last cap. They did then go to Slayer and Bravo. The rest is history. It was very close, but not quite close enough for Sentinels.
Yeah, great to be able to catch some of these highlights here in the pre-show for anyone who didn't get to catch those matches live. I mean, as you'd expect, these two teams were neck and neck, not only in that game 1 CTF, but as you see on your screen here, in the middle of the Slayer as well. Really only 1 kill, not even a kill. Tie game here at the 18 mark.
Yeah, it was very, very close there. Obviously, best of 3 is going to be a little bit more difficult for teams to try and get in the swing of things and have a bit more of an option in terms of a series layout here. But again, Optic looking pretty good on set, just in terms of some of the highlights and what we can see from Lucid's POV, which is always a great POV to have. What did you kind of notice, especially about this really close Slayer?
It was just the ending moments where Optic clutched up, and it's something that we always question, right, in Optic in those close games. Can they clutch up? Can they get that win? Can they just squeak across the line? And the answer in both of the games that we're going to see in this series was yes. The Aquarius one, you saw the sudden death flag cap, and right at the end of this game as well, you can see they just eke out a lead as that 50th kill approaches. They managed to close things out to make the series 2-0, and they're looking strong here today, Optic.
Yeah, they're looking really strong. And Gaskin, obviously, first hurdle, I feel like, for Optic out of the way. You know, coming into this, I think Sentinels being back on our screens once again, back in the tournament mix. I think Optic were probably like, oh gosh, okay, Kansas City all over again. Here it goes. You know, very, very close games. But to actually get that already out of the way, they've pushed into the elimination bracket. How do you think they're going to be feeling?
Yeah, I think that is, you know, job done for Optic. That was their first real worry. The seedings meant that they faced them a lot earlier than they probably should have done, but at the same time, they'll be confident now going into that next one. When you look at the last couple of weeks and maybe some of the teams they've played in those quarterfinals, not quite on the same level as Sentinels, so they'll probably feel quite warmed up, and these semis now should be very confident for them. I do think that they will look at that series and say, okay, so it was very close in these certain games. Sentinels are definitely breathing down our necks, and we've got to be careful that they don't suddenly come back from that elimination bracket and give us another run for our money. I think they will still have Sentinels on the brain, but they've been able to get the job done.
I'm excited to see them later on as well. But in other news, Snipedown is back, baby. He's back on the screens, but he's not with the familiar team. He's not with the likes of FaZe Clan right now. He's with Team Rampaging, excuse me, Rhino. Ramping, whatever you want to call it. The Rhinos, though, they are trying to burst through this bracket with the likes of Suspector, Arctic, and Rhino. Bravo, what do you make of this team?
It's a great, first of all, it's a great team name, Rampaging Rhino, but it's great to see these guys just kind of putting a team together this week for Pro Series. Of course, not a team that we're expecting to see beyond this, but a team to grab some points. And on paper, it's honestly a pretty scary one. But I think the best thing here is simply you got Sniped Down returning here, of course, had a tough few weeks, and our thoughts are certainly with him and his family at this time. But you've seen him take to Twitter saying that he has found brand new inspiration. And getting chills thinking about it, but you know, much love to Eric's family, and can't wait to see what he can do for the rest of the season, because I think the man's ready to play.
We're sending all our love to Eric and his family, and we're thinking of them at this moment in time. It's great to see him back on the screens, though, doing what he loves. Onset, you know, I've got to ask you, just throwing this team together, some great names on the roster as well, but what do you expect out of them today?
It's tough to judge, isn't it? Right, a lot of players coming back, and when you throw a team together, there's obviously a lot of talent on that team, right? They've all done great things in Halo, but when it's thrown together at the last second, you're going up against some more practice teams. How far they're going to get is going to be the question. I think they'll be happy with anything around top 8, top 6. I think they'd be super happy if you get that far. But I think, like you both said, it's the best thing to take away from this is the fact that we've got Sniped Down back, doing what he loves, and hopefully he can put some smiles on faces today.
Yeah, 100%. It'll definitely put a smile on my face seeing these guys together. And Gaskin, you know, looking at this team, so newly formed, some big names in the mix as well. You know, I can't help but try and make a comparison here to EU. You know, is this the North American online warriors, you know, just throwing themselves together and just absolutely stomping through the bracket? What do you think?
I mean, maybe that's a question for some of the opposition. Are they online warriors? I think they proved themselves on LAN, but comparing them to the European side, I think it's a little bit different. The European players, they had a lot of like revenge within them, right? They'd just been dropped from teams. They were looking to try and make a new team. They had that passion. Whereas these are guys who we know are on United, know are on FaZe. This is just a temp squad. I think that even though they want to win, they won't have that same kind of hunger and desire that maybe those Europeans did over there. But certainly a very scary team being put together. And I think that those teams around that top 12, top 16 are probably looking across saying, why on earth am I having to play Sniped Down in the elimination bracket at this point? It is a little bit terrifying, but you know, I'm sure they'll have fun.
And speaking of that terrifying bracket, let's head to it right now. Here's the elimination bracket for you guys. Obviously, we had quite a few games off broadcast, off screen, and these are the results. We've actually got round 2 G1 Luminosity, 2-1 in round 1 for Luminosity coming forward there. Complexity and Torrent are currently in round 2, as well as G2 Esports going forward into round 3 after beating the Rhinos 2-0. And we've got Sentinels 2-0 against Showtime, and they're going to push forward against G2 Esports as well. So some really exciting stuff happening already in the elimination bracket. Let's head on over to the winners to see who is doing pretty well so far. As we all know, Optic Gaming 2-0'd Sentinels to get into the semi-finals against Pioneers, and Pioneers looking pretty good right now against G2 Esports 2-1. Cloud9 pushing their way through, actually dropping a map to Complexity, take that as you will, and Space Station, they're going to be very happy right now, beating G1 2-1 and pushing through to the semi-finals. Boys, forgive me if I'm wrong and correct me here, but is this the first time we've seen Space Station in the semi-final for quite some time?
Yeah, this is, you know, Space Station's return to form, it would seem. It was long due because we haven't seen Space Station in these kind of positions for a long time. We've been questioning, are they good enough? Are they making the right pickups? Is this going to be the team going forward? Like, they've been losing out to the likes of G2, the likes of G1 previously, Pioneers they lose to, but finally they seem to have broken through that gap that they've been desperately searching to try and close. So hopefully this can be them turning a new page here.
Yeah, I've got to say that is huge. I'm really excited to see the result of that one. And I think, if anything, going up against Cloud9, it's going to be fantastic practice for Space Station to really come against top 2, if not top in the world, along with the mix of other teams as well. So amazing stuff. We'll keep our eye on the bracket there as well. But talking about our first matchup of the day, we do have our first one is semi-finals on the cards, and it's going to be Optic versus Pioneers, folks. Talking about Optic first, though, they're looking pretty good right now, obviously taking down Sentinels earlier on in the bracket. You know, Brav, what can we expect out of them against Pioneers?
I think they're going to be picking up where they left off last week. This team is looking really strong. They were all firing on all cylinders, but specifically, Lucid was the best he's looked in a very long time. And when that man is at the top of his game, it's difficult for anything to happen for the opposition. So I'm expecting Optic to take this pretty seriously, even though, you know, this is online competition. I expect them to be really proud of last week and to try to rally this as much as they can.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what a lights out performance against Cloud9 last week, and those are no easy feat in terms of players and individuals on that team. But in terms of individuals on Optic, Onset, who have you got your eye on, whether it be for a stellar performance or somebody who needs to step up here?
I think everyone just needs to be consistent. I think that's always been the thing, right, with Optic. When it gets to the close moments, sometimes they've fallen over, and it might be one player who has a bad game for whatever reason. But there's these small mental hurdles that they've overcome in the last couple of weeks, which I think are worth quickly talking about. The first one, beating Cloud9. Regardless of whether it's online or LAN, they did that. They've then just beaten Sentinels in those close games. This is something that they haven't done previously. So all these little ticks they're putting in the boxes, I think it'll be really good for Optic, not just in-game, but out-of-game as well, because now they can kind of get past those mental hurdles they've had in the past, and they can look forward to just doing what they do best, and that's playing Halo.
It is indeed. They do play Halo pretty well. I can definitely confirm that one with my expertise. Gaskin, last week when they played Cloud9 in the winners finals, I believe, they actually dropped a map to Cloud9. It was Streets King of the Hill. They actually won that the week before 4-0. So I think Cloud9 were kind of bouncing back here. Is there anything in particular we can pick up on the map they dropped in King of the Hill? Anything you want to see them improve on?
I think that's more a case of, how the meta develops. Usually a team thinks they're good at it. The other team who was bad at it suddenly puts time in, watches back videos, and probably finds the counter to whatever the original team was doing, whether that's starting strategies, whether that's setups. I think it was more down to how Cloud9 reacted rather so than something that Optic performed badly in. So I wouldn't read too much on it from Optic's point of view. My question would be, how do they then bounce back on that game type moving forward? Do they now look what Cloud9 did and try and assess whether that was just a direct counter to them, or whether they can still play the same way they did previously against some of these other teams?
Yeah, indeed. And right now, their other team is going to be Pioneers. And on the flip side of things, I want to talk about one man in particular, and that's Tarlik. I mean, he has really been such a constant driving force of the Pioneers roster. Brov, how can the team really rally around him, or rally in general, really trying to make that push to being solidly into the top 4? Because I feel like that is the gate that they need to open.
Yeah, I feel like looking at Tarlik, you can really look at any player on this roster. I think they know that if each of them steps up in a big way, that the team's just going to find so much energy off the back of that. What's exciting is I think all these players are on the same page in terms of veteranship, right? They're all pretty new to these main stages, despite having a lot of success in Halo 5, and then for a few of them a little bit prior as well. So I think for this whole team, looking forward to seeing what they can do. This is a unit that is so tightly knit, and they're looking to see what they can do by the rest of the year. And if the trajectory continues, they will find even better placings before the year is over.
Yeah, indeed, that is very true, and I think it's consistency that is going to be the key for this roster as well. On set in particular, just in terms of their gameplay, obviously losing to G1 last week I think was a bit of a shocker for some people, just in terms of the waves that they've been making recently in the season. What do they need to really clean up on?
I think it's just a pacing thing with Pioneers. I said this last week. I think one thing that actually impressed me a little bit last week is how they seem to be able to take their foot off the gas a little bit. Sometimes they're kind of, everything's forward all the time, constant pressure, and sometimes they have to recognize those moments in games where maybe they lose a few numbers, maybe the push isn't worth it. So I think they actually started to do that a little bit last week, even though they did take that loss, which was a little bit of a surprise to everyone. But it shows that they're still working on their game right, and it shows they're trying to develop it to a point where they can be one of those big teams, because I think that's the only thing that's holding them back at the moment. Talent's there, the shots are there. I think it's just those little things where they have to recognize sometimes they don't have an advantage when they get a little bit too over aggressive.
I think that what Mark's saying as well, it was something that Manny had said to me privately when he was backstage in KC, is that all 4 of them are playmakers, which sounds amazing, like when you think about it, like 4 people who are prepared to make those plays, prepared to just fly at another team. But if you're not making them at the right times, then you leave your teammates in a difficult situation. So as long as they are making those plays and they are called and they're recognized by the rest of the team, yeah, they're gonna be very strong. But if each individual player is trying to do a little bit too much at times, that's when things start to go south. So I want to see KCP have a little bit more organization, a little bit more structure when they do try and make those big plays.
And Bravo, just off the back of what Gaskin's saying there, and I think, obviously with your experience in Halo and being a pro player yourself and coaching, etc., does that come from an IGL? Do they need to try and figure out somebody who's going to be able to make those decisions, be like, yes, no, we will do this, yes, love what you're thinking there?
It'll depend really on the entire mix of the team and how their comms are. I think you can do that with a single IGL. You could do that with a kind of multiple people in that role, or you can just kind of have an agreement that there's going to be calls made. I think Halo is a little bit different from other shooters in that you don't necessarily need an IGL for every single call. But just to kind of plus one what Dan was saying, and also Mark, I think just the fact that all they need to do is realize, okay, we're pushing this part of the map right now, and someone maybe needs to step up and say, we don't have numbers, or wait 1 second, or let a teammate know simply, I'm spawning A, and that will change the way that they enter a certain part of the map. So I think it comes down to little things like the guys said, looking at film, figuring out when they need to slow down. And I'm not worried about how that manifests on the team. I don't think we need to only see a single IGL. I think that the team has enough kind of communication strength that they can figure it out and find a way forward.
For sure. You know what, folks? We're actually just waiting for a couple of the teams just to get ready and situated in the lobby, ready to go. While we do wait for them, though, let's actually have a look at the series layout to see what we've got coming your way. And I think, obviously, with this best of 3, Gaskin, you know, this is going to really depend on how Pioneers rally around, I think, that middle map, that Slayer on live fire. And it's going to be tricky because, obviously, it is live fire. And I think in terms of statistics and the way that Optic really favor this map, although have been beaten on it before, this is going to be the swing map. How are you feeling about the series layout?
We saw them play Recharge Oddball against each other 2 weeks ago in Pro Series, and Optic won that fairly comfortably. I think Pioneers had some shining moments where we thought, oh, they might be able to break through, but Optic were just a little bit too strong with setups. Slayer Livefire is an outlier in terms of both those 2 weeks ago and in scrims, actually. They didn't play against each other. Catalyst, however, went in favor of Optic just a few days ago in a scrim, but it was 4-3. So that's not exactly a guarantee for me on Optic's side. I think that Pioneers would have learned a lot there, as well as Optic Gaming. So I think you're completely right. The Slayer Livefire is going to make or break this series for Pioneers. They have to win it, in my opinion, because I'm expecting them to go down in Oddball Recharge. So that Slayer Livefire, if they were to lose it, of course, that would be 2-0. They'd be out of this best of 3.
Yeah, and let's talk about the fact that if we do get to that make or break situation, let's say they do take that Slayer Livefire, and we do end up with that third deciding map, CTF Catalyst. Last week, when Pioneers played C9, on Catalyst CTF, C9 got all of the overshields. They literally didn't get one. Pioneers were really struggling on that front. And I think that is really important to try and prioritize that, especially going up against Optic. You don't want them to have that kind of aid in their arsenal. Like, they need to make sure that they are picking those up. And on the other side of things as well, there's a lot of overextension from Cloud9 to really help with that constant aggression from Pioneers, which is fantastic. But right now, with the Catalyst CTF, after what we've learned about Pioneers, the way that they like to play that, and obviously we're still evolving the meta here on set, what do you need to see from Pioneers to clean that one up to potentially actually take this best of 3?
I mean, from what Dan was saying as well, you know, these two teams have played recently and it was quite close. Now, the previous time we saw Pioneers on this map, they looked a little bit lost, to be honest with you. So obviously they put some work in and they've tried to work out how they want to approach it. But one of the most important things from playing a lot of this game type now that I've recognized and watching a lot of VOD is if you're finding yourself down numbers at any point and the flag is moving, you have to be so quick off your respawn to react to if you're going to try and overextend or if you're going to try and wrap back. Those split-second decisions can be the difference between you getting a flag stop right on the stand, like we saw Cloud9 doing numerous times, or completely losing map control, getting reslayed, and you can leave yourself in really, really awful positions to potentially get double caps. So those split-second decisions have to be made perfectly, and that's why you go over VOD. You need to work out when those moments are.
I was watching Miquin play Catalyst the other day, and obviously he was helping develop the game, and he was talking about Catalyst and how he was playing it months and months ago, and he thinks that pro players and other players in general try and flank too much. They try and, you know, overextend as soon as they spawn too much. He wants to see more players going back to their base and taking that fight, that split decision that Mark's talking about. Should I stay or should I go? In his eyes, he thinks it's more of like a 60-40 rather than a 50-50. He wants to see people fight in the base, because otherwise you get this constant flag standoff where teams are kind of rotating around and you almost leave it up to randomness rather than your own ability of taking that fight. What I will say in these two teams in particular, when they did scrim, we saw KCP actually outslay Optic, and I think that's a really good sign. Like, if they're just struggling on the actual efficiency of getting that flag done, then that is something they can work on. If the actual in-game shooting is going well, then I think they're going to be in a good position to kind of build from that and turn into a team who can play this game successfully.
Yeah, it's actually really difficult, especially obviously a new map and trying to figure things out already. You know, Brav, just to bring you into this conversation as well a little bit while we talk about the new map and kind of how it works with CTF. I think a lot of people are really enjoying CTF on Catalyst, and it is hard to balance it, right? I mean, it's hard to be efficient on the map just in terms of the way that the map works, how asymmetrical it is. Where do you want to go as a team? How do you push, and the aggressiveness you have, because it does leave a lot of room. If you overextend, it leaves a lot of room for the counter caps to come in, and it's difficult to stop those, as well as trying to get the overshield, which is right at the bottom mid-map. How do you have that fine balance, you know, for a team like Pioneers who are still trying to figure things out, as Gaskin was saying about pushing and what play to make? How do you really start to fine-tune that?
Yeah, I think it's all about the reps. I think even, we've been playing a lot of matchmaking ourselves and a lot of ranked, and you learn something new about Catalyst, CTF every single time you play it. I think early on, people were just simply overextending every time, like we're talking about. If you're spawning Ivy or spawning Gold, you just get into their base and you do a little bit of a base trade as the enemy team runs the flag back. I think teams are now starting to realize some key things. One thing that Mark brought up last week was just how key the grapple is for the overshield and becoming a prerequisite, not just a nice to have, but becoming a prerequisite for grabbing that overshield, and which makes a lot of sense. That also ensures that your OB doesn't get melted. I think people are also learning that you can send one player to wrap back to kill your courtyard. Also, you can get angles from top mid and your top doors a lot easier than teams were initially realizing. So I think we're going to continue to learn more and more about it as time goes on, and I expect the game type to keep evolving.
So potentially it will become less and less sneaky and a little bit more kind of like, right, I know exactly where I need to go. I know where people might be running to, which
unless you have Jersey on your team, and then he just consistently tries to
I'm the sneaker as well. I'm quite sneaky like that.
You never hear me calling him out for it, though. You'd never hear me calling him out.
No, never.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm going to call you boys out right now. So I hope you're ready. Because while we are waiting, we have a little bit more time on our hands. And I'm sorry, folks. Nothing to do with us. You can complain to the players. We're still waiting for them to get in the lobby. But I thought I'd actually start a little bit of a debate here, if just a conversation, friendly conversation.
Okay.
And of course, the opinions are going to be a little bit different, just because it really depends on what you value in a player. I've just been told only have time for one of us to answer the question, so we're gonna have to choose pretty quickly. But it's, who do you think is the best player right now in Halo Infinite? And I am going to choose.
No.
I'm going to choose Gaskin.
Okay, that's fine.
Damn it, Lottie. Come on, everyone else. I saw the sweat on your brow, so I was like, you know what? Go for it. What do you think?
So tough, right? It depends what you value as a good thing to be for the best player. I think mechanically, you have to look at Lucid and what he's been able to achieve. Renegade would be up there as well. Royal 2 is impressive at Kansas City.
It's hard.
So you've named three so far. When are you going to name the one?
I think I'll go. I think a safe bet is Lucid with just his all-round play. I think that Lucid mechanically and what he has done ever since Halo Infinite came out, regardless of what team he's on, and everyone's going to be like,
he's got a jersey.
Which one of the Optic players is he going to pick? And he just
right. If I hadn't have chosen Optic player, everyone would be like, well, Dan wanted to pick an Optic player, so that's why he's gone for that player. So I think that Lucid is a safe bet.
We would love to hear your shaky reasons for why you chose Lucid. However, it is time to get into game, and we can see this man on our screens very shortly. Dan, we love you so much. Bravo, Gaskin, take the mics, and let's get into this winner's semis.
All right, thanks so much, Lottie. Dan, pleasure to be alongside you here for another Optic Pioneers matchup. And I tell you what, Pioneers consistently giving themselves time and time again opportunities to put on a show. We'll see if they can do it this time around.
Yeah, and we're always asking, aren't we? Like, when are they going to, break into that top 4 again? Are they ever going to push for the top 3? Can they beat teams like Optic, like Cloud9? Because that seems to be their kind of benchmark right now. They've got to try and just surpass one of these teams eventually, so they can start considering themselves as a top 4 team rather than what we would consider them maybe a top 6 overall side. But Oddball Recharge is not going to be the best place for them to start. As I mentioned earlier in the pre-show, they did lose this a couple of weeks ago in Pro Series against Optic Gaming. But if we did learn anything last week, is that when Optic win a game type against a team, the other team seems to go back, watch the tape, and find a way to beat them. So maybe that's something they have to keep an eye on here, and hope that Pioneers haven't come and evaluated their gameplay and found a way to beat them.
Certainly, and knowing the work ethic of Pioneers, you can expect them to have certainly reviewed that game type and also the VODs associated with them. Map number 1, Oddball Recharge. If you're just joining us, it's Optic versus Pioneers here in the winners semifinals in the NA Pro Series number 7, the final NA Pro Series of the year. Great to have you with us for a fantastic evening of competitive Halo, and what better matchup to start it with Optic Gaming and Pioneers, your champion last week in Optic Gaming and one of the biggest threats to the top 4 in Pioneers as we get ready to jump into this gameplay. Dan, any keys to victory for Pioneers for you if they are to put up a fight here?
I think they need to match Manny. If you remember what happened 2 weeks ago, Manny had around 25 plus kills, but the rest of the team were all down in the kind of 15s. Manny was doing the damage, but the rest of the team weren't necessarily finishing some of the damage he was outputting. It was the complete opposite story over for Optic Gaming. APG outputted around 7k damage, but he didn't get the most kills. Lucid was there cleaning them up. Formal was there cleaning them up. And I think general teamwork seemed to be a little bit better on that Optic side. So I'd like to see Pioneers finishing those one-shots, prioritizing, listening to teammates so that the damage that's being done is actually rewarding them with kills.
Certainly, and not letting Optic dictate the pace of the game as they so often are able to do. We talked a lot, not only in the pre-show, but also last week about Lucid's performance. Also, simply his numbers, just absolutely enormous numbers in the high 20s, in the 30s, I believe 32 and 14 were some stats that he put up in the last game. Anything you think that this Pioneer squad needs to do in terms of shutting down a player like Lucid, or is it a little bit bigger picture for you?
It sounds silly, but just picking up weapons. Don't leave things on weapon pads that you know full well that Lucid's going to utilize against you. That can sometimes be as basic an assault rifle, a needler. Obviously, the mangler's not going to be picked up, but if Lucid knows there is a weapon by using an AI scan, he is going to use it, and he is going to use it against you as well. So if you can, even if you don't want to use it, just put it in your back pocket. Just stop that from being an easy accessory, an easy tool for Lucid to use against you. When Lottie asks who I think the best player is in Halo Infinite, I mean, that's one of the reasons why Lucid stood out in the early stages of Halo Infinite, was because he was utilizing every single bit of that buzzword, sandbox.
Yeah, and absolutely, it's true. And I think if you look at Lucid's gameplay last week, it was really reminiscent of the first few weeks where it looked like he was several steps ahead of everyone else on the map. I mean, certainly we have to give credit to the supporting cast, the entire Optic roster. Everything they do gave him the space to put up the numbers that he did. However, they were, as we said, outrageous numbers. You saw in the highlights there, leading the team with 28 kills one game, and other games dropping 30 kills plus when no one else in the lobby had anything near, and also very close to having the least deaths in the game. I mean, you really can't overstate just how much he was dominating. We'll have to see if he could do that again, because he set quite a high bar for himself.
He did, and that's sometimes the trouble about being one of the top players, that there's almost that expectation to be doing it week in, week out, but you've got to remember that everyone has those off days. And it sounds wrong that, you know, a pro player shouldn't be allowed to have an off day, but there will be days where they won't be shooting as well. Maybe the headspace isn't quite there. There is so much that goes into playing a game of Halo Infinite, and it's so easy for that headspace to get ruined as well by one bad fight, one bad game, thinking or overthinking about a play that's just happened or should have happened, and disappointing your teammates or not living up to the expectations yourself. So I'm not saying that that's necessarily going to happen this week for Lucid. I think he's been on top of his game for quite some time now, but it certainly was evident that he'd been putting more time in recently after KC, right? There was that period where everyone kind of took a little bit of a break. They took their holidays. KC was, of course, so much of a big moment for these Halo players, where they put so much practice into it originally, that you want that little bit of a lull period afterwards. But now they're back into action. They're back to work, making sure they are at their very best.
Right, speaking of good headspace, we all saw the haircut, and Lucid was rocking there in the pre-show. The man looking good, headspace looking clean. We'll see if he can bring that, and the entire Optic roster bringing in the same performance they did last week. That'll be the question and the task ahead of them. I think one thing's for sure, when they are on fire, their comms are sounding good, and we're into game number one, starting off with the man himself. Lucid gets shot back right away at back A, and we'll have to retreat just a moment as he repositions.
Always important that you keep tabs on this camouflage right at the start of the game. It sounds very basic, but it's so easy for that camo to escape and get away from you, and then later ruin a setup or pummel you into the ground if the other team has been able to get that ball and they can really just catch you off guard. It's Trippy who's able to get this camo, and look what he can do with it. You got a grapple, you've got a shock, you've got all the tools you could possibly want to have fun.
And this is what you want if you're Trippy, and right now doesn't even know on the other side that he's behind them here on Gold Pipe. Picks up one too easy, gets help on it as well. Formal coming in now, will continue to maintain shock here in Pipes. Will go down, nice little flank by Talik, so that'll be 2 dead for the Pioneers off of that. So I tell you what, this is an action-packed opening here on On-Ball Recharge.
So much grenades flying into Pipes, and of course you get those grenades that spawn there as well that can be shots. You've got to be aware of them. You've got to either pick them up or get rid of them before they can be turned against you. But Soul Snipe has been able to escape with the ball here. I like that. Turn around, continue the fight, but that's, again, the green gun. It's so important that plasma pistol is used. It's so effective on not just this map, on all maps. We're starting to see more players pick it up and use it to their best potential.
Trippy somehow still with the shock in hand, and the carnage and the chaos continues here as Pioneers will continue to apply pressure from Mangler Pit as well as Control, and Trippy will have to try to fight off that onslaught, and a little bit of a slide gets him caught out. Some fantastic shots by Druck will leave an opening, 2 dead momentarily for Optic.
It was Soul Sniper who struggled a couple of weeks ago on this game type as well, so I'm going to keep an eye on him and his stats and how he's performing against Optic, because I do feel like in any of these games in around the kind of top 4 to top 8 area, all 4 players need to be at their very best. You can't have one player just slip away and it turn into a kind of 3 versus 4. So everyone's got to be at the top of their game.
Yeah, if I'm honest here, the chaos continues here. A little bit sloppy, camo popping right now, and teams really just flying into elevator, and anyone who's played enough Halo Infinite or enough ranked will certainly be familiar with this situation where things can just get a little crazy with players pushing when there's only 2 alive, trying to push off of a push where you don't really have too much control or enough players dead, and only 22 points on the board here after this much play. Pioneers still with 2 dead, but they'll keep the pressure on, and maybe finally Optic Gaming with a little few more opportunity for points on the board.
It's a fine balance, isn't it, Andy? Because when there's only 2 of you alive, you want to be able to wait for your teammates, but you recognize that if you are too slow, another team might capitalize on that, and they might push you, and then you're not expecting it, and they catch you off guard, and then suddenly your 2 spawning teammates are without you because you've just died. So you need to be able to time it correctly. You need to have a good idea of whether you're going to be confident enough to push as a 2. Are you just going to move around the map away from the other team? There's all these different things that you do have to think about. But Pioneers, they did get shut down, but they have been able to pull that ball into a position where now they can get some time.
Soulsnipe with a risky push there to go all the way to C plat. Knows that he was going to be able to get an angle. He had help though, so they're able to get 2 dead once again. Momentary 2v2, big kills coming in. That will leave Soulsnipe as the last player alive, not Manny, who's on your screen. We'll get that fixed for you. This is Soulsnipe's POV, last player alive, bottom A here. So Optic knows they need to try to clear him out, but to be honest, Soulsnipe doing a very good job staying alive back elevator. We know just how important this position is, especially if you're the last player alive. I think Trippy with the grapple is going to get the better of him, and he will. Still 2 dead for both sides, and still just about a tied game here.
Lucid confident with the shock rifle, as most pros are nowadays. We see a lot of challenges happening with this weapon in hand. Even without the scope, people will walk around the corner and sometimes use it as a shotgun. It's that effective in the right hands. There you go, just that body shot is enough to ensure that he got that trade after whipping out the battle rifle. But this is a very close game. I think considering what we saw previously between these 2 teams, I was expecting maybe more of a one-sided affair in the early stages, but Pioneers, as they always do, they come back from the death. They come back in a game type where they weren't necessarily amazing at earlier, but it seems like they've been able to work on it.
Neither team with much control at this point. It feels like it's been 2 dead for both sides every single time we've got on board with POVs. Manny will make use of that sort. Over at Long Haul, still 2 dead for each side will continue, and unsurprisingly, as you mentioned, essentially a tied game, 25-22 in favor of Pioneers. And to be honest, Pioneers with the last opportunity with 4 dead on Optic, but the last player alive or the last 2 alive have applied consistent pressure for the entire game. Here we are, only 127 left. It's still 25-22.
Yeah, very likely that clock could play a part in this game, and this is what Pioneers have always been about. You ask any of the other pro teams and they'll say Pioneers are so kind of all over the place. They're so difficult to play against because they seem to play quite sporadic. They seem to sometimes catch you off guard. They fly around corners when you least expect it. They play as quick as they possibly can, and Onset said in the pre-show, sometimes they can play a little bit too quick. I think in this scenario, it's really worked out for them.
My God, Foreman with a huge win from Pizza with that commando to really split the tides there. Can't pick up another one though, so it will still be 2 dead. Should be 3 dead. Trippy, last player alive, and he's down on double stack. So Pioneers will continue to double their opponent's score. It's a great late run from Pioneers, and we got to give them the credit. We've talked about how chaotic this has been, and it's just like you said, it's because they have applied the pressure. When other teams might slow down and reset, Pioneers have held forward and continued to apply the pressure. Now it's a big lead for them here, 66-22.
Oh, that's not a fight that he should have even been close to be able to win, but he's able to just about get the trade. The ball does get tossed out, so the setup finally broken, but that is a great amount of time for the Pioneers to be able to secure there. When you consider how scrappy it's been for the opening few minutes, I think they'll be delighted to have about a 50-point lead at this moment. And now Optic Gaming, they need to find a setup similar to that.
Great flank from Talik at top gold. He stays alive as well. He'll escape pipes. Now he has even more help coming at back gold, which will increase the Pioneers' presence. APG was last player alive for a second. He's all the way at top elevator. This will force a pipes push for APG and Lucid. We'll see what they can do here. They need to fly in. They know the pressure's on. It's a great repulsor play. Trades coming in. 3 were dead, and Manny was last player alive, meaning Optic with an opportunity to bring the comeback. They're down by 50 points.
And there's that playmaker thing we were talking about. Manny, last alive, dives on in, faces 2 players, but gets punished for it because they were waiting for that push to happen around the corner. And now his teammates are in a 3 versus 4. Okay, it's a 3 versus 3. Now they take down 4 more, but Manny off spawn needs to be dashing towards that team to try and make it equal playing field as soon as possible. But it does seem like Optic are slowly working their way back into this one. 40 seconds left on that card, but of course, as you're holding the ball, that time is still going to stop.
Here comes the Optic comeback. They were 2 dead. A little bit of miscommunication. Their players were weak in pipes, but you saw Druck actually go batteries instead of continuing to push pipes. You have to wonder what might have been, but in the end, oh boy, the shots from Lucid tries to do it again. The double kill killing spree in back gold almost turns 3. That kill will come in as well. All 4 dead for Pioneers. 27 seconds left. They're down by about 35 points, but continuing the comeback.
Doesn't turn 3, but the beatdown was enough to allow 4 more to make sure he got that kill. But still, with the timer being where it is, Optic Optic can't afford to falter here. They have to make sure they stay on top of the game. They keep tabs on where these Pioneers players are spawning, and Formal probably needs to hit one of these shock rifle shots to give them a true advantage here in these final moments.
Here comes the push from Pioneers. They know they've got only about one left. The lead has all but disappeared now. It's a 10-point game. Pioneers needs to make this count. Only 25 points on the board. 2 dead for Pioneers. This could be disastrous. Make it 3 dead. Manny, last player alive, needs to pull off a hero play. Instead, likely going to wait for teammates at control. No, he will trade out. A great trade from APG. We're about to see the score change.
Score is going to change, and only 15 seconds on the clock as well. So Optic, of course, they're going to try and get as much as they can, but if they have to play this ball in some manner, it should still favor them, of course, as Formal just about gets taken down by Druck. But now we see Optic Gaming take the lead.
Only by 1 second, though. What does Pioneers have up their sleeve? Pushing in gold as well as other places on the map. But Trippy with some fantastic shots. The clock will tick down. The ball will be played off of that ledge. And 80-79, they do it with style. Optic Gaming will come back and take the first round.
Notice those final moments as well. Lucid saw that the Pioneers' entourage were arriving, and he just tossed that ball out of bat ledge to put it without a shadow of a doubt that Optic would be able to take it. But after such a commanding lead from the Pioneers, they've let another round slip through their fingers, and this just seems to be the story of the Pioneers at the moment. So close, but also so far.
I assume, yep, based on what we're seeing there, a little bit of a game issue there as we get into the second round. Unfortunate to see. Does give us a chance to talk about just how wild that first round was, and one heck of a way to start the day between Optic Gaming and the Pioneers. And Pioneers up 79-22 or so at one point, and Optic Gaming just playing it cool, calm, and collected. Knew exactly what they needed to do. They got the extra second. Huge kills, like for example, the trade from APG all the way back in control to give them even more room, even more comfort. Optic Gaming closes out that first round, Dan.
Yeah, and Lucid getting that double kill on Pipes with the extra melee on the third guy. It could have been so different if you don't hit those shots. And those individual plays, they can be the difference maker between winning a round or not. So that's why we do credit some of these players to, having those impactful moments and being at the top of their game. Pioneers will be so disappointed because a lead like that, when there's only that much time on the clock, they just needed to wrestle that ball back once. And perhaps that's a case of them getting a little bit too desperate at times. I saw individuals pushing through as the rest of us will. No, okay, maybe they'll join us in a little bit. But the individuals were pushing through, and they were perhaps doing it a little bit too soon. There was a split second of a difference between the collapse happening, and it just seems like Pioneers, they're so close to perfection, and when they get it right, it's going to be pretty scary to play against, because they do play with this speed, which is like no other.
Yeah, and what they need to do, I think, is make sure that losses like that, the 1 point loss there in the end, is Optic just made sure they got the 80th point on the board, that those don't go to their head in the wrong way, right? They need to make sure they keep their heads held high, because we've seen them time and time again just fall short in maybe an oddball round or something like that. But as you mentioned, great potential in this team. They had a sizable lead there, but Optic looks all too comfortable in those late round scenarios. And I guess the one thing to ask, Dan, is we saw Optic win last week, all 4 players popping off, Lucid especially going nuts. Is that what they need every time to win? Because it is, once again, a very high bar. You mentioned it perfectly. Lucid had to hit, first of all, he had to outshoot a player. Then he had to win that battle against Talik. Peak shooting him probably shouldn't have won that. Then he had to get the melee. That was just to get control of gold. You have to wonder, it almost puts unfair pressure on Optic that they have to put all that together to make sure that they're winning tournaments.
Yeah, and you've got to expect players like that to do it at some point, but you surely can't expect it to happen every single game. So maybe Pioneers could put it down to a freak accident of, all right, well, they've just popped off here. They've hit those clutch moments. That's not always going to happen, but they're probably left scratching their heads saying, well, why can't we be doing that? Why can't we be the ones hitting those clutch moments? And they would have had them, don't get me wrong. They've had series where these guys have been popping off and they have been making those clutch plays to ensure that they win, but the standard of which North American Halo is, from first place all the way down to around maybe 6th, if not top 8 at this point, that can be the difference. It's just one kill, one grenade, or one melee, and so you do have to be on top of your game. All 4 players have to be at their very best. If one starts to fault, then that means the rest of the team, they can go down with the ship. And that's what we saw the last time these 2 teams played against each other, where, for example, Manny was on top of his game, but some of the others were struggling a little bit. And if those BR fights are not being won, like, that is the fundamental Halo loss at the start of it, right? You've already lost those engagements, you're already going to be down players, and then you're trying to hope that you get the shock rifles so you can make clutch plays. But Optic on top in that first round, but Pioneers showed enough to say that this is not going to be an easy series whatsoever for Optic Gaming.
Certainly, I think we should also give credit not only to Pioneers for the lead that they had and how they were able to have that pretty convincing gold and pipes hold, but also simply the pressure that they applied in the beginning of the game. That was really all Pioneers just simply holding forward, even when 2 players alive, making sure that they fly into bottom elevator, making sure to keep things chaotic, because as we saw, as soon as Optic got comfortable, the game was essentially over, right? And Pioneers was able to, for several minutes, keep the game pretty fast-paced and keep it just to the point where they were able to thrive long enough, get 3 dead back-to-back, and eventually a 4 dead where they were able to hold. So the question will be if Pioneers can keep that pressure up, because they've proven that when they do that, they can find themselves with a little bit of an edge. And on the other side, the second they let Optic get full control, essentially you can write that the round is over, because they very rarely lose that control.
And we spoke about timing during that game, right? When you are those last 2 and you have that decision to make of should you stay or should you go? How long do you wait to give your team getting closer to respawning? And Pioneers seem to find that level playing field like so much as a team. Like they seem to know that exact timing of when to push as a 2. It almost worked out that Optic were trying such perfect setups because they would spread themselves out as a 4. Like they position 1 player over towards pipes, 1 player would be whirlpool, then you've got 2 at elevator, and they said, well, actually, the pipes player becomes redundant if we can avoid him. So if we can slide across into elevator and he misses his shots or he doesn't have a shock rifle, we can probably take a 2v2 here before that whirlpool player comes and joins as well. So why not? Let's give it a risk. They're playmakers at the end of the day. That's how they've described themselves, and it did work out. Optic almost weren't able to deal with the sheer pace that Pioneers were playing at. So that's something that maybe Optic need to think about when they're going up against KCP, is perhaps that traditional setup of 4 players scattered across the map watching different angles may not work as well against KCP, that's for sure.
Right, certainly another thing that comes to mind there, we saw Soul Snipe at the end, right? He actually goes C-plat all the way from Hydro to challenge Trippy coming across batteries. Now he gets caught out, even though he had help, he gets caught out eventually by the player on C-stairs and Sneaky, but Pioneer's not afraid to bring the pressure to the spawners as well. They're not going to sit back. They're going to be starting to start things like rotates. They're going to be getting non-traditional angles as well. So good to see from Pioneers once again. You have to wonder if that game type had 30 seconds left. Could it have been a different result? And certainly feels like that's the case, and I'm glad we get at least 1 more round of ball between these 2 before we call it good for game number 1.
These are all things that Pioneers need to learn though, right? Is just in those final moments, these clutch things, the differences of playing a ball or putting the ball in a position where Optic aren't able to set up, or watching and making sure after that reset Optic aren't going to be in a position to grab it too comfortably as well. Like Pioneers know the fundamentals, but when they get into those, you know, really panic moments, I think that they just are not quite on the same level as Optic Gaming and as Cloud9, but they're not far off. Like that's the amazing thing about this North American scene at the moment, is anywhere from the top 6 to top 8 can upset these top 2. I think it is within their right to do so. We've seen it very close to happening in this tournament. Complexity almost knocked Cloud9 down to the elimination bracket earlier. It was off stream, but we saw it happen thanks to streams that were being sought out by the players. And now I'm expecting Optic, Cloud9, Sentinels, these top dogs to have to, you know, step the game up again. Like they need to be constantly driving and pushing themselves to becoming better. Otherwise, top 6 to top 8, they're going to start catching up, and that is a terrifying factor if you are one of the top dogs.
Certainly, yeah. I think another example of just a little bit of a split-second decision costing them, I think, was a time that I think we saw Soul Snipe flying into pipes. He gets blown up, but 2 players are 1 shot in pipes, and I think Druck made the decision instead to go to batteries instead of coming into pipes. So I think little things like that, maybe the comms and the death screens and things like that could be the difference maker, because I think the push looked so good. They didn't have the pieces together towards the end, and we'll have to see if they can continue to try to refine things, because I think while they have plateaued a little bit in terms of placings and they were on such a tear since November, I still think overall they're on a good trajectory, and I think that round also proves it.
And even though the KCP are often kind of touted as these unpredictable players that are difficult to play against, I think the Optic are very good at playing against players like this when they realize that's going to be the way it's happening. If Optic have an eye on spawns, if they know they're controlling the spawns in a way that they can find out where those last 2 KCP players are, for example, that's when they can start setting traps. They go, okay, those 2 are in control. We know KCP. They're gonna fly elevator. Let's make sure we have 3 players in elevator to wait and be prepared for it.
Absolutely. Now jumping right back in here, starting things off with Soul Snipe on the side of the Pioneers. He'll bring the ball back and start to rotate back. A little bit of a change of colors here on your screen as we look at Soul Snipe trying to stay alive in Whirlpool. He'll be able to do so momentarily, but the pressure is coming in from the pipe side.
is this going to be equally as messy as it was in the early stages of last game, or are we going to see Pioneers get that pipe set up a lot earlier on? Soul Snipe knows that he's in a lot of trouble here, so he just decides to toss that ball out into bottom middle. But Optic say, thank you very much. We were there waiting in batteries. We'll take a little bit of extra time, and the kills are flowing, and Optic are now going to be able to get that pipe set up instead.
4 dead there. Talik and Soul Snipe will spawn up together, presumably a back elevator. Yes, you could just see on the edge of your screen. So we're starting things off here. Druck will get tagged just once, making it a little bit more of a difficult road into pipes. He'll have to slow that down, but it's a little bit of a different start here for the side of Optic. They're able to get already 25, 26 points on the board, and much more convincing lead. Rare loss there from Trippy. Thought he might get the melee, doesn't. Lucid, though, will be there to clean up the damage. Last player alive on Sneaky.
You can see how Optic are already trying to play this slightly differently in the early stages by being more aggressive. They are actually searching for these Pioneers players rather than waiting for them to arrive and inevitably fly around a corner. And that is one of the best ways to play against a team who is very quick. You be proactive, you look for the fight instead. You're the ones to engage, you're the aggressors. But it can quickly go south when you play that way as well. So Optic just need to find that balance and make sure they don't get lulled into a trap from the Pioneers.
Druck here, noob combo out, not afraid to put it to use. Gonna go ahead and turn a corner. 3 dead. Formal last player alive for Optic. Thinking about a pipes push, but right now they're not gonna be able to go anywhere with these nades popping off. Druck once again, though, on the other side, not content with just waiting around Whirlpool, trying to find where Formal might have gone. The calls are going to come in. Ooh, APG underneath the tag, but surprisingly, Druck gets away with the double melee there. Some nades on Mauler, knows that there might be players on bottom. That's a dangerous battle against a player like Lucid. There got a little bit nervous there on the plasma grenade. Lucid comes back for more and will win that battle in the end against the green gun. During all of this, Pioneers leading now 60-30, and quite a wild open in round number 2 as well. Manny's going to get the wall instead of the shock, but will come away with the weapon either way.
Plasma pistol so effective, of course. Fun fact, I got killed by the plasma pistol.
You did?
Bullet. Just the plasma pistol in matchmaking the other day. It was
there.
It was a thing to behold. I was quite surprised, but also impressed that someone was able to do so, especially considering how high up my shields were. Anyway, 71-30, and as long as Soul Snipe can get away and position himself that this shock rifle can impact the game when his teammate spawns, then I think the Pioneers are at a decent enough spot, having a 41-point lead here.
Soul Snipe goes for the 360 fadeaway jumper there off of glass, somehow stays alive and will come away with the shock, but Trippy not done challenging just yet. Soul Snipe will tag Trippy once. It's a nice cleanup kill, so fantastic challenge there. Druck will be there to pick up the kill and also the weapon, and a little bit of deja vu here, but a different timeline here. Gaskin 71-30. Ooh boy! Nice little 2-tap there on Lucid, gets some damage on Trippy as well. So a little bit of a similar scoreline. It's 71-30, but this time with 3:27 left in the round.
Yeah, there's a lot more time for Optic to kind of work out how they want to approach this, how they want to get that ball into a setup area, but at the same time, there's more time for Pioneers now to be a pain in the backside for Optic and just frustrate them by playing the Slayer game. As I mentioned, during scrims, a lot of the times, Pioneers were able to actually outslay Optic during the objectives, but their efficiency is what they really struggled with. So now if they could just focus on slaying for a little bit and then the objective naturally follow after, they could win this round.
Nice push there from Trippy up top gold with that melee and some help from top control. He'll clear that out. That will pave the way for Lucid to grab that commando as well and continue engaging from gold. And as you said, a lot of time on the clock for Optic. They might be down by 40 points, but plenty of time for both teams to still make quite an effort. We got to call out Talik. We talked about him in the pregame show. Lottie talked about just what this man's capable of. He's 11-5 in this game. Nobody else even on double-digit kills.
Well, all 4 dead were down for the Pioneers then, so this is the Optic chance to set up. That shock rifle's out of ammo, and that's going to be good news for Pioneers because they'll be a little bit worried. They won't know that, of course, though. They'll be probably thinking about just avoiding Batledge for now. And APG is still finding kills. I mean, you're talking about Talik, of course, because he's got 11, but similarly to last week, APG's been the one who's been picking up those kills. As I say that, of course, we do transition over to a killing spree. He is still frying.
Talik 12-6 with some fantastic shots against Formal from glass. He will expand the kill count, but guess what? The lead is once again gone. It's a story we've seen written too many times before. This is essentially a tied game as the points will continue to tick. Yes, indeed, 71-71. Optic Gaming now back in the lead, and all that's left of the Pioneers' lead is simply a memory here. Here's the home stretch, 2:29 left on the clock.
They did break the setup, of course. Unfortunately, though, taking that fight is going to allow Optic Gaming to push through Whirlpool after they got that kill. And notice how they're not just going to throw themselves into pipes. They want to take different angles here. They want to try and go for a pinch, and that's the best way to do so. Have a grapple to go alongside it. Yoink, I'll take that. Thank you very much. And now Optic, they're back scoring again.
They are indeed in a dangerous place here. They're about to take the lead yet again here. They're down by 3 points, but not for long with 2 dead still on Pioneers. Now the lead will change again, 83 to 82, only 15 points to go.
Should be comfortable here on out unless Pioneers can manage to get probably a God nade to try and break this setup, but already they're taking damage, and now here comes the fly. You've got to go now.
Oh boy, and great team shot there. The ball will continue to be held in pipes. It's a safe place. Kills are still coming in, 99. Let's see what can happen here with Lucid. Of course, it's a triple kill from Lucid to close it. He will also get a celebratory trip off of the bat ledge to play the ball. Optic Gaming will take game number 1 and 2. Very convincing comeback wins in both rounds of ball on Oddball Recharge.
And incredible individual plays from several members of Optic as well to have those moments, not just, you know, Lucid's flashiness, but also a thing I was noticing in the kill feed was APG and his consistency. The same as 2 weeks ago on this map. He seems to really enjoy Recharge Ball. I think it's the angles that he can take, the support, the damage that he can put down, but also the consistency of his battle rifle means he's always a threat. No matter where you try and push him, how you try and push him, APG seems to have an answer, and that's why he just fits so perfectly on this Optic roster.
Also amazing to see how Optic use game management there, both the scoreboard and the clock, knowing even if they go down by, like we said, big 40-point deficits as we take a look at some highlights from that round. It's never really a factor for them because they know exactly how much time is on the board and how many points are still on the board as we take a look at highlights from both of those rounds. Here's the play from Lucid. My God, amazing shots against Soul Snipe now from no shields, able to win that at Killing Spree. He also finished that with a melee as well. He talked about it. Great shots from APG here on Tolik. I think one thing we also got to talk about, Gaskin, is the fact we started to see, even in the end of the first round, APG doing things like flying into control to force the trade. You talked about it. Optic really identified that they're allowing the last 2 players alive on Pioneers to really be a nuisance, and they started to shut that down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Optic just took the initiative. It's exactly what they started to do against some of the European sides as well. When they first started scrimming, the European sides, Ascend play very similar style to KCP, very quick, always pushing his 2s, always trying to make those last 2 players count in a way that maybe the other team isn't predicting, and Optic very quickly started setting traps, and they've done exactly the same here against KCP. It didn't necessarily go that way in round 1. Perhaps they just were, you know, warming into playing this squad once more, and they've suddenly remembered how KCP try and approach the game. But, you know, we have to say that the Kansas City Pioneers made a game of it. It's not like Optic blew them away in map number 1. Pioneers kept it close. Their Slays were pretty good. They were winning individual fights, but it was just falling at that last hurdle once more, which, as you said, is kind of too familiar now for Pioneers. It seems to be against the Optics, against the Cloud9s. They do just kind of not get over that finish line, but Slayer Livefire is a new chance for them to try and show what they're made of.
Certainly do not let that 2-0 fool you. Both of those rounds saw Pioneers with a 40-plus point lead in each of them, and well-earned leads that they were able to get back-to-back 3 or 4 dead in order to get those points on the board. But as we said, Optic too strong on the game management, knowing exactly how much time they had to bring the comeback to life, and then they do it comfortably. Heading now to Live Fire Slayer, it'll be a little bit of a different opportunity perhaps if Pioneers is able to get a little bit of points on the board, a little bit of control. They can maybe hold on to that lead a little bit easier in a game type like Slayer Dan.
Yeah, I think that, you know, when you look at how Pioneers approach the game and what are they good at, and the speed of which they play it and how they can surprise their opponent and maybe destroy and disrupt any structure that their opponent is having, well, Slayer is the perfect opportunity to do that. And I do think that Pioneers are going to have a real stab at Optic Gaming here, but we know Livefire is pretty good for this Optic roster, whether it be with Pistola, whether it be formal, they still find success on this map. They know how to play it. It's got plenty of tools for some of the biggest and best players to actually run around the map and try and destroy their opponents. But I'd say keep an eye and maybe your ears on the Pioneers here, because I think this is going to be a very interesting game.
See what they can do in game number 2. Another thing to note is Formal not necessarily popping off in those games. If we looked at the second round, I believe he ended around 6-11. So you had Optic winning those comfortably in the end without Formal putting up the numbers that we're used to from him. Also, by the end of that, you had 3 players on triple-digit kills on Optic Gaming compared to only 2 on Pioneers. So the Slays were really Pioneers dominant early on in that second round. Things started to shift. We'll have to see if Pioneers can bring the slaying power in this game number 2 in just a moment as soon as we can get into that gameplay. But Dan, I think the biggest thing, like you said, is an opportunity for Slayer. I think they need to make sure that they're staying on top of things like power-ups, that they're not giving away free kills. I think in a Slayer, you also get time to do things like ratting out certain parts of house. You can maybe stay alive back tower, things like that. So maybe an opportunity to catch Optic off guard in that way.
And if Optic have kind of figured out how you're playing again, if they're expecting you to be, you know, sending those last 2 players into maybe predictable areas at this point, try and think outside of the box a little bit. Try and think, okay, what would Optic not expect us to do? Perhaps that's actually wait for all 4 of us to spawn and then attack them together. And even though that's difficult to do at times, especially if they've got tabs on you, because you're like, well, where can we go where they're not just going to suddenly collapse on us? It is about sometimes staying alive, ratting out, just trying not even to breathe so that they don't have any idea where you are. It sounds more difficult, but it is doable on live fire. There are some avenues you can take to just get away from that team, join the rest of your squad mates, and then you start to push. And it's going to be tough, but I'd say the Pioneers have a chance here in this game.
Certainly, yeah, we'll get back into that match, of course, as soon as we can. We are just as anxious as you are to see exactly how that game 2 will go. We talk about across the bracket, though, exactly what we have here going on, Dan, because, of course, it's worth noting for anyone who's just joining, we do have Sentinels back in the mix this week. They did find themselves on the receiving end of a 2-0 from Optic Gaming earlier on, but 2 very, very close games. A 5-4, flag, as well as a 50-47 Slayer sent Sentinels to the elimination bracket. We'll see if we can pull up those brackets so we can show you exactly how things are going so far today. Also worth noting, Cloud9 and Space Station, unsurprisingly a 2-0 for C9 there, but I think worth noting that we had Space Station able to go a little bit further this time. The fact that we were able to see them get to a winner's semifinals is a big deal for the Space Station side.
They do drop down into the elimination bracket where they will face Sentinels. So that's probably the worst side of the bracket when you consider how this bracket's going to play out and the teams that are involved with it. Sentinels are able to beat G2 2-0. On the other side, we've got G1 versus Complexity still going on at the moment as well. So that's definitely going to be an interesting matchup when you consider how well G1 played last week and how well Complexity seem to be playing this week, especially with their 2-1 showing against Cloud9 earlier in this bracket. So that one's going to be a tough one for both teams. And then, of course, the way the bracket works out is those teams play each other, and then eventually we could end up with something like Sentinels versus G1, or even if, you know, if Space Station are feeling a little bit saucy today, maybe they'll be the team that manages to get through to that next round.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Also got to mention, we'll have to see if G1 can repeat. Of course, a 3rd place last week. A fantastic placing for the G1 side. They find themselves up next, as you said, against a pretty hot Complexity team. So that will not be an easy one, but hoping to maybe see a return of G1 once again. Back-to-back weeks within the top 3 would be a pretty big statement. But as a reminder, we are waiting for the restart of game number 2. It's going to be Optic versus Pioneers. Optic with 2 come from behind wins in oddball recharge to take that first game type, but now we set our sights on live fire Slayer, traditionally the home of not Cloud9, but Optic Gaming, as they are about to jump into this one. We'll see if Pioneers has what it takes to tie up the series 1-1.
I'm sure Cloud9 would like for it to be their home as well. The amount of times they have failed against Optic Gaming on this map and mode is probably annoying at this point, but Cloud9 are there waiting in the winners finals. It would be the 3rd week in a row that we've had an Optic versus Cloud9 matchup, and at the moment that's where we're heading. But the Pioneers in the early stages, they take a 4-1 lead, and they show that, you know, if they have that hot start, they can shut down even the greatest of squads.
Pollock stays alive on concrete, even thinks about peek and wraps all the way around, and already knows that they've pushed players out, so they will go 4-2 now. Overshield is up, and APG is going to be the one flying in. Oh my, Pollock with the timing. Fantastic shot on the Overshield player. APG denied. That will pave the way for Soul Snipe to grab that Overshield.
Not the angle you're usually expecting the sniper to be looking at you as well. He probably thought he was all clear after tower was at least dealt with initially by Optic Gaming, but those shots are the ones you have to be hitting if you've got a sniper in your hand and the overshield's coming up. We see them so often missed, or just the player bodied and then that player manages to pop that overshield off. So really important he was able to do so, and that puts Pioneers in such a good position for these next moments.
Oh, look how much Optic has tried to slow this game down. Lucid gets sniffed out at back green. Formal gets taken down as well, which will continue the lead here for Pioneers and open the rotate to tower. They're now up 9-6. Make that 10-6 as they will add another kill to the board, and they will get a full base trade here. So Optic doing whatever they can to slow the game down, but Pioneers continuing to apply the pressure.
Slowed the game down to try and avoid the overshield, but as you say, a couple of them got caught out, but APG down bottom middle did take 2 players with him, so he did very well to win those engagements despite falling himself. Helps when you have the heat wave, of course, but now they might have given that heat wave away to the Pioneers, so that's going to be a big indication of how these next moments will go as well. But Tolek, he knows there's people on C flat here, needs some help. Know you what? He does not need help. He'll do it all himself.
Two dead there, and Talik somehow staying alive. And really interesting exchanges. Talik is the guardian of the overshield today in game number 2. Back-to-back denials on that overshield as it pops up right now. Here's Formal. He will get away, and he will get the pop on the overshield. So despite heroic efforts from Talik and 2 dead for Optic, they will still get this overshield. Now they're down by 5.
I mean, that's brave from Formal. You've seen 2 of your teammates get their heads ripped off, and he says, you know what? He's not going to hit 3 in a row. He's not getting the hat trick. Very important. You still have that confidence. You can't allow a player just to hold you off with the sheer amount of fear that you might get that shot hit against you, and then off the back of it, Formal does find a double kill, and they're back into this game somewhat. Our Optic Gaming, it's just 4 kills in it, but Pioneers a really hot start here.
Yeah, make it a 5-kill game, and to be honest, it's really similar to the last game, with the exception of things slowing down for that sniper rifle play. It has been a really consistent 2 dead for both sides, which brings this game still within 6 kills. However, Pioneers slowly getting the edge, and to be honest, they were doing the same thing in the slaying department in those first 2 rounds of oddball as well. So things playing out in terms of slays pretty similarly to that game 1 so far. It will still be a 6-kill lead for Pioneers, make that 7.
Pioneers are so spread out at the moment, but they are still finding those kills. Look at the communication. Soulsnipe just picking up and finishing these kills, and unfortunately APG will put him down into the ground. But Optic were all running as a pack. You saw 3 players all in the same place. Maybe one was on a flank. They smelled out where Tolic was. But then the Pioneers, they were just running around saying, okay, well, we'll just listen and we'll communicate. But now here comes Optic Gaming, 22-23. They have been able to consistently sniff out this Pioneers squad.
The 6-kill lead is completely gone. Make it only a 1-kill lead. Formal now with Sniper at top tower, and this just spells disaster. Overshield in 30, and a man who can certainly keep players off of that power up as well is Formal. He will now rotate to Nest Bridge looking for big door angles, but once again, the exact same scenario that we saw. A comfortable lead for Pioneers is shut down so easily by Optic Gaming. Now they're only down by 2.
Well, Druck's taking this fight, though. Cleverly just plays the ledge and uses the grenades in those final moments rather than offering the no-scope to even happen. Just uses a grenade to his advantage. Now this overshield should go into the hands of Pioneers, and even though they blew their lead, it does look like they could try and regain on that once more, because you now need to put this overshield to use. And in my opinion, you put that sniper away whilst you have the OV. You help the rest of the team if you're going to get in these close range battles, and there we go. It's going to be dropped to a teammate. Perfect from Soulsnipe.
Great call there, Dan. Exactly what you expected to see. You see it on screen. Now they're going to leave that sniper behind so that Soulsnipe can use that overshield just to maybe win a pivotal 1v1 on this break. Checking everywhere back tower. Knows he needs to instead rotate to green as the comms are coming in. We'll see what he can do for pillars. Some big damage on one player. Repulsor as well. Oh no, trade there for Formal's. A pretty great trade if you ask me. Formal able to somehow sneak that out, keep the game within 1.
That's twice now, Optic. When the overshield's been picked up by Pioneers, they've slowed the game down, they've hidden in their corners, and they've said, let's play hide and seek. Let's see if you can actually manage to catch us, and if you can, we are not going to go down without a fight. They get the trades, they get the kills, they keep this within 1. It's a very successful play from Optic 2 times in a row, but the Pioneers still find themselves ahead.
Trippy tries to stay alive on concrete. He'll be taken down off of the double kill from Talik. 2 dead for Optic. He's going to also get an assist off the back of that play, bringing them to their first 3-kill lead in quite some time. 6:46 left to go, and still a pretty tight match here on game number 2.
That's where it starts to slow down a little bit when it gets this close and you get past the 30-kill mark. But now with that pick, you start to push here if you are the Pioneers. You try and take advantage of it. You try and collapse. You try and make more kills. But with kills like that, it gets a little bit more difficult. Great response from Optic after losing that initial player just to use grenades to keep this Pioneer squad at bay.
APG with fantastic kills from back tower there. Those were big wins. Eventually, he will get comboed out of bottom tower, and this will be traded out. We got a highlight right now. Soulsnipe is 14-7 in this game, certainly putting the team on his back in a game that they lead by 7.
And what we needed to see from Soulsnipe, very different from the Soulsnipe that we saw a couple of weeks ago when they faced up against Optic Gaming. He was the player, maybe the reverse side of those statistics. So now he's putting on a performance which is carrying this Pioneer squad through at the moment to a possible victory. And the plasma pistol does connect, but Lucid just able to get away. But unfortunately, it means that Trippy had to take the 1v1.
Yeah, big wins there coming in. Now we go back over to Formal, but Manny doing a lot of damage, and he does get the green gun. Manny sets it up perfectly, picks up another one. Huge wins there as they will now go to 42-35. Manny with incredible plays from C-Plat, gets the info on Overshield, forces a player to drop down, also picks up a kill top mid, and then eliminates the Overshield here. Now they're up by 9.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Formal should have known there was going to be a green gun potential there, but at the same time, I think any angle he takes there, he's probably going to be facing the same position. It does mean the Pioneers find themselves 45 to 38 ahead. Just 5 more kills to take us to a best of 3 third map. But we have seen comebacks. Optic are very capable of doing this, so the Pioneers need to close this out. They cannot allow this one to slip through their fingers.
Still not over, and we've seen incredible comebacks on this game type, but Talik wants to hear none of that. He'll pick up another one, that's number 47, and continue to apply the pressure on scoreboard. All the pings going down. 47-41, they do convert one of them. 49 looking for the final one in-house. Soul Snipe not able to find it right away. Will be challenged from 2 different angles. Will not get it just yet, but it will come in the end. That'll be a team nade on Trippy there on the garage door. 50-43 is your final score, and Pioneers will take game number 2.
Livefire is not the fortress it once was for Optic. That's what I've been thinking for these past few weeks, but I think that's confirmation that's happening there. And yes, they are still fantastic at Livefire, regardless of the mode they're playing. The Pioneers saying that, you know what, if we can play at a pace, if we can hit those shots, that especially the ones on the overshield in the early stages, why can't we take down Optic on some of their better game types? It means we go to a game 3, and I'm delighted because the Pioneers, they deserve these moments. They deserve these matches in the limelight because these 4 guys have just gone from strength to strength every time that we've seen them at tournaments. Yes, okay, they haven't necessarily broken that kind of top 4 barrier when we talk about overall standings between these teams, but I think they're getting closer and closer to doing so.
Taking a look at some stats here, and who else are we going to look at but Soul Snipe, 17 and 10 in the end. +7 in a game that they win by 7. He maintained that margin, essentially the length of the game that the team also held that same lead. A fantastic performance from him. And Pioneers several times over and over, Dan, we saw them, just like you said, blow the lead, and they're able to find the resilience. They dig deep, and they're able to take game number 2.
Let's take a look at the damage, because that's really what tells the story. 4K for both Soul Snipe and for Manny. Just the 2.4K for Tolic, but you've got to remember, he had a sniper rifle just kind of watching and overseeing the rest of the team for quite some time, not necessarily getting into those engagements with the battle rifle. On the other side, it's a really different story for APG from game 1 to game number 2. Only 2.2K damage for him, but we've got a game 3, but that game 2, it was a real masterclass, you've got to say, from Pioneers with how they were able to not fall apart mentally. So many teams would have crumbled after throwing away a 5-6 kill lead, and I think Optic would have taken advantage of that. But the Pioneers, they stayed true to how they wanted to play the game, and they found that W.
Yeah, here's one of formal pushes. You see they're down by about 5 here. It's a great push on C-Plat. He's able to make sure that he can get as many kills as he can on the board. This was the Soul Snipe, I believe, grab here where he's able to just help out just a little bit on Sandbags, help bottom middle. He goes for a little bit much here, right? He finds APG late. Probably didn't need to over-challenge here with these 2 stickies, and that kept the game relatively close. But as we said, right here, only 1 kill separating these 2. Formal gets a trade he should not have gotten. The Soul Snipe should not have given up on your screen there in the end. But look at this. It's a 6-kill lead. Here's the play for Manny. And I totally agree, Dan. If nothing else, the comms should have come in that Manny had the green gun on C-Plat. Surprising to see Optic let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, Formal will probably look back and say, well, I could have maybe gone bottom middle towards pillars, I could have maybe gone to house, but whichever angle you take, Manny's probably going to be somewhere trying to hit that shot at the same time. But you could go for a play of sending a dummy, a decoy, someone else to walk in front of you when you are the overshield player, but then you're committing a lot of resources to top middle. So it's very easy to look back at a play and try and analyze it like that, but I think that ultimately you have to put the respect down to Manny to having that plasma pistol at the ready to make sure that he could take down the OV when it and if it did approach him. Game number 3 though, capture the flag on Catalyst, and I mentioned it in the pre-show, Andy, they played each other in a scrim just a couple of days ago, and it was 4-3 in favor of Optic Gaming. So that suggests that this is not going to be an easy game for either side, and I'm expecting a real tough go at this one from the Pioneers. I think this could be their best chance that they've ever had at taking down a squad like Optic Gaming.
I think so too. We've talked a lot about these new game types and what they might offer a team that has traditionally a lower seed against the higher seeded teams, and this is maybe an opportunity to steal the series from Optic Gaming. Only 5 flags to go here on Catalyst CTF. We don't always see it go to 5 flags, but we'll have to see just how fast this is going to be. If the last 2 games, Dan, have been any indication, this will be a pretty back and forth match here, especially off the start.
I want to keep an eye on Druck throughout this one. He's the one who was the damage dealer when they were scrimming on this game type. He was able to put down a lot of numbers for this team, and it allowed the rest of the squad to just be able to pick up kills, perhaps where they wouldn't be able to if he wasn't able to find that much damage. Lucid trying to use the plasma pistol this time to take down the OV, but it doesn't work out. Pioneers get the OV, they get the openers, and they're the ones being aggressive.
0 kills for Optic off of those openings. Take a look at this. They'll finally get their first kill on the board, but at what cost? It was 3 dead here at the time of the pull. Only 1 player alive down in the bottom court. Soulsnipe going to sniff that player out and gets lucky timing on the back whack. He needs to try to stay alive in a situation like this. Lucid already flying into his own core to try to challenge the flag. Kills going for both sides. However, 2 dead now on each one, and Optic will have a spawner coming up fresh as well.
Yeah, notice how Optic come back to the flag. They don't try and overextend. They don't do anything silly there by giving Pioneers the chance to even run that flag halfway across the map. They deal with the problem at hand at the earliest point possible, rather than trying to fight them in their base, where if any mistake happens, there is no chance of retrieving that flag whatsoever.
Tollick knew he was in trouble, tried to clamber back up. He will eventually get punished here. 2 dead. Manny with the skewer in hand. That thing might be sent to the depths. It'll be a while before we see that. Druck, last player alive on his own main ramp. He knows the pressure's coming in. Try and do whatever damage he can. Gets a little bit on Trippy. That should be enough to pave the way for Soulsnipe to get a nice trade in the back of the base. APG almost gets a pull. Fantastic work from Manny. Last player alive got the damage he needed to slow down what could have been an Optic run. That's 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
So what's important? Oh, and that's even better. Have the repulsor at the ready. Unfortunately, you send him to a teammate, but Manny was also prepared. Druck picks up the sword, and Pioneers play that one perfectly. This is why the equipment, very important to be focusing on this map. As you mentioned in the pre-show, you've got to be using that grapple to try and get the overshield, but the repulsor is the greatest counter you can have to the sword play.
Tollick tries to go straight into a 1v2 with that. That's not going to work there. He gets caught off in that 1v2, and it's going to be a free overshield as a result there. Surprising approach from Pioneers. Maybe they thought they had the timing and the angles right, but that'll be a very easy grab from Optic Gaming as they pick off 2 kills off of the back of it as well here. Off of the first opening minutes, we still do see a slaying lead coming in for Pioneers. Tollick leading the charge once again. He's 7-5-2.
Well, that overshield did disappear quicker than Onset's coffee in the morning, but unfortunately, I don't think Optic were really able to do too much with it because of that just play from Pioneers. Yes, they allowed them to get a free pickup, but they were more than prepared for that overshield player to walk upon them, and the melt was gonna happen. 3 players all looking at Formal at the same time. The overshield gets taken out of the equation, and this has been such a back and forth. Slay's perhaps gone in favor of Pioneers for the most part, but they haven't been able to get any flags to show for it.
Yeah, if you were hoping for just a crazy start as the last 2 games, you've certainly seen it so far. It's been action-packed, and teams truly holding forward against one another, not really wanting to give the other an inch in terms of map control. Soulsnipe trying to figure out where he might be able to do some damage here on the gold side. He will find himself with 2 teammates dead, but it's a great play from Lucid using the abnormally large back corners of this map to his advantage.
You know, it's very intelligent play though. It's how many times do you see players like sitting in those areas with the sword. He tries to check the angle, and because of it, Optic get the cap. If he hadn't have made that play, if they hadn't have stopped the sword, man, he could have been in a position where he was able to take down a flag runner or take down some of these guys in the base. Optic go 1-0 up, but now off the back of it, Pioneers are running a flag and they go in top middle here.
Look at Soulsnipe also just using the geometry to avoid the damage off of those main ramp nades. They do throw the flag top. We've talked about here, grapple would be huge in this part. The door opens just in time. Soulsnipe continuing to bring the flag back, but he knows he needs the flag. They will drop and slay.
Gets 1, needs to just do enough damage on the second to try and help his team as much as possible. Big grenades coming out from Druck at this point. You know full well that he's going to get aggressive on this because he got that damage, and he knew he got that damage, but have they done enough to get the flag moving? Yes, they have, and it's tied up just like that, 1-1. Catalyst capture the flag can be so quick with those counter caps.
Yeah, what a series between these two so far. It's been fantastic play in game number 3 as well from both sides. Really textbook play on Catalyst, if we can say that this early in Catalyst's life cycle. 2 dead now for Optic, 2 dead also for Pioneer, so things will slow down off of this reset for just a second. Soulsnipe, grapple in hand, going to use that to get even further in on the gold side.
And remember, top 3 is what these teams are playing for as well. Guaranteed top 3. If you get to that winners finals, this would be what Pioneers have been desperately searching for many a week playing through Pro Series. Yeah, all year. Like, they've been able to break into top 4, but top 3, a very different story indeed, and it would be a real statement to everyone else in the competition if they are able to do so. But still a long way to go at the moment. They are going to be pulling a flag, but they've lost a couple of players.
APG looking like the girl from The Ring there on, the Grudge on the main ramp there, somehow just turns around on all fours with his arms back around and lays down shots to the main ramp immediately. The flag is still going to be out there, and that flag standoff return's going to come in, though. Now Druck is waiting and baiting, now trying to look for this back. He's going to be able to get it on APG, but he needs help.
Needs help. First grenade is the wrong way as well. He knew there was going to be a player there and waiting, but not able to tag Lucid with it. 2 players have fallen from Pioneers. Optic have 3. You'd imagine there should be a flag cap, but there is still going to be time. No, there is not. 2-1. Optic find themselves leading once more.
Optic with some great presence there. Lucid also predicting the nade coming up on the flag side of the ramp, just as you pointed out there. Instead, just loops himself back around to the backside of that ramp to instead take the damage without taking the nade damage. A huge play there. Otherwise, it could have been a 1v2 flag return scenario. Tala cleaning up some kills here, though. That'll be a Killjoy ending Formal spree. Gonna try to double back out here and did not finish that reload completely. That was very strange. I'm not even sure how the reload animations work there. He's 17-9, though. 6 minutes left in this game, still a lot to play.
And maybe the 17 kills played a part in that challenge. Thought that he had done enough damage initially. Just didn't quite work out on that occasion. Still plenty of time, though, for the Pioneers. And similarly to what happened in the scrim a couple of days ago, the slays are all going well, but it just seems like they are struggling to get that flag moving. And they're not getting grooving with this overshield as well. So close to being able to pop it.
Oh, boy, and we almost see Manny go for a little dip there. He'll get the clamber and stay alive. So in the end, it will still be a Pioneers grab there. You have to wonder if Soul Snipe waited just a fraction of a second. It felt like he sprinted before he started the pop. Certainly possible, but oh my God, there was an overshield in play. There is no longer an overshield in play.
I also think that Torlik grappled that flag to get it some distance on the other side of the map, but I don't know if it's going to work out. No, Druck is still moving it, so Torlik with that grapple at least give Pioneers a chance here, because he really took it from a position where Optic had good sightlines on it.
APG gets the kill. He baits the nades on the return, then jumps off the return. He will eventually get taken down, and they had even more nades waiting for him. Manny with a double kill. That's huge. That flag should continue moving. It's on the stand. Manny with the home run slide. He will bring that one into home plate. 2-2 now with 4:49 left, and we have a fantastic ending here to our series ending game number 3.
I wish we could see the POV there from Torlik and how he was able to grapple that, because I feel like Optic were in a position where the flag was somewhere around here on the map, right? And then Torlik just grappled it from outside over towards one of the Ivy or Gold sides, and where Optic thought they had cover, where they thought the grenades would be able to bank off, unfortunately that grapple ruined everything for them. And you were the one who mentioned it in the pre-show. This grapple has got to be played for. It's got to be prioritized, because it can do things like that.
Absolutely. We've seen as that flag is now going to start as well. 2 dead for the Pioneers. It will be Optic starting a flag run of their own. Formal's just going to go ahead and toss that out, stay alive, and think about reslaying. He finds Soul Snipe and will get first shot on him. Soul Snipe with some great grenades, but they're not enough to take down Formal as he stays alive on the gold side, and this is the last player you want just sitting on your flag. Look at this, just baiting even more. He should be able to continue that run, and this is fantastic play. They'll give up the overshield, but with this many guns on it, they're going to melt that overshield. Manny will fall as well. Flag will get juggled. Luckily, it's still alive, but that will delay the run.
That could have been a guaranteed cap. It may still be a cap, don't get me wrong, but those little mislips can be the reason why a team can get to the other side and still have an engagement in your base to try and stop it. But it looks like it should be okay, will be okay, and Formal wouldn't have to worry and have maybe some rough sleep about that one. Instead, Optic do find themselves 3-2 up with 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining, and it seems like Optic's starting to heat up a little bit here.
Manny trying to stay alive on the main ramp. He'll be forced spikers and actually take down Trippy. That's 2 dead for Optic here, and worth noting at this stage as Druck is also continuing to defend, and that flag run will start. Tolik still leading the game. He's 20-13. It's about the 3rd time we've said that in 3 games. Quite a performance from him. This game is far from over. 3 minutes left, and it's only 1 flag separating the 2.
Flags are moving. Skewer is also arriving on the map. Druck going back just to try and get the stragglers. Will find one, but he needs to return to his base ASAP because Lucid's been able to get the opening kill, and the rest of Pioneers are struggling to deal with the Optic barrage that's happening in their base.
You have to wonder the value of that kill that he went for. The flag will return, and Druck deciding to push into the enemy's courtyard. Yes, he took down Formal, but at what cost? It felt like they really could have used that gun. Also, that sword in the back of the base. So that flag will return, and Pioneer's not going to have too much time to think about it here. Actually, Druck going to go for an outside flank here with the grapple. He'll hit the first one, connect it to the second one. This should bring him right into the enemy flag here, and he's actually going to do it in just 2. Use the 3rd just in case, and flag not yet pulled. Going to see exactly how this plays out. There goes the flag. They only had 1 dead, 3v3 at the time of the pull.
Well, Manny gets a trade onto APG, so it's a 2 versus 2. It's a little bit bit of a fumble there, as I almost fumbled my words at the same time, but this grapple has allowed Druck to surprise Optic and get this flag on the move, but now he's going to have to just try and take a fight here. Leave that flag in a relatively safe position and hope this sword can do some damage.
Oh, it's a big kill on Lucid. Can he stay alive in the back of the base? Formal will pick up that kill. Soulsnipe was last player alive momentarily, as we're now on board with him. He's going to now have to try to get the stop. The flag has been returned. What was a safe position is no longer. All players overloading gold side, and it's an APG overshield as well, but big kills coming in, but APG with the overshield just anchoring this position for his team.
Yeah, he can do the damage against those players who have been able to challenge the flag directly, but who's going to deal with the overextenders? That's going to be the main question that Optic are going to have to ask, and it looks like APG's been able to do a job to win this side of the map, but what's happened elsewhere? Druck has been able to get one kill. The flag is moving, but if APG can get the return, he can try and put himself 4-2 up here. Just has to be careful of these grenades. Does pop it in 4-2 with 1 minute 10. Optic looking good.
That really should be the icing on the cake here for Optic Gaming. It's a huge final run there, and not enough numbers for Pioneers on that final run. Lucid also with the skewer in hand, looking to skew someone. Just going to hold this gold side angle, which is such an easy angle to hold with a weapon like the skewer, just forcing them through the cheese grater. He'll pick up another one. That will be 3 dead yet again. 45 seconds. It could be another heartbreaking Game 3 defeat for Pioneers.
That is a graphic image of being forced through a cheese grater that I'm probably going to have terrible dreams about tonight. But 37 seconds left. As you say, this should be enough from Optic, but it is a map where you can get back-to-back flags pretty quickly. So the Pioneers, they need to move now, and they need to be making sure they pick up the kills. But Optic almost setting up defensively at this point, just watching their angles and playing it safe.
2 dead for Pioneers. APG also just going to toss this flag out, continue the move as well. Not content with just a 4-2, going to keep running the flag. Knows he needs to slay just a bit. He has the help, so he's just going to bring this one in. This is going to be game, set, and match. The 5th flag will go, and the game was tied for quite some time, but Optic will end it with a score of 5-2, and they will take the series.
Yeah, and just looking at, you know, the slays, the Pioneers, they almost had the better of Optic again in terms of that department. I didn't get time to do quick math there, but it looks like they had around 77, Optic around 74 as a rough little look. But I certainly feel like Optic are just far more efficient when it comes to those flag runs, and even though we saw that play of the grapple, right, behind the base, you get that flag on the move, that's the risk you run when you pull a flag without control of the map. The other team can get those kills in the base, and they can get that return and get that counter cap, and Optic took full advantage of that.
Here's the stats we're taking a look at here. I'll let you do some quick math, Dan, as we take a look at some of the highlights. In the end, talked a lot about how plays were popping off. Talik originally 20 and 13 at one point. In the end, though, look at Trippy, 24 and 21. Also, you have Formal there with 22 and 18, big numbers from the duo.
It was more kills for Optic in the end, so they were able to finally get over that line and outslay the Pioneers. And I think that was what is important previously, where they may have struggled in other games that would allow those pulls to actually happen. The Pioneers, unfortunately, just fell off a little bit, even though stats looked pretty good for Talik. It just wasn't enough to get them into the game. Stats-wise and damage-wise, over 6k for 3 members of Optic. What else can you ask of a squad who just seem to be very, very much firing together and firing well? They had a rough scare on the Slayer live fire, and going into Catalyst Capture the Flag, they were probably concerned that this could be a dangerous game type to play indeed, but they kept their heads, they kept a level head, and unfortunately the Pioneers weren't able to topple that.
Yeah, Pioneers, once again, as we said, it's a story all too familiar for them, but my God, did they put up quite a fight. Taking a look at some of the highlights from that fantastic game number 3, it was Optic who was able to score first, but not long after, off of the counter with some great control. Take a look at this. Once again, we said Soulsnipe knew he had to drop and shoot. Getting that single kill on APG could be the difference maker, even some extra damage on Trippy at the end there. That paves the way for Druck to come in, do a little bit of extra damage, and clean up this kill on bottom Ivy. Plays like that are what tied the game at 1-1.
And I remember last week when the Pioneers played Cloud9 on this game type, there was a situation where they had to either go for the overshield or go for the flag. And in the end, it seemed like they went for the wrong one. And because of it, they lost a flag, and we were left asking, should they have gone for the other decision? It happened again in this game game today, where Druck had the sword, could have gone back with his team, decided to instead push into the opposition base and secure the 1 kill, but then watched his flag get returned as the rest of his team were bombarded by grenades. Had he gone back with the team, he could have helped and potentially even done enough damage to keep that flag moving. Those are how crucial some of these decisions can be in top tier games like this. Just minor decisions that actually turn out to be major decisions in the grand scheme of things.
You do have to wonder, and you have to think also, how common is that going to be as you see the 5th flag punched in for Optic Gaming, the series clinching 5th flag there. They'll win as you take a look at the series layout, the series 2-1. A hard-fought series from Pioneers, not making it easy along the way. And these games were all tied at different times, and we even saw some big Pioneers leads throughout this series as well. However, in the end, it will be Optic Gaming with a convincing final game of 5-2 CTF on Catalyst to close out the series and send Pioneers to the elimination bracket as we bring the whole group back in. Lottie and Mark, quite a series to start off the day.
It certainly was quite the series, and I've got to say I'm very pleasantly surprised. Of course, the score being 2-1, but I felt like that was the closest we have seen for Pioneers coming up against one of the top dogs. Obviously, Optic taking things last week, but on set, you know, we kind of talked about how well Optic are doing, but Pioneers right now are looking pretty good. What did you make of their gameplay overall?
Honestly, it's kind of what we see from Pioneers a lot, right? Look very, very good in parts, look like they can beat anyone, but then they lose the series against one of the top 4 teams. And there's moments in the game where you can literally pinpoint it happening, right? Optic should not have won that map, that first map. You know, Pioneers had huge leads right until those last moments. Then it's just an individual push, a 1-by-1 push, giving away the first kill in those final battles where you have to be the hardest kill possible to keep yourself in the lead. They just try and win the game too quickly, it almost felt like at some points. And it's kind of been synonymous with what we've seen from them so far. Optic, huge amount of credit for them to show the resilience they did to keep those games tight and make those great comebacks. But, you know, one thing I did want to highlight from the series is not so much on the Pioneer side, is how damn good Optic looked on Catalyst CTF. That was one of the most conclusive performances I've seen. The way they were running that flag back, the decision-making, everything just looks super, super solid from them.
You know, talking about that final map, that Catalyst CTF, and we kind of highlighted that before we got into the game. What was the big difference? Because I feel like the first third of that was really neck and neck, and Pioneers were doing a really good job at keeping up and being very aggressive and feeling like they had control at certain points. And then by the other third, I mean, it was the last third of the game, I just felt like Optic really ran away with things. So what was the main difference for you there on set?
I think it was Optic spacing on the map was always really, really solid. They were always in a position to help each other out. They were always in a position to, you know, shadow that flag back. And also there were some really good decisions being made when they were pulling flags, knowing there might have been players wrapping behind them, therefore just taking an extra second to turn back and not fight ahead of themselves or try and force that flag forward to kill those players and then just clear the way for them. So just little things like that. I think Optic's communication must have been on point in that series, because every single decision they seemed to make when they were running the flag would result in a flag cap.
Yeah, indeed. And Bravo, I just want to talk about that Slayer very quickly. I think it was impressive for Pioneers to be able to, I think, kind of weather the storm that Optic tend to bring, especially in a Slayer. They have some incredible Slayers on the roster. And at one point, it was getting a little bit close towards the middle, but Pioneers managed to stop the snowball effect and start to pull away with it themselves. Talk to me about the balance between the two teams and why Pioneers did actually win with such a decent kind of head on there.
Yeah, I think it was key kills, right? That game was tied still. That game was tied at around 20. That game was tied again at 29. Only when we saw 32-29 did we see things start to pull apart. And I think it was truly, as we've talked about a few times over the past few weeks, truly specific kills that they got at the 32-29 mark that gave them about a 5 to 7 kill lead over the next few moments. That became the difference maker. That was the cushion, right? Because keep in mind, things got a little dicey right around 41-35. They got a little close once again at about 46-40, and you can never count Optic out of a live fire Slayer, certainly. So I think just getting those key kills around the 35-29 mark gave them the cushion to then run away with the game. If they don't get those kills, I think things are really different. So once again, it's key kills at the right time that were really a difference maker. And also, of course, eliminating Formal's Overshield, a huge play late game as well. Huge plays all around, but I got to tell you, Optic looking absolutely amazing at the moment. They will go forward into our winners finals. We need to take a look at the bracket though to see exactly where we're at. A couple of things have been happening off the screen, and I want to know what the scores are on the doors because it's very important. We do also have our elimination bracket coming up as well, which is going to be really exciting to see where everybody is settled. Let's take a look at the winners bracket though first and find out what we've got for you guys. As you can see, Optic take down Pioneers 2-1 in a pretty close and hefty battle there as well.
We also do have our winners finals with Cloud9 because they do actually take down Space Station 2-0. So we do have Optic versus Cloud9, and that is a rematch, folks. A tale as old as time. We've seen it last week. It's going to be absolutely amazing to see exactly where these two teams are at this time around. Let's head into the elimination bracket as well to find out what is going on down there, because this is where it's at. You know, you go hard or you go home here, folks. Quarterfinals, we have Pioneers obviously dropping down here. They're going to be waiting for G1 versus Complexity and the winner of that one to go forward. We do have Space Station versus Sentinels. Now, Gaskin, looking at this matchup, which we do have coming our way very shortly, you know, Space Station going up against Cloud9. It was awesome to see them in a semi-final there. Are you surprised by the result here? Because obviously it was going to be a really, really difficult battle from the start.
I think I'm surprised that Space Station have been able to turn it around so quickly, as they've not necessarily been showing enough promise in the last couple of weeks after the changes happened for me to say, okay, I think they are capable of getting to a winners bracket semis-finals. But when you look at the players on that team, you're like, well, why aren't they getting that far? Why are they consistently losing to the likes of G2, the likes of G1? Well, they've finally been able to topple them, but now they go into a bracket where they're playing Sentinels, where they're probably just kicking themselves a little bit, saying, damn, I wish we were having the chance to play against a G1 or a G2 so we could just get that extra placement here in the elimination bracket. But at the same time, you can only beat what's in front of you. And if you can take down Sentinels, then suddenly your day looks even better and more respect is going to be on your name as a team. So I don't think this is out of the realms of possibility. I think Space Station will give this a damn good go. I'm expecting Sentinels to win, of course, but Space Station, I think they're going to come very hard at Sentinels here and really go for the throat.
Yeah, it will certainly be a difficult one there, to say the least. But I've actually just got word while you were chatting away there, Gaskin, that we're actually going to be having an interview with Lucid from Optic. So I'm really excited about this one, just to kind of get an idea or a clarification of where they're at, how they're feeling about this. Obviously, making another run here, and I think they're going to be very happy with how they're playing. But just to give us a little bit more of an insight here as well. So I believe we have him on standby if we're going to go into the interview. But I'm just waiting for clarification on that one, folks. No, we're going to go in. We're jumping straight in. We're going to go to the interview room, and I believe it's myself and Onset and Lucid. So lovely to have you joining us once again. It's great to see you. Rob's really enjoying the haircut, by the way. He's
almost
really enjoying the haircut. Yeah, probably too much. But he's loving that. But apart from your haircut, the gameplay's looking slick, and you guys are really giving us exactly what we want for our final Pro Series. How are the team feeling about heading into the rest of the bracket?
I would say we're feeling pretty good. Also, just a heads up, I'm not sure how the camera or the audio sounds from myself. Things have been a little bit iffy here with the setup. Just getting into Texas today, but overall we're doing good. We've been talking through some stuff, through some of the scrims, some of the previous Pro Series, and trying to implement more of that into these matches, which some, there's still some growing pains, I would say, with some of our Slayers, but being the primary one, but still plenty of things that I think we are improving on, and we will continue to improve on. So, yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question about to kind of give advice to maybe some other players and what goes through your head as a team when you're in those really tight situations. I'm using this game one from the last series as an example, where you're down and you've only got sort of 30 seconds left on the game clock, and people start to get a little bit flustered and start to do things that they maybe wouldn't have done when the game is tied up at 0-0. What goes through your head as a team, and what do you try and focus on in those tight moments to make sure that you come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, focusing up in those moments it's one of those things that, as difficult as it is, kind of comes down to almost just the experience. Like, you almost have to be living through those moments to kind of get the feel for it, because you will make those mistakes. You will jump the gun and just do things that you normally don't, and you kind of have to just embrace that. Hopefully you don't make those mistakes in the first place, but sometimes it just happens. And you kind of just have to continue through that and, just own it, learn from your mistakes, and move on.
I love it. I love it. Some amazing advice for everybody out there from one of the world's best. So thank you so much, Lucid, for joining us. Incredible stuff so far in the winners bracket, and congratulations on that last win, and best of luck pushing forward.
Thank you, guys.
Well, there we have it. We've heard from Lucid himself on the Optic team. They're feeling pretty good right now. And I'm feeling pretty good too, because we have another match on the cards, and it's going to be our elimination quarterfinals. We are going to be seeing Sentinels versus Space Station Gaming to see what both of these guys have left in the tank. And we're going to head to our AMD Power Performance right now, and it's going to be the one and only Frosty, another main slayer that we're seeing on our screens as well. And this guy, he's pretty amazing at Halo Infinite. That is safe to say. And let's talk about it. I mean, Bravo, some of the stats that we see on our screens right now are just unbelievable. And I think a lot of players only dream of getting those in Halo Infinite, let alone in pro level competition for the season. Why is this guy so good?
I mean, he's just one of the best to ever do it. The way the man combines game smarts with his shot ability, it really is unmatched. If you think about the way that he's able to move around the maps, regardless of Halo title over the past few years, he has put on unbelievable performances, and always shows up on the scoreboard. To be honest, Frosty's not really a player who goes big in games and isn't showing up on the scoreboard. It feels like Frosty, even when he's popping off in terms of the slays he gets, the objective runs, it doesn't matter. It feels like he's always still also putting up unbelievable numbers, and very few players throughout history have been able to put up the performances and the numbers that he has and that he continues to put up.
Yeah, I want to go off the back of that as well, because, you know, we've been calling him a Halo genius, and I think it just sums the guy up. You look at kind of highlight moments and features of other players, right? You see like the sneaky plays from Lucid, for example. You see the IGL abilities of the likes of an Eco. Frosty literally has everything. There's not a weakness to his game. Every single time that you're seeing him, if he's got a sniper, he'll hit the shots. If he's having to make calls in game for his team, he'll make those calls. If he has to be aggressive, he'll be there, and he has to clutch up, he'll clutch up. He is the epitome, for me, of the perfect Halo player. If you had 4 Frosties, I don't think there's many teams that beat 4 Frosties.
Gaska, do you love him?
4 Frosties. I mean, it sounds like my breakfast for a week.
Yeah,
that does actually sound pretty good.
But yeah, I think that when you look at those stats, they look like matchmaking stats. You know, average of 21 kills per game against the likes of Optic and Cloud9. That's unheard of. You don't see many players ever do something like that. That really says a statement. You know, I'm a stats guy, and I think that says a lot about Frosty there.
It does indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to find out just a little bit more about him to see if him and his team can actually take this one over the dub line. I'm handing it over to Onset and Bravo.
Thank you very much, Lottie. I tell you what, Andy, I've been waiting for this. I'm quite excited for this. Can you tell? Oh, I've got a big smile on my face. I've listened to you two guys talk us through that first game, and what a game it was between Optic and Pioneers. But now we get to see Sentinels, the KC champions, in action, but in the lower bracket against a Space Station. I've got to say, I've looked pretty impressive today.
Yeah, they certainly have. Maybe not the way we expected to first jump on board with Sentinels, but this is where we find them in the bracket, and this is where we will be jumping in. Taking a look at the series layout of your elimination quarterfinals. First up, King of the Hill Live Fire, then Slayer Catalyst, Stronghold Street. So 2 out of 3 game types, brand new game types here on set.
Yeah, 2 out of the 3, and as I say, this is going to make the series a little bit more spicy, which is something that we always enjoy seeing here in the Halo Championship Series. But King of the Hill Live Fire, it's been around for long enough, I think, now for teams to have worked out how they want to play it, and I do think that they're starting to see some strategies implemented, especially when it gets to that game clock and those final hills, Andy.
That's right. Sentinels versus Space Station is your next matchup, and as we said, Space Station on a little bit of a run here. Last week, I believe they fell to it. The G1 run was where they found themselves falling short, but now an opportunity against who is now touted by many as the best team in the world. It will be Sentinels versus Space Station. Only one team will advance.
It's so crazy how things change, right? Before KC, people were saying Sentinels maybe top 3, maybe they get into the final. I've got to give a shout out to my boy Clutch, though. He was a believer, and understandably so, because they came through in the clutch moments and became champions once more. But we're going to start off with the man we were talking about. It's going to be Frosty. It's always a wonderful POV to watch, and he's already putting some damage down, as it looks like Sentinels already making a beeline for that B hill.
Absolutely, and right away they're going to get it, and you see teams starting to do that a little bit more and more because of the position of that B hill. You can get away with that, and a single player even can start to put a lot of points on the board on the first hill. But I got to say, fantastic to be alongside you here, and Frosty not afraid to challenge Tyler top mid. He had help as well, but fantastic to be alongside you here to see Sentinels on screen once again. I know a lot of fans have been excited to see what they look like here in the Pro Series.
They certainly have indeed, but just off the rip here, you can see just a slender lead for Sentinels with that early hill time, but Ace has got the, or did manage to pick up that first overshield. It's kind of dissipated now, but look at that information he's just gathered for his team. Space Station should be able to collapse here and do a lot of damage. 2 dead already for Sentinels, and Space Station looking to take control of this hill.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. As we said, they've been hot today so far. Snakebite, though, great help coming in from bottom pillars as well. So Space Station will be in a world of hurt here at back green. Trades will continue to come in. But as you said, quite a few points here on the board. They're almost 50% of the way through as Sentinels.
They certainly are, and sniping from the hill is always a good place to be because you have so many angles. If teammates are doing damage in and around you, you don't have to rely on headshots. You can just hit body shots to slow things down, but at the moment, Snakebite is hitting anything that is moving. If you have some sort of movement coming across the map and you see some speed lines, Snakebite's going to hit it. He hits another body shot, and now he's just pushing up on tower.
Yeah, just pushes all the way in there. Great confidence, also great aggression. He forced everyone off of C-Plat, and that's going to secure the hill. Look at how he moved there. That was great aggression coming from him, not only for the rotate, but also to push everyone else back off of any challenge for that final hill. Sentinels will go up 1-0 in the game. As a reminder, of course, you're playing to 4 hills.
Overshield going to be popping now as well, and that is one of the most vital things to control on this game type. The Overshield really can just cement a hill for you. Not only can you stand inside of the hill and soak up a few extra bullets, a few extra grenades to allow your team to work around you, you can also be the aggressor. You can take fights, you can deal damage, and we talked about the information collected a little bit earlier on from a Space Station player. Look how much Snakebite's just gone. He gets eliminated, but he knows where all of the players from Space Station will be pushing.
Gets a one-way ticket there to top tower. That's not the route we always see. Now on board here with Lethal. Ooh, nice job there. Fully connecting there on Suppressed, who we have to mention is 8-5 right now in this game, leading the game in kills. Some pretty interesting outlier stats there on the side of Space Station. Ace yet to be on the board, while Suppressed is here on 8 kills, but that first hill already going to Sentinels, and the second one looking pretty good for them as well.
Yeah, just control this tower for the entirety of it as well, and this is the position you really need to control, not just for the ability to lock down this top middle lane that you're seeing Lethal do right now, but also for the respawns. You're going to be spawning close to that hill, and Ace, unfortunately, he's got his first kill, but the second's going to have to be delayed for a few more moments as Lethal sniffs him out.
Sniper also was up there top mid, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been a Frosty grab, and he repulsored back up, I think. No, it's going to be Collect, actually, who stole it from Frosty, who tried to find and sneak him out there. Concrete challenge does come in, but a spawner's going to help. That's Tylenol from the back. So far, Collect going to have to try to slow play the Sniper if he can. Already down 2-0. They need to make sure they get a few kills here off of this next rotation.
Royal 2 just does something pretty nutty as Collector will clip him around the back of the ear for that mistake. But, I mean, Royal 2 was in the hill. He was pretty much on his own. He escapes from the hill, feels the pressure coming in, and manages to pick up a double kill, completely opening the map up for Sentinels, who are now back inside of that hill. So even though Collect hits the nice shot to finally take Royal 2 down, he's not going to be able to do too much more damage. As another weapon is in play. It's going to be the Heat Wave, and it's going to be Lethal, who takes down, Collect, who is playing around that cave.
Tylenol going to have maybe just 1 or 2 shots left in that sniper rifle. We'll have to see what he has left to play with, but they're going to need to put together quite a different performance here. Lethal, by the way, leading his team now. He's 9-4. Great start for him in this series, and a lot of people, of course, on the Sentinel side, very excited to see Lethal cemented as part of this roster this week, and great to see him playing alongside the squad as well. Nice job here from Tylenol. Pick up the double, and he'll get the overshield as well.
Big play from Tylenol there. I wondered if he was just going to get beaten to that overshield. Both players kind of in a foot race towards it. Who was going to grab it? Who was going to be able to pop it? But the only thing that was popped was Lethal for a few seconds as the snipe and the beatdown connected to allow him to get away with that one now. And with full overshield, you really can just be a menace here. You can see just sniffing out these players. A player on scoreboard should be taken down by Collect. They're going to be able to pick up another here. 3-4 in quick succession for Sentinels, and Space Station might be able to take this Garage Hill here.
And how big was that double kill and overshield grab? I'll say you put it perfectly, just how important that overshield can be in this game type. Eventually, he'll trade again, another double kill for him. They'll put the hill on the board, so some pivotal points there throughout those rotations to pick up the second hill and keep this game close instead of being down 3-0. Now, all of a sudden, it's a 2-1 game.
Now you're going to see that hill moving over to the power-up. Frosty manages to eliminate Suppress, just making sure that he turns the weaponry back over to him. Collect was trying to chase him down, and I think that Collect is going to be still chasing him down, but look what's happening elsewhere as well. 3 players fall from Sentinels once again, and that's going to allow Space Station now to maybe start just kind of tiptoeing towards that hill to get a bit of time on the board. I mentioned just before this game got underway as well how things have kind of evolved in King of the Hill, and it's all about getting a lead before those kind of final hills. You've seen that top middle hill as an example, one of the final hills you might see here on live fight. If they can lock it down, Sentinels, they can play time. However, if Space Station take this, it's going to be more of a scrap to get control of that top hill.
Great work here from Collect. Look at him just patrolling there on sandbags and just getting behind opponents there on those A spawns. Now just doing whatever he can. Hasn't found Frosty just yet there. Might have his shields recharge in time. Eventually he plays the heat wave though, so heads up plays all around. But look at it. Look at how much time that led to. Fantastic work from him. The fact that they were able to get those 8 kills were absolutely huge, but they have a little bit of work to do to close out this hill.
They certainly do, and I think the overshield's just popped as well. So Frosty's got snipe. I'm pretty sure the Sentinels will have control of the power up. And even though you can see Space Station only really need to break once, it's tough enough to break against a team like Sentinels. When you're only 4v4 on the map, give them power-ups, give them power weapons, it becomes even more difficult. And look how that lead has been chopped down now. Sentinels almost tying up on this hill.
They are going to take this hill, I'll tell you right now. Amazing stuff from Frosty to hit the body there across the top, then pop the overshield. It's guaranteed they're going to get this hill. This will be 3-1. I'd bet the house on it here. That time is going to tick down. They will close that out. And a fantastic response there. They were down by about 75% of the hill, and they close it out. 3-1, only one more hill to go for them.
I mean, Frosty's just been popping off in the last few minutes. As soon as he got that sniper rifle, it's just been body shot, damage, 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 and nobody has been able to move on the Space Station side. If Frosty can get back onto this C-plat, back up to top tower, then Sentinels will have the stronger side of the map to try and control this.
It begs the question, are we finally at the point, and I think it's pretty late in the game's lifespan, are we finally at the point where we're going to see more top teams delaying the overshield pop and not panic popping it, and instead creating hugely advantageous situations like we just saw? I think there's still a big skill gap in terms of timing that overshield pop, and you're starting to see Sentinels really put it to work.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you've got numbers, why pop an overshield, right? You should be able to outplay the other team as you would without it. Then just wait for that next wave. If you get the next wave of an overshield, then you're going to be dominating not for just, 16, 17 seconds. It becomes 30 seconds, almost a minute that you can really overpower the map. And speaking of overpowering, there's an overpowered player on your map right now, and that's Frosty. He's going to be looking for Tylenol. Narrowly misses that shot, but look at Royal 2. Just sat in that hill. The help coming in now from Frosty. Suppress is going to challenge. Finally, Frosty taken down. 4 players actually fall from Sentinels here, so Space Station need to do what Sen did to them a few moments ago on the last hill.
Let's see. Snakebite was last player alive. This should be a secure grab there on the overshield. It will be for Space Station, so an opportunity for them to answer back, and we'll see if they can make a game out of this one. Certainly, it's been close so far. Only 3-1, and now they need to fight to make sure that this hill does not go the way of Sentinels.
Suppress is going to be flanking. Should be able to pick up a couple of at least damage, at least kills, and at least force players down low, which means hill time. Most importantly here for Space Station. Royal 2 making it work for it, but Suppress getting the job done. But can he get away with his life? The answer is no. 2 players down for Sentinel. Space Station still with a commanding lead here, and I tell you what, Space Station might bring this one a little bit closer, and we might go to a second rotation of those hills.
Let's see, they haven't jumped in just yet. Looks like just a moment away. There's going to be some contesting up top middle. Tylenol maybe with an opportunity here. This should be his point. Yes, they will be able to get it out here. Now 3-2, and it's just a 1 hill game.
Now, as I said last week, the Space Station, I feel like they've finally got 4 players with the ability to cause a little bit of a stir in the Halo Championship Series. I think we're starting to see that right now. They've already managed to secure top 6. Yes, they did fall to Cloud9 to find themselves in this lower bracket, but look at the game that they're giving Sentinels right now. They are not out of this by any shadow of a doubt.
Look at Tylenol doing so well to make sure he does not become the first player to die here on concrete. He has such a pivotal role, needs to make sure he's helping out, and all the help comes in from top sandbags to scoreboard as well. Those 2 dead there, that's going to be huge.
Collect working so well with them as well. The damage being done, and we mentioned earlier, damage is great, but if it's not being cleaned up, it's not being turned into kills, and it's not being turned into objective efficiency, then you don't win games at Halo. It really is that simple, and at the moment, look at the control of this green hill. It has been dominant from Space Station. Sentinels once again find themselves 3 dead, make it 4. Frosty just spawned, and this is looking like Space Station to be tying this one up at 3-3 any moment now.
They will get it. Frosty, they're just trying to push top mid to get a little bit of map control back, but we are tied 3-3, and the winner of the next hill will win. Keep in mind, 147 on the clock.
Yeah, let's look at Suppress right now. 23-18. The man has 23 kills to his name. He has not been out of the game for more than 1 second, and Collect starts to introduce himself as well. But even with that shot, the problem here is the break on B is tough. They have the overshield to play with here, Sentinels as well. They managed to pick that up. Snakebite sat in the hill. Space Station, this might be a case of just trying to be as aggressive as physically possible, get up the map, and then maybe think about the next wave as the one where we break.
Ooh, Tylenol gets traded out in the back of the base. That would have been a huge kill if Tylenol stayed alive. That will force Snakebite out. The nest push is still coming, though.
Press is going to be still alive. Collect picks up 2 once again. Another impactful double kill. Snakebite now has to escape and try and play with his teammate Frosty. It's a really, really strong showing here from Space Station. A pretty efficient break for them as Frosty gets taken down by Ace. And Snakebite now finds himself on his own. All these shots coming in, manages to stick the pinky toe, the end of the trainer. And that's going to allow Space Station should I say, excuse me, Sentinels, maybe to just delay this hill being ticked up. But look how close it is. Look how tightly fought this hill has been between both teams.
Great stuff there from Suppress as well. He'll probably do a little bit of damage to Lethal as well. Still 2 dead for the side of Space Station, though, so will be Sentinels hopping back in. Suppress right now is 24 kills on the board once again. Just absolutely enormous numbers from him when you look at the rest of the lobby.
Frosty is going to have to deal with the mess that was left back tower. 2 players did fly from Space Station. It's 3 dead now for Space Station. Collect last alive, and he's still in a sneaky position. He repulsed up to the top of that tower, and now he's going to try and do it again. Royal 2's going to be trying to push. The heat wave is going to cause some problems, and at the moment, Collect is just denying all of the players from Sentinels of getting anywhere near this hill. He is a one-man army.
And look at the Guardian Angel Tylenol helping out as well. Should be able to pick up another kill. Craziness in the back of the base there. Still 2 dead for the side of Sentinels, and will be continued points overall for Space Station. They're just about tied. This overshield will likely decide it.
All of Sentinels just flying out for this overshield as well. Space Station are meeting them head on, though. The aggression is coming in from both squads. Snakebite and Royal 2 trying to delay things. Snakebite is going to take down Suppress, and I think the Royal 2... No! Tylenol is going to be on the flank, and he's going to pick up the final kill. That will be the overshield going to Space Station. Now Tylenol can push on this hill.
What does Frosty do back here? Frosty is back tower. They know he's there, but if Frosty can stay alive and get the damage he needs, he might keep this game close.
Massive moment in this game here for Space Station, and also for Sentinels. Frosty gets a double kill somehow. Tylenol finally takes him down, but has Frosty done enough? It's a tie at the end of the game. I mean, it was about close as you could ask for of a game. That was about as exciting as you could ask for in a King of the Hill, but Frosty staying alive and picking up that double kill at the end of that game was massive for Sentinel. Probably the only reason that ends in a tie.
Absolutely massive. Also, is that that's definitely the first tie that I've casted in King of the Hill. Is that the first tie that you've casted?
Yeah, I panicked straight away. I was like, what happens now?
I think once we saw 3-3, I was like, man, I really don't know what these overtime rules are. So there you have it. We are going to be tied, and we'll have to now wait for admins and competitive ops to tell us what the tiebreaker is. Is it a full restart? We have never met this scenario before, so we'll have to see.
Hey, the last Pro Series, but we're still learning something new, right? I mean, that's the wonderful thing about the Halo Championship Series. It is always full of surprises, but it gives us a second just to reflect on what a performance that was from Space Station, Andy. They looked completely different. They look like a team who is now well drilled. It looks like people are winning their pivs. It just looks like what we were expecting from a Space Station lineup right at the start, Halo Infinite.
Absolutely. I think this is what people have been waiting to see. Also, Suppress, I don't even know what he ended with. I think when we last checked in with him on the scoreboard, he was at 24 kills. I'm sure he ended with even more. But fantastic back and forth gameplay. When it was 3-1, I think a lot of people would have placed their bets on the side of Sentinels, but great resilience out of Space Station to claw back and also just fight tooth and nail for those overshields and also just staying alive. I mean, we saw Collect with the Heat Wave and Sniper atop A and then winning big rotates there and shutting down entire pushes. So, like you say, credit to the entire side of Space Station.
I'm hearing from the most reliable source in Halo, which is Dan Gaskin, by the way, telling us that it's actually from Richie Hines, genuinely the most reliable source. Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah. Richie Hines, everybody. You can trust Richie Hines, saying that it's a new game and it'll be the first to cap the first hill. So that's the tie. That's going to be the tiebreaker. I'll tell you what, if you're spawning inside a garage here, you probably got a little bit of advantage on this one, but we're going to have to see how it plays out. But I want to highlight Collect, because I feel like Collect works so well with Tylenol. Tylenol's a little bit more passive in the way that he approaches things. He plays for damage, but Collect doesn't need to be asked twice to capitalize on that damage. He will just fly in.
Yeah, amazing stuff there. We also saw really great heat wave use, I think, from both sides. Typically, you see maybe a few heat wave shots that go just to the left, just to the right. A lot of players connecting on back tower, as well as on sandbags, as well as on rat tunnel with their heat wave shots, which ended up being a big difference maker for a player like Collect, without a doubt. He put on a great show, and first hill to win. Wow, this is going to be pretty wild, like you said. And like we've seen, you can get about half the time on B if you send one to B and let everyone else fight for things like top, mid, and overshield. We'll have to see if either team tries to do that, especially the team spawning garage, as you mentioned.
Oh, yeah, I want to see the free start straight away. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. I want to get back into this one. I mean, the cool thing about this B hill as well, that Space Station won one and Sentinels won the other, because we almost got we did get 2 rotations of it. So we're going to have to see who wins the third battle for B. I do think there is an advantage for sure if you probably are spawning garage, just because of the fact that you can kind of slide in behind that hill and delay your death a little bit more. But that overshield is going to be everything on this one. You're not going to win before that overshield comes up. I would not want to be the player in a 1v1 for that overshield, knowing that the game could be riding on it.
Yeah, you and I talk all the time about how important this overshield is, especially as the overshield, the only overshield on a King of the Hill game type. It tends to be a pretty big game changer, but that is never going to be more the case than when you're playing to a single overtime first hill wins. It's going to be absolutely massive. So how these teams play this, every single kill is going to matter more than ever before in this overtime restart for sure.
Well, one team who love these kind of situations is Sentinels. How many times do we see them in a tight game 5? We always talk about it, and they come out on top. This could be another opportunity for them to flex a little bit here and close this game out, and maybe just kind of take the wind out of Space Station, which, you know, is going to be a tough loss for Space Station, having played so well in that game number 1. But we do have games in front of us still for them to correct that. But I feel like Space Station, if they take this one, it's not just big for Space Station in this competition, in this tournament. It's so big for this roster, I think, to just build a little bit of belief moving towards the NA Super, moving towards Orlando, because it's been turbulent, the roster changes in Space Station. It's been unpredictable at times, but this lineup, they've got some talent.
I agree. I think it's big for the whole year, because right now, if you asked, I think any fan of the HCS, if you ask our group, what is Space Station's crowning achievement of the year, it'd be hard to place your finger on that, right? But I think instead, if they were able to go toe-to-toe here with Optic in this series, even take it, would be incredible. But even going toe-to-toe with Optic here, I think is going to be a very different series and a very different year for them. So I do think that this has a lot of weight compared to other series that we might see in the Pro Series. This one's particularly important for the Space Station side, without a doubt.
Yeah, and also Space Station hoodies, I will say, one of the most comfortable things I've ever worn in my life. Like, that's not like a plug for them. I'm just saying they were kind enough to give us one in KC. That thing does not move on my back. So I'm a Space Station fan off the back of that. It's very simple. I can be bought. But let's talk about Sentinels, because KC was a crowning achievement for them. It was great to see the Kings returning, a return to form, and also just kind of spice things up a bit from what was the Cloud9, you know, parade basically for the entirety of things. Hold on that, because we've got King of the Hill. We've got King of the Hill, and it's first hill to win. We can confirm that. The lower third is there, and as we all know, in esports, a lower third has never lied before.
Oh God, is that ever not true? That is not true, but hold on to your butts, folks. It's going to be a fast-paced single hill to close this one out here. This is our first overtime that we're showcasing here in the NA Pro Series, maybe the first of many to come for the rest of the year. And now, next hill will win. Here we go, Sentinels versus Space Station to decide game number 1.
Well, Sentinels fans, I'm sure, will be on the edge of the seat. Space Station fans, or Sands, whatever you want to call yourself, are going to be even closer. And Suppress is going to be that man again who's going to be picking up the kills. It's 3 dead here off the rip here for Sentinels. I thought this spawn might be a little bit of an advantage for them, but it looks like it's going to be early control, early kills, and overshield maybe going to Space Station, but no, the timing just off. Suppress had the opportunity maybe to push past that overshield and allow another player to move up. Sentinels, as Andy is just accidentally still on Lego, is going to grab the overshield. No, they can't pop it.
Holy crap. Oh my God, an epic battle. This is how important this overshield is. Finally, it will be grabbed. Finally, it will be popped by the side of Space Station. That was one of the most ridiculous back and forth battles we've seen for an overshield, as Suppress will stay alive top sandbags and they will start to score.
That's 4 dead for Sentinels. Oh, this is not looking good for Sen, and it's not looking good for Frosty as well, because Suppressed, he is not missing shots at the moment. Royal 2, join your teammate in the death screen. Both talk about how you got absolutely decimated by Suppressed, because Space Station are moving closer to winning game 1 of the series.
Oh my, he might do it again. Lethal. Oh no!
Jesus.
Suppress hits another no scope. This one could be over in just a few seconds.
This one is over, because if they challenge, Suppressed will no-scope them. It's going to be game. Suppressed, unfortunately, doesn't get that final kill, but Space Station take game number 1 here against Sentinels. And I tell you what, if that game would have got another 10 minutes, I would have been fine with it, Andy, because that was ridiculous.
Holy crap. All I did that entire game was yell because it was absolutely absurd. It was players dying on the overshield, about 6 in a row, and then Suppress goes on a killing spree of no scopes, and that was the entire round, and Space Station takes game number 1.
That was fun.
That was awesome.
I'm just going to say, if anyone asked me, you know, if you need an advert for the Halo Championship Series, right, why should I watch some competitive Halo? I'm just going to say, go and watch the tiebreaker of Space Station versus Sentinels and just see how ridiculous some of these players can be. But, I mean, we were talking about Collect, we were talking about Tylenol. Suppressed took his turn to dominate for Space Station. It was nuts. And good luck on the highlights package, because that entire tiebreaker was just a highlight reel from everyone involved.
And we get to see a little bit from the regulation time as well. Just an absolutely back and forth match here. Let's not forget, this was 2-0 in favor of Sentinels. So quite an effort from Space Station to get all of the uncontested hills that they were able to get in the end. And we saw some pretty good power up control for them as well.
Yeah, we certainly did. Really did a good job. Frosty did got a little bit of a run himself as Sentinels were in a position to really take control here. You can see 3-1. They had control of Garage a few times, but it just looked a little bit sloppy. One thing that kind of stood out for me was Sentinels weren't able to control this tower enough for what was that final hill that, you know, they weren't able to get in their control. It was a little bit sloppy. Maybe they just got a little bit ahead of themselves, thinking we've got this in the bag, we're 3-1 up, but you can't afford to let anyone have that kind of opportunity to get back into the team, back into the game, especially, a team like Space Station, who just look hungry, Andy. I think that's what sums it up to me. They just look like they want it.
Here's the highlights from overtime. First tag doesn't get there, second one does. Suppress just stays alive on concrete essentially the entire time, and they will close it out so quickly. Look at, he goes 6-2 in the end to close out that overtime. Pretty wild performance over that very short period of play from Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, we always say, right, good to get power weapons, good to get power-ups, but what do you do with them? Suppressed just destroys everyone. That's what he does when he gets them. Exciting times for Space Station, and what an opportunity, looking at what we've got next in the series, Andy, for Space Station to knock Sentinels out of the tournament. Slayer Catalyst. I have no idea how this one's going to go. It's probably a game type which is the most unpredictable that we have so far in the HCS, and I'll tell you what, Sentinels fans, maybe a little bit of squeaky bum time here, because Space Station looking strong.
I would have to say, if most teams were asked what's the one game type you do not want to play a lower seeded team on a Slayer, it's Catalyst Slayer. As you say, this is an enormous opportunity. We said that the new game types were going to be a big opportunity for your lower seeded teams, just because Sentinels is going to have so many more reps on the classic game types that have been around since November. However, with Slayer Catalyst, we've talked about it week in, week out on Pro Series. This game type is unpredictable. It is the least traditional of the Halo Infinite game types. It plays very different from every Slayer in the game, and it's an opportunity for Space Station to 2-0 Sentinels and eliminate them from the tournament.
Well, Sentinels, it's time to do what you do best, and that is make a comeback. For Space Station, it's time for you to prove that you finally found a roster who can compete at the very top level. And I tell you what, from the way that Space Station was slaying in that last game, and the way that the teamwork and the chemistry seems to just be clicking at the right times, I'm a little bit worried for Sen here.
We'll have to see what Sentinels can do. If you're on the side of Space Station, you need to hold down the gas pedal, keep holding forward, keep flying in the face of Sentinels. Do not give them room to breathe.
Ace has already got the overshield almost immediately. I'm not sure how he managed to get there almost uncontested, but they've given away the overshield, and now Ace is saying, send me in, boys. The meditation time is over. It's time to get angry. As Royal 2 is taken down, Lethal's eliminated, and Space Station are running over Sentinels off the break here.
5-0, also a little skewer grab as well to try to contain this gold side angles, and what a start here from Space Station. And as you said, too easy of an overshield grab. Did not even need to use the grapple to get the overshield. He got the information that was available, and they get a nice 5-kill lead to start the game.
Now, they've just got to be careful the adrenaline doesn't get the better of them here. Oh, my goodness. Snakebite, if you're a tank or if you're an aircraft, you're still going to go down. It doesn't matter because this skewer hits hard.
Ace staying alive with excellent use of the grapple to stay alive on main ramp as well. And my God, point and click. Skewer strikes again. Just also going to challenge Snakebite and almost takes him down, even though Royal 2 was helping. We'll have to see if Collect has the right angle to help out on both of those kills. He'll get one off of a team nade from Snakebite. Cannot convert on the other, but it will be cleaned up. It's 10-3, 11-3 in favor of Space Station.
This is not looking good, especially when Suppressed is hitting shots like that. Not very often you'll see a 1v1 where Frosty comes off the worst end of it. Suppressed just not backing down, and you can almost feel, you can almost sense the confidence in this Space Station team. They are playing the best they have played all season.
This is exactly what Space Station needed to do. Like we said, hold forward, bring the intensity, bring the pressure. Also, look at the numbers. Collect is on 5 kills, Ace is on 6 kills. Right now for Space Station, this is a two-man show in the slaying department, and they're up 14-4.
Yeah, this is pretty nuts so far from Space Station, but you got to keep that lead. You cannot afford to give Sentinels an opportunity to get back into this. Overshield is coming up now. Ace is trying to pressure Frosty. Frosty should be able to collect that one, and now this is the opportunity for Sentinels maybe to turn this one around a little bit.
You have to think Suppress just tried to peek there, and he gets taken down while he's one shot. If he waits just an extra second, maybe he gets away with that, and they start to be able to 2-1 Frosty on the Overshield. Instead, Frosty's able to essentially win the 1v2 and come away with the Overshield. He brings the game, I was gonna say within 5, but now all of a sudden it's 17-9 again.
17-9, and he cannot finish these kills, and Frosty is almost the saddest turn of a player I've ever seen in Halo there. Just turned away, knowing he wasn't gonna be able to clean up the damage, and now has to go to work again.
Great job there from Frosty, though. That's what we talk about in this game type, though. When you have to identify, even if there's players weak in the back of a base, there are times where you cannot push in the way that you normally would on other Halo Infinite maps. It plays very different, and just like that, the game comes back within 6.
Frosty might have a little bit of a flank on his hands here as well. Ace is going to be spotted out. Lethal is going to repulse him back into that wall. Turns him into a pancake for a few moments. And that was 3 without reply as Tylenol finally kind of stems the bleeding a little bit here. Tylenol with 2 as Collect will come back down to earth with a bang thanks to Frosty.
Still a 6-kill lead here for Space Station, so lots for them to be proud of. Ace probably not getting out of this. Once you take the trip down to Spikers, very rarely are you getting out of it. Frosty getting tons of info about what's happening on the Ivy side. Just like that, 4-kill game, dangerous territory for Space Station.
Stick comes in from Suppress, though. Frosty trying to move in on Tylenol. Royal 2 is going to be alongside him. Finally, we're seeing Sentinel start to get a little bit of map presence, starting to play together a little bit more. Collect is going to be very weak, but good enough to hit the shots that he had to, and that's going to once again just stifle the momentum here for Sentinels. 23-16, but it was a good run from Sen here. They're back into this one.
Oh, those 2 kills are huge. So is this from Collect. In the end, back-to-back doubles from 2 different players there on Space Station. That will now bring the game to 25-17. It was just a 4-kill game. Now, once again, it's an 8-kill game. Skewer once again in the hands of Ace.
Ace ready to take down, again, any player, anything that moves, that Skewer will take it down. And at the moment, it's the Commando, which is commanding the whole of Catalyst here. It's 29-18, another phenomenal run coming in here from Space Station. And again, it's Ace with his Skewer that's made the difference.
Ace with the Skewer and grapple yet again here, suppressed with the Overshield. It's a 10-kill lead for Space Station right now. Make it 11 as they continue to push in. This is an opportunity for them, certainly, to make the most historic performance of their season so far.
Lethal. Oh, that's a huge play from Lethal with that sword to take down the Overshield player. He also took down Ace as well, but I mean, there's no respite here. You can see Collect is going to grapple up onto the wall. He's going to jump off. I have no idea what that's called. A nollie fakey 360. I don't know what you want to call it, but it worked. And he got the slice, and it's 34-21.
I think it was alley-oop backside fish brain there. Excellent work to make sure to string together those plays. 34-22. If you're on Space Station, you want to keep the pressure. You also want to make sure you do not throw this away. Sentinels, many would say the best team in the world right now at Halo Infinite. This game is far from over. 6:45 left on the clock.
Space Station slowing this one down as well. Just taking their time. Recognizing they got sword and letting Sentinels fall into the trap. This is perfect teamwork from Space Station. This is something that we're not used to seeing from them so far in the Halo Championship Series. They have the Skewer as well. I'm pretty sure that Tylenol's got it in his hand, so he's the player to watch right now. He's going to be able to make the difference.
The player that we started with, Ace, how about it? He's 14-6 in this game, leading the game heavily in that category, almost double that of anyone else on Sentinels in the kill department. Fantastic performance from him so far. This is the home stretch, up 39-24.
Very simple here for Space Station. Get the Overshield, win the game. They only need 11. If they can pick up that OS, which is coming up in about 4 seconds time, then they're going to have a chance to do so. But Frosty is on a flank. Frosty is making a play, but it's going to be Ace who gets that Overshield. It's only trades. Space Station have 2 alive. Ace just needs to get out of dodge, but he's not going to be able to. Oh, I told you that Skewer will kill anything that moves. It doesn't matter if you have an Overshield. Royal 2 hits the big shot at the biggest of times.
Ace gets absolutely nuked. I think he got spikered as well as skewered at the same time, which is about the worst death I think you can describe in this game. Royal 2 also with some good flag grab nades that might connect. But let's not forget that Overshield grab from Ace still denied it from the other side. So it will still be 41-27. This is, of course, still Space Station's game to lose. They should close this out.
Yeah, really good push again. Aggressive from Space Station, forcing their way out of the base, saying, we will bring the fight to you. 3-4 for Sentinels. And with that, it's just 6 kills to go. Suppressed, who has been impressive, is now going to be able to help out Ace pick up a couple more. And I'll tell you what, if he pops around this corner, you wouldn't be surprised to see another one of those skewer shots hitting pretty hard.
He's grappling right in. He wants it. 47-31. Only 3 more kills to go for Space Station to eliminate Sentinels. 2-0 here.
Make it 1. And there is that skewer shot. It's going to be Space Station, who look like the team we've wanted to see at last. They eliminate Sentinels 2-0 here. And I tell you what, it was damn impressive.
I don't know who had this on their bets, on their bingo cards. Space Station eliminating Sentinels here in week 3 of the NA Pro Series in this split. An unbelievable performance from them. A huge overtime win and a comeback win to close it out in overtime in game number 1 and a dominant game number 2. We said these game times might have been the ones they needed. They get the series layout they might have wanted, and they close it out 2-0 as we take a look at the stats.
Let's take a look then. Let's have a gander at who was doing the damage. It was Collect and Ace in that game. Great to see Ace back. You know, putting up the slays we expect. To be honest with you, it's the kind of thing that we've been missing from him so far this year. He's been a player historically who's always put up big numbers, but you're looking at those numbers, Andy, you can't really pick fault with anyone at all. Everyone's positive, everyone's got decent assists, and unfortunately for Sentinels, it just wasn't good enough.
Certainly caught off guard without a doubt. I think that's the best we've ever seen. As we take a look at the damage, that's the best we've ever seen out of Space Station. We'll take a look here at any outliers on this side. It's really Collect. 4,700 damage for him on the board.
Yeah, Tylenol, not a huge amount of damage, but still managing to go positive and do what he had to do. It's essentially in that game, but I want to talk about Suppressed, Andy, because
amazing.
This man's BR shot is something special. I mean, I want to talk about the BR in Halo Infinite, but if you ain't missing too many shots with it, I tell you what, Suppressed is one of those players who is still going to win those 1v1s regardless of who he's going up against.
Here's a look at your series layout. And my God, is it a different one than we've seen all season long for Space Station when facing opponents of this caliber. 4-3 comeback overtime win. King of the Hill live fire. 50-32 Slayer on Catalyst. It's all black and gold. Space Station will advance, and they will eliminate Sentinels in their first outing since the Kansas City Championship.
Well, Sentinels back to the drawing board once more. Space Station maybe up to the celebration table, but they've still got some games to play, of course. So these are the highlights, and this is the last game. What a hot start it was. I mean, how aggressive was this start, Andy? I think Ace had the overshield within about 2.4 seconds. I think that's the exact timing on it.
They didn't wait for it at all, right? They were able, and also Ace just flying in. Even though there were 3 players alive on the main ramp at Courtyard, he flies right in. Look at this play from Collect to immediately just take Lethal out of this engagement and win that battle just time and time again, putting together amazing kills. This, as you said, was a huge play from Lethal to keep the game a little bit close, but another overshield for Ace as well. But all I cared about here, yeah, I mean, he gets look how he gets nuked here. This is crazy. Spiked and skewered at the same time, but the bigger piece was denying that overshield. Look at the team shot here to close this out as well. Amazing stuff here on the Ivy side of the map.
Yeah, I love how at the end of this game as well, Space Station didn't show any fear. They pushed out of this base at one point, but they were doing it as a team. They were doing it in duos, just making sure that they could get those trades. And look, I mean, Space Station, like I said, we've been waiting for this, and finally, we're seeing signs of life.
It's about damn time. My God, I've got to say, I am actually extremely shocked by this for many different reasons. I think the first of all being that Sentinels obviously under-practiced, but with how close they kept it with Optic, I'm so surprised at how not close it was, especially in that final Slayer. But I just think that just shows how incredible Space Station are and how much they have stepped up. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I can't even fathom. It's a completely different team that we're seeing on our screens. I'm really excited about it. I really am. Gaskin, watching that in the wings, I think, you know, just the first part of the overtime as well for the King of the Hill, unbelievable. I mean, the overshield fight and the fact that they were so aggressive with so much confidence. You know, would you have actually approached the overtime like Space Station did? How would you have done it initially?
I think that Space Station played it perfectly, right? You put the right weapons in the right hands of the right people, and they get the job done. And some of the things that we were seeing with that sniper rifle at the very end after that tiebreaker, it's one of those ones where Sentinels would have just been left saying, well, what more can we do when the opposition is playing that well? It's just one of those days where Space Station have hit a better rhythm, a little bit faster in these games, and Sentinels have not been able to really come back into things, especially here on this Catalyst game, where I think that once there was a 10 gil difference between the two, SSG just needed to play at the same pace. They needed to push the same way they were. They were constantly running in 2s or 3s. They were finding maybe a member of Sentinels on their own or catching them just a little bit slower than the rest of their team. And I think that Sentinels will be looking back at that tape and saying, all right, well, clearly we know what we did wrong here. It's just a shame we didn't get a chance to implement it because SSG played at that speed.
Yeah, I've got to say that final Catalyst Slayer, I mean, the fact that Ace just guns a-blazing went for that overshield and grabbed it. I mean, not even a scratch on him at all. He just got it for free. I mean, the grapple, the skewer, they had everything to work with right at the beginning of that. And my goodness, did they run away with it. Absolutely incredible. Bravo, what would you say is the most impressive thing about Space Station in that series in terms of the fundamentals and what they showed us?
I think even when they let the game come back within 4, there was a point where Sentinels were able to bring that game back within 4. The fact that they were able to get really big kills on the back of bases, we saw them get 2 kills at a time in both bases to once again get more like a 6 or 7 kill lead. For me, that's a big thing because that has been the trouble point for the side of Space Station and so many other teams is when things get close, they start to crumble. This time they did not crumble. They looked so strong in both those game types and they did it. They're advancing on and they've eliminated Sentinels, which is pretty wild to say.
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible. Onset, I think this is the first time I've ever seen Space Station kind of being able to show us what they are trying to do as a team and who's doing what. I mean, I've got to say, Suppressed, Collect, just unbelievable in terms of their slaying power. But as a team, being able to then rally and work around that and be able to actually, I think, be super, super effective with what they're trying to do objective-wise was really, really impressive. How did you find them working as a team, the chemistry, the dynamic, and kind of how they're performing?
I think the dynamic is perfect here for Space Station, and I say that with the type of player they have works with each other. You have Collect, who is hyper-aggressive. He likes to take fights. He likes to chase people down. If you've got players like Tylenol doing the damage, which are going to make him turn easy 1v1s into all of a sudden I've got a 1v2 which I can win, then things are great, you know. And then you've got Suppressed, who is going to give you that consistency, and then Ace can play off the back of that. It seems like all the pieces are there. When I saw this lineup, I thought the pieces are here for Space Station. The question is practice now. Can you get up to speed with the other teams? I will kind of caveat that series as impressive as it was from Space Station. The game types are still some of the newer ones we have in the Halo Championship Series. I don't want to take anything away from them, though. That was about as conclusive as they could have been to prove to me they belong in that winner's semi-final.
Couldn't agree more. I think they're totally on the right path here, and Space Station definitely have something special in the mix. So I think a lot of teams need to start taking them a bit seriously, especially after watching that series. Looking at the elimination bracket here, Space Station waiting in the elimination semi-finals to see who is going to be coming out on top on Pioneers versus G1. But what? I'm still in shock. I really am. I expected growth out of Space Station. I expected them to be better, but that was just unbelievable. I am so excited for the rest of the season. We actually do have Ace on standby right now for an interview to find out how he is feeling, and I've got Gaskin joining me. Ace, man, I think I'm honestly so shocked right now just in terms of how far you guys have come in such a short space of time, and to do that to Sentinels, who not long ago won Kansas City. First of all, how are you guys feeling about that win?
I'm feeling really excited, really good about it. You know, I don't even remember the last time. The last time I even got in the top 4 was at DreamHack Anaheim for Halo Reach. So it's been a long, long road back here to just be in the top 4 in the tournament. Feels good. I don't know about my teammates. It's their first time being in the top 4 for a while, but I think they're excited too. And yeah, it just feels good for today to be the day we finally click and at least win a series against a top tier team.
I mean, Ace, you've been through several iterations now of this roster where you've been trying to find the right teammates, trying to find the right balance. What is it about this squad that has you thinking, all right, we're good enough now? What is it about these players that has you happy?
We picked up Donnie Suppressed. I think he's you know, I played with him in Halo 5, and he's just one of those, you know, new generation kids that can just fly at your face, especially when you're like coming off spawn and not like expecting it and just kill you. And usually win a lot of 1v1s and just like go off. Like I think that's his strong suit. Like for example, in early in the tournament, he had like a shock and got like a double kill that like won us the, you know, finish the game out for us. It's just, I don't know. I know he's got a ton of raw talent, especially with the power weapons, and it's just excited to have him on the team and, you know, just keep working together. I think that's our problem right now is like we got to figure out how to work together. And almost like in the middle of that game, as actually we're down like 2-0 in that game. It's like, all right, guys, we got to just reset the comms. We're just screaming calls. People are just going after kills. This game, especially in Halo in general, is about piecing together your routes with your team, and you got to take it slow. You got to have teamwork. Oh, teamwork. Kills don't just fall into your lap. You know what I mean? Like stats don't matter if like, you know, you're getting your teammates a bunch of kills or they're not getting any kills. There's a problem. You're not working together. So that's the thing we're working on. And it's just good to have like the raw firepower to be able to just, you know, when you do have map control, to press the advantage and get a lot of kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ace, we're kind of running out of time here, but I think it would be a disservice if I didn't mention how incredible you were playing in that series. I mean, not only were you putting out the stats, and of course stats don't matter, but I tell you what does matter, grabbing an overshield within like 0.5 seconds of a Catalyst Slayer, the hardest position an overshield's ever been in, and just your grapple, your shots, they're just absolutely amazing, doing so much for the team. So I just want to say a huge congratulations. We're all extremely excited about the growth that Space Station is being put on and how you guys are forming, and it's amazing to see. So thank you so much, congratulations, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much. Have a good night, guys.
Well, there we go. We've heard from Ace, and I just got to say, absolutely incredible from Space Station. And it's cool to kind of hear him talk about, you know, how they can rally together, how they can adjust like that. And they really did. We saw that adjustment period, didn't we, in that first game, King of the Hill, and 2-0 down. It really was something special from there on out in the series. So huge congratulations to Space Station, and commiserations to Sentinels. I'm sure we'll see them back again. But I tell you what, I'm excited for the rest of this one, gentlemen. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we have plenty more NA Pro Series number 7 for you guys on the screens. It's been absolutely phenomenal, and I can promise you some more phenomenal things on the screen for the rest of the night. We'll see you after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
So God, I'll be back. Land grab. Final zone incoming. Standoff. Eminent domain. It all comes down to this. Neck and neck. Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series 7. We are back because we have a winners finals to talk about, and it's going to be Cloud9 versus Optic. This is a rematch from last week, and my goodness, do we love this match, gentlemen, because it is always so amazing, and I never really know who is going to be up on top. Obviously, last time Optic really did run away with things. Cloud9 did manage to sneak a map from them in the winners finals, but Optic looking really dominant. My question is, Rob, is that going to be the same case this week? Do you expect Cloud9 to come out of the gates pretty hot, or are Optic staying on top?
I think Cloud9's going to put up a fantastic fight without a doubt. But right now, with what we saw from Optic last week, and also the first glimpse that we saw from them earlier today in the first series of the day, to me, they are still on top and the best right now, especially in these brackets, until proven otherwise. And that first series is pretty convincing. The way they were down by 40+ points in both those rounds on recharge, and they just comfortably bring it back and do everything they need to. They kind of made it look a little bit too easy. So right now, I think they're looking pretty good.
They are looking very good. And I'll tell you what, though, someone who's looking to make them look a little more shabby is going to be our USMC service record, and it's Penguin from Cloud9. I mean, this guy, I think he just gets better and better every time he's on our screen, which is pretty scary stuff. Obviously, he has a ton of accolades to his name at this point in time, especially in this season. But what he does for the team is really impressive. And on set, he seems to be here, there, everywhere. Objective efficiency, incredible slayer. What can this man not do?
He pretty much does everything. The one thing that really stands out to me for how he plays on this Cloud9 lineup is his positioning. He's always in a position to help out a teammate. And I remember speaking to Hoaxer at the start of this year, the coach of Cloud9, and he was saying, people do not speak enough about how good Penguin is individually. His shot is nuts, and there's not too many times you'll see an important 1v1 being taken by Penguin where he doesn't come out on top. So Penguin's just an all-round player that you could just rely on in those big moments of games.
Yeah, he really is somebody that you can really trust, I think, on the team. I mean, Brav, he did get your grapple play that you wished for last week. He did finally go on the outside, base to base, but he was absolutely incredible in CTF as well. I mean, he's just such an imperative piece, I think, to this Cloud9 puzzle. You know, what does he really bring in terms of his strengths and what he does for the rest of the team that I think others may be lacking on the rosters?
Yeah, the first thing he brings is those amazing highlights that you just saw. I mean, unbelievable kills, just stringing them together at all times. I think the other thing to talk about with Penguin is when we look at the stats, he's the really one big outlier. We talk about how he's an objective player, but we started to dive into it in Kansas City itself. He is the complete outlier in the entire Halo Championship Series, especially amongst the top 4, top 6 teams in terms of actual flag grabs and flag caps, right? He actually runs a significant percentage of objective for C9. And it's amazing to see that he also puts up the slaying numbers as well. So huge fan of him being an addition on this team. I'm sure C9 fans are as well. And looking forward to seeing what they can do for the rest of the year. Because right now with that Sentinels win in KC, certainly got a chip on their shoulder.
They certainly do indeed. We're just waiting for the lobby to get set up, folks at home. And while we do wait, Gaskin, I was wondering how you're feeling about Bound. You know, he's back in it again with his Cloud9 roster, kind of getting used to seeing his name on the screen now and how he's fitting in with the team. Do you expect a little bit more out of this roster now that they've played a couple of times with Bound and have a few more reps under their belt?
Certainly helps, doesn't it? I think the Bound has fit in really nicely to the squad. Whether he's a temporary replacement or a permanent one, I guess that's yet to be seen, but in the Pro Series for this split, he's been a permanent one. There's been 3 times in a row we've seen him now, and arguably he should be improving with that squad. He should be learning how they play, and they should be learning how he plays, so I expect them to be better this week than they were last. There should be natural progressions. I think the Optic have also improved at the same time. That's why we keep getting this matchup, which is so exciting, because we've got 2 teams who are constantly striving to get better, to be at the top, and they just clash head on time and time again. So not only have we got a repeat from last week, but it's a repeat from the week before. Week 1, we saw Cloud9 get 2 victories in both the winners bracket and the grand finals. Then we see Optic do the same. Are we going to see a little bit of a back and forth? Are we going to see now Cloud9 regain that throne? That's where my question's at.
Yeah, that is a very good question, Gaskin, to say the least. I have a very difficult question that I'm going to throw to answer, actually. And in terms of the Cloud9 rosters, we've obviously seen a roster with Renegade and we've seen a roster with Bound. And I think when you do add or subtract a player from a roster, it does make a huge difference to the setup of the team and how they play and work. Where do you see the transition in terms of comparisons? You know, like, are we looking at a better Cloud9 roster because of Bound being an addition? What are the two kind of differences, main differences with these two rosters? I know it's a difficult question.
I think I can't make a judgment on if they're better or not until I see them play online.
I didn't ask that. See, I was nice to you. I was nice to you.
Online's fine. Do what you want. When we get on LAN, Dan, stop. But I will say that for a like replacement, I don't think you could have got closer to the type of player that Renegade is. Inbound, he does the same sort of thing. He's hyper aggressive. He likes to engage in battles. He likes to be the front runner, the first person into the team fights for his team. So I think naturally he fits in very well, and it doesn't mean that everyone else has to adjust how they have been playing on the lineup. And I think that was the most important thing for Cloud9, to find someone who fits without everyone else having to change, because they've had so much success. So I think Bound is just, if I was going to pick anyone, maybe Frosty would be another one that could fly into that role, but I think Bound's about as good as you can get.
Yeah, he is an extremely good player, and I think it is two totally different kind of situations with the teams. With Optic, though, you know, they have been on top now for a couple of weeks and been looking really good in terms of their progression, and Cloud9 have found it a little bit difficult. They've been on the back foot when it comes to Optic. So, you know, Brav, when Cloud9 come up against Optic once again, what do they need to do to try and turn things around? You know, how do they kind of put this into their favor? How did they end up in the grand finals?
I think it comes down to numbers on the map, really. I think when we saw Optic last week, they were just really just slaying dominant. They were just getting map positioning. They were giving themselves a lot of space by making sure they got the opening damage, that they got the opening kill. And conversely, when we saw Bound and C9 doing so well 2 weeks prior, instead what we saw was them, like, once again, Bound flying in a situation really early, all of C9 pushing up and then playing off of his damage. So I think it really comes down to those early engagements. It's a simple thing. Get the opening damage, get those opening kills, give yourself space to play with on the map.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. And Gaskin, coming back to you, you know, we've seen this match quite a few times now. We've seen it quite a few times on our screen. In terms of the series layout, what are we looking in terms of favoring? You know, what are some of the favorite maps and modes for some of these teams that might actually start to sway the series a little bit when we do see the layout?
Look at it. There it is, right on time. I was panicking for a second. I was like, I have no idea what the game types are. Let me have a look. Oddball Live looks pretty good for Optic Gaming. Slayer Catalyst can go either way. King of the Hill Streets. We've seen that one go back and forth. It was won initially by Optic, then Cloud9 took it back off of them in the next week. So again, that's going to be a really fun one to watch. So just looking at this, yeah, this could go either way. Optic would be a situation where they'll probably be feeling comfortable about the initial 2, but then it gets a little bit more shaky towards the end of the series here.
Yeah, it does get a little shaky, and I'm also just noticing here as well, we've got Slayer Catalyst and we've got King of the Hill and Streets here, and this might be wrong, and Dan the stats man, you just tell me if I am wrong, but it seems to be that Cloud9 have done a good job at favoring some of the newer game modes and maps combinations as opposed to Optic, and going back to kind of the ones that they love, they've been really lights out on. Can that play a part in this? You know, are we looking at maybe Cloud9 being able to even go 2-1 up by the time we do get to Stronghold's Recharge?
Yeah, I'm just trying to look, see if they played each other on Slayer Catalyst. They haven't yet in the last 2 weeks, but the King of the Hill Streets, for sure. Initially, Optic were better, but Cloud9 seemed to have put in a little bit more time after taking that initial loss, and it was just a change of great magnitude that we saw from week 1 of week 2 of this split, of how Cloud9 approached King of the Hill Streets. So I'd say yes, these newer maps and modes do seem to be favoring them a little bit more. From watching Optic scrims, they don't necessarily seem to have put in as much time on the newer maps and modes and still be a little bit confused when it comes to King of the Hill. They said it themselves in their comms. So sure, Slayer Catalyst, King of the Hill Streets, you could maybe lean towards Cloud9, but at the same time, the way we saw Optic Gaming play Capture the Flag Catalyst earlier, they seem to have that one pretty nailed down, but Slayer is very different, that's for sure.
It is indeed. Well, I tell you what, I have just been told that the lobby is pretty much ready to go, so this is my cue to hand it over to 2 very capable casters. We've got Onset and Gaskin on the mics.
Thank you very much, Lottie. Capable. That is what I look for and strive for as a commentator.
Very
I will take
capable.
that every single day of the week. But Dan, I mean, I'm excited.
No,
to,
actually,
we're
you're
all-
not
we're
that
all still here.
capable. You're not that capable. I've
Not
just been told by
capable
production.
enough.
Not
Take it,
that capable because
I'll
I need
work
to
on it.
keep this going. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll give you a better toss this time, though. I promise you. I'll
That was
make sure
the
I
best
toss
I've
over well.
ever had. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever
You're
said.
very
You're good.
capable. You're very capable. I have been told that, I'm sorry, there is another little minor delay, folks, before we do get into the game. And while we were quickly chatting about the series layout there, I was actually told that G1 has actually won their series 2-1 over KCP.
Big.
So G1 does actually move to the elimination semi-final versus SSG, and I have a feeling that is going to be absolutely amazing. I've just been given the green light to toss over. So, to two of the most incredible casters in the entire world who are so capable, we got Onset and Gaskin.
It is the most capable duo that you've ever seen in your life. We can just about get by. But Dan, this is going to be a lot of fun, this series. I'm looking forward to this one. It seems like we've casted a lot of these series between these two teams in the last few weeks, and it's kind of been back and forth one way or the other. But one caveat I have, a little caveat to throw at you is, I feel like Cloud9 bounced back extremely well from losses, and it's almost like they get a little bit pissed off that they lost to that team last week, and they will... I think they're going to have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder here against Optic. I think Cloud9 might come out pretty hot in this one.
Cloud9 for sure would have gone back. They would have made sure they're playing at their very best this week. So they don't like finishing second. We know they don't like finishing second. Boy, would they hate finishing third. That's even worse. But they need to be looking at this series layout and saying, okay, where are the areas where we can break Optic down? Where are the areas where we can really pummel them into the ground? Because it's not about just getting in, scraping by in victories. You want to make a statement. You want to make sure you beat them in a way that when you go into the next map and mode, that team is still thinking about it and they're still worrying about it. And when you look at that game 2 and 3, it being the new maps and modes, we have Catalyst, we've got King of the Hill. That's going to be where this series is made or broken for one of these teams. So I'm excited to see what happens in them. But of course, game number 1 is going to be on Livefire. And it's a Taylor's all this time. Optic are good at Livefire, yada, yada, yada. But I think it's going to be a little bit more closer contested than what maybe we would have initially thought back in the day.
Well, it's going to be your winner's final, and whoever, of course, wins this match will be sat in the grand final with a series advantage over whoever comes through that elimination bracket. I've got my eye on this series as one that could be the kind of the star series of the day, so keep your eyes peeled, everyone. I think we're going to have a lot of fun here in our winner's bracket final, and we're going to start off with a man who's certainly made himself home here on Cloud9 over recent weeks. It's going to be Bound, the new C9 man, who's starting off hot.
Walk straight into Lucid, though, who has picked up a sniper rifle and picked up 2 kills alongside it. I thought that was going to line up perfectly. So Oddball Livefire is one of those difficult games where you can very easily find yourself falling behind if the other team gets that ideal setup and you struggle to break it, but that's an unorthodox position here from Lucid.
Yeah, that hurt. I mean, that was just like the standing still, just taking a bullet to the brain. And Bound now going to be challenging. Lucid says, I will challenge you and I will put you on your back, as now Penguin is going to finally clean up that kill. But off the break here, off these snipes headshots coming in, not only is it going to be the overshield going over to Optic Gaming, but also a little bit of a lead here now.
Optic did win this one the last time they played each other as well, last week in the winners finals. It was 200 to 142 when you look at the score, but it probably was a 2-0 when you think about how they actually went down. So Cloud9, are they going to react to that in a way like they did previously with King of the Hill Streets by going back over things and making sure they make a change, or are we going to see something repeat here and Optic look comfortable on this map?
Really nice shots coming in from Formal, one of the best battle rifles you're ever going to see in Halo. Unfortunately, even as good as his battle rifle is, much more difficult to face 2 of them on the other side of things. So Optic with that slender lead, but for the first time we're seeing Cloud9 now just bring that ball back into Garage. A couple of kills fell in their favor as well. So not only should this be a little bit of a lead change here for Cloud9, but an opportunity maybe with the sniper in the hands of Bound for some big things to happen.
Such a horrible angle to be in right here as well. You're so vulnerable to grenades. You've just got to try and force your way out with the sniper now jumping into no man's land. But unfortunately, you run straight into Optic bullets. That's a great collapse from the green wall, and they are setting themselves up perfectly for this overshield. I think there's only one player from Cloud9 to try and contest it. It's Eco, and he gets sent to the respawn screen.
Overshield, second time going into Optic's hands, and I've got to say, Cloud9, that was a little bit of a flimsy hold from them, to be honest with you. They had everything they pretty much needed to be in the position to hold off that Optic push, but Optic pretty much wiped them without taking a death themselves. Trippy now putting pressure on. That's going to be a trade, but 2 dead already for Cloud9 means that that ball is still going to be down in Garage, and Optic will be able to slay out here a 36-11 lead. Optic do not have to force anything they don't want to.
No, Optic can now just hold on to this, get a good idea of where Cloud9 are spawning, and then plan their attack or their defense. You can play this one of two ways, right? You can get aggressive and look for those spawners, look for those players who are maybe on their own, just like Stella here, bottom middle, and now Lucid can take advantage of a free heat wave.
It's looking a little bit kind of disjointed, to be honest with you, from Cloud9 so far in this game. Just getting picked off one by one, which is something that we very, very rarely say. Penguin goes down. He was the last player of that first wave, and now Cloud9 are stuck on the respawn screen, and Trippy's looking at them back tower. All this time is being just gobbled up right now by Optic, and they're crossing the 70-point mark. It's 70-11, and Cloud9 have not been present in this first round.
Yeah, it's looking somewhat similar to last week, and it was the grand finals, not the winners finals, excuse me, when they did play this map in mode. The thing that kept Cloud9 in it last time was Bound. He had 24 kills. Not exactly going that way this time, especially when Lucid is sending a bullet through his brains like that.
I was almost dismissive in the way that he lined that one up. He was like, okay, I've given you a couple of warning shots. I know you're last player alive now. Okay, now it's time for you to die. And he just pulls the trigger and takes his head off. And Stella finally gets the touch on the oddball, which is something to talk about here for Cloud9, because that's been pretty much the highlight so far for them in this round.
It's been such a quick round as well when you look at it. Of course, it could be elongated here, but with Optic looking to try and play some more objective, it could very quickly be in a position where this is round one over. It just hasn't allowed for Cloud9 to even think about a setup at this point. Optic have been in so much control.
APG has just been running laps around Cloud9 as well. That route with the ball really, really good from them, but don't count out Cloud9 just yet. Obviously, some more rounds to go and some more kills going their way. We'll find them 3 dead, and that's going to be 4 as Eco now has the overshield. So Cloud9 set up around the tower, and even though Optic have a devastating lead right now, there's always a chance for Cloud9 to come back into this one.
Well, Optic know full well that you can come back into an oddball game. They did exactly the same thing to the KC Pioneers just earlier in this tournament. So they need to be playing at their very best. They need to try and either get this ball off the map, or they need to be making sure they take 2v2s rather than 2 versus 1 or 1 versus 2, excuse me. Optic can't allow Cloud9 to get a too solid a hold. Otherwise, they will find themselves giving away a lot of time.
They're chipping away at this here, Cloud9, and even though Eco did fall to form, or the trade came in, so look at the score. It's getting a little bit more respectable here for Cloud9, but Lucid falls from the sky like a guardian angel and takes one down on his way before his both of his feet plant back on planet Earth. But Lucid now on the rotation. The ball is going to be down, and the only problem here for Cloud9 is they've left themselves so much to do that it's just a case of scrapping up that ball time. The last few seconds for Optic, and they will take the first round here.
Yeah, you could say the only mistake that Optic made really in that opening round was not getting that ball off the map. When APG decided to pick up some extra seconds, he just couldn't quite get far enough to toss it off of the map, and it allowed Cloud9 to get that little bit of a setup. Optic committed to winning the round in those last moments, gave away the overshield, gave Cloud9 the chance to get back into the game, but thankfully they were so close that they didn't have to worry too much about it. But a new round and a new chance for Cloud9 to try and get back into things. Of course, with Oddball and the new format that it has in Halo Infinite, Cloud9 don't have to worry about kind of resetting up. Instead, they can just start fresh and hope to play a lot better this time.
Stella's got some responsibility here because there's players from Optic trying to push onto that power-up. I think he might have just caught APG on the body there, but it doesn't matter because APG somehow picked up a double kill. Eco's going to be there to clean things out, but the overshield still being up means Bound being distracted against Trippy. It means Trippy will have first shot, and maybe he can get the overshield, but no, Stella comes back for round 2.
This is almost as crazy as that overshield that we saw earlier in the Sentinels game against Space Station. Still no one being able to grab it. Cloud9 trying to advance ahead of it. Good from Penguin. I like this. It does allow his teammate to get the overshield, and by just pushing and being a little bit more aggressive, by trying to space out and create some distance from Optic in that OV, Cloud9 are able to secure it. No, they're not. Excuse me. I thought I heard the signal, the sound of someone pumping it in, but still no one's got it.
Archer fans from around the world will be saying phrasing, but Trippy is going to be saying overshield is mine, as now he's going to be pushing across top middle. Bound caught inside of the garage on the respawn, and Optic now have the setup. While all of this was going on, by the way, it kind of highlights, Dan, how vital the overshield is now on these game types. We've been highlighting it a lot, we've been talking about it a lot, but the fact that there was only 2 seconds of ball time on the clock and teams were still fighting for that overshield and just ignoring that oddball completely just kind of proves the point.
Yeah, the fact that we are seeing overshield now, we're not seeing a camouflage like we used to back when originally these game types were around, it means that it is far more important. The camo could maybe have been just negated and forgotten about at times, but this overshield, you cannot forget about it. You cannot allow teams to consistently get it, otherwise they will punish you. It can not only break setups, but it can make setups, it can make plays, and whether it be King of the Hill, whether it be Ball, it doesn't matter. You've got to prioritize that overshield.
Overshield is going to be prioritized. Everything's going to be prioritized by Lucid here as he picks up the overshield, he picks up the oddball, and he moves it towards his teammates. Optic now, once again, with a clear lead here in this round number 2, 31 points and rising to Cloud9's 11, which were all just scrapped off of that first hold. And the rotation now coming in towards the pillars. APG is going to be there to support Lucid with this oddball, but the difficulty here for Cloud9 is that even if they get shots onto him, he's still got that overshield.
Will just retreat now, recognizing that he shouldn't and wouldn't take that fight, but does walk into Eco, who was almost ready for it. When you get that call that someone's pillars, you've got to try and predict as to where they're going to end up and maybe be prepared to take that fight bottom middle. Formula is at least able to get a kill with grenade, so that will stop Cloud9 from being able to get too comfortable a setup, but at least they're getting some ball time.
Getting some ball time and starting to creep up on that Optic Gaming lead. Sniper rifle's going to be coming up as well. It's just been stolen away by a player. Not quite sure who was that player, but while all this is going down, Penguin's managing to rotate away with that objective, and Optic Gaming once again find themselves down numbers. So with these numbers and with this advantage, it's going to be Cloud9 who will now go into a lead. No, it's tied up at 40-40 and no play ball as well.
But Optic and APG get hold of the ball, and just in fear of what could happen if things went wrong, APG said, you know what, I'm going to toss this one off and let's get this one reset. So it worked out for Optic in the end. Cloud9, though, off the spawn, have positioned themselves quite well to at least contest that ball that was being picked up. Big double kill, though, from Trippy. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from both teams, though, in this round. Very different, of course, to round 1, where it was extremely one-sided, but Cloud9 seem to be matching up better this time.
You certainly are. Now the overshield battle will commence, and this has been a war of attrition for both teams, but it looks like at the moment Formal and Optic Gaming have control of where that power up is going to be popping, but once again nobody can pick it up cleanly at the moment. It seems like it's a little bit cursed as Penguin will move in to pick it up for Cloud9. Bound trying to be the aggressor here on these two players inside of the garage, and it looks like Cloud9 will be able to break, will be able to get the kills, and should be able to get a little bit of time too.
And that ball's still in a position where they can make it work, then they can start to get a setup. Optic not able to get that anywhere that they could toss it off the map, unfortunately. So now Cloud9, they need to set up in garage. With one player already falling, it's the same situation they've been in time and time again this round, where they can't get that perfect setup, but you've got to work with what you've got. You've got to position yourselves as a 3.
Once again, Penguin, I mentioned how the C9 coach Hoaxer said he's got one of the best shots in the game. You're seeing it on display right now. 2 players fall for Optic. A huge pivotal 1v1 against APG was good enough. Formal's going to come in though, and a little bit of help from the big door is going to take Penguin down eventually, but Cloud9 have a slender lead here in this round number 2.
It's a slender lead, and it's a sloppy period of play for both teams where it's just absolute carnage here in the garage side of the map. 63-57. And now Cloud9, if they can hold off this Optic push, they might be able to get that setup that they've been desiring for this entire round. But people are just flying from every spawn at the moment. This is very unorthodox. It is very all over the place. But I think that is the team that comes out on top during this period of play, Mark, should be able to get a good amount of time.
It's just trades. Trade after trade after trade at the moment, inside and outside of the garage, and nobody can get ball time because there's just another wave of respawners coming in to fight off the back of it. It's pretty messy, like you say, but it looks like Optic finally have got some sort of a foothold, at least on the oddball. Another kill going to go down bottom middle. Bound gets the stick. There's going to be a repulse here. APG is taken down to no shields. APG looks like he's last one alive now, and it's going to be a pretty easy job for Penguin to move in and clean up that kill, you would imagine. But I think APG actually did the jump up to top mid. No, a trade does come in finally. So it will be Cloud9 now in round number 2 who go back into a lead as the power-up is popping once more.
Power-up's popping, but people still in a rotation of spawns where not all 4 players of either team have ever been up at this point. There's always been someone dead, and then off spawn, the new spawners have been taking those fights. Such important 1v1s that are happening, but all the meanwhile, with that overshield being picked up, it gave Optic the chance to steal this ball away.
Optic have stolen the ball away, but impressive was the way that Cloud9 actually grouped together there to deal with the overshield player before trying to make the move. They know that if the overshield player survives and gets a couple of kills, then this is probably round over. But for now, it's going to be 2 dead on either side. Penguin, last player alive here. He's down on the rat tunnel, and Trippy's trying to chase him down.
Will chase him down as well, and you're not going to get away with that amount of health, unfortunately, for Cloud9. And suddenly Optic, they can see the light, they can see the final finish line here. They really just have to make sure that they set up in a way where Cloud9 can't push too comfortably off spawn, but Cloud9 have done just that.
Formal might be the player to watch here. He picks up 2. APG also doing a huge amount of damage for his teammates to move in. Formal gets 3. Formal finally falls, but Penguin with a big double kill keeps this game alive.
Bounce quick off spawn as well. Once more, darting through house to try and get to that ball, to try and stop Optic from being able to pick up too much time. And I tell you what, it's still carnage. There has not been a period of play where there has been a lull in kills whatsoever. That kill feed has been lighting up constantly.
If Trippy would have hit that, by the way, I mean, usually people say the hair will fall out. Mine might have regrown. It would have been that nutty, but 81 points and rising, 86. If they can get this to green here, then maybe there's going to be an opportunity for them to get that play ball. We've lost the feed for just a second, but it's going to be a 1 second lead still for Optic Gaming as the ball is played and APG is fresh on that ball.
Same as what he did in the previous round, right? He's waiting for that reset. He wants to get that final little bit of time. He just wants to make Cloud9 work, to push them into unfortunate and awkward positions, and suddenly that timer is ticking up for Optic.
Formal, that double kill is huge. And now APG is going to be able to stand still as Formal does the damage, and it will be Optic who close out game number 1 here in our winners bracket final. And in the best of 5, getting out to the best start is always the best option.
I tell you what, that round was not pretty for either team, and I think it just shows how good these 8 players are on the map. That off spawn, they recognize how important they can be and how much damage they can do. It would have been a very different game if the spawns had actually been kind of timed a little bit better, or if people weren't in those different situations where 2 were up and then suddenly 2 were up. If all 4 of them were spawning at the same time, I think that might have been a far more methodical and structured game. But because it was so carnage, because these players were spawning at such different times, it just became a beeline to the ball, a beeline to the last player remaining, and it made for a very entertaining watch, albeit very messy.
It certainly did indeed. We'll take a look at the statistics from that first game as well to see who was the standout player. And I've got to say, Formal in those final moments of that second round really was just picking up so many vital kills. It wasn't just the fact that they were vital and the fact that they were keeping Cloud9 players off the ball. It was the routes he was taking. It was almost a little bit risky. He was the flanker, and if you flank on this game, Dan, you have to be in a position to capitalize on the damage, and you have to be in a position and confident enough to clean those kills up when they're in front of you.
Yeah, you either have to be the one who's cleaning up the kills, or you have to be outputting enough damage where the rest of your team isn't at detriment because you've left them. It is a very risky thing to do, but 8k damage on the side of Formal, and that's what you ask of one of the players who is expected to be drilling shots into the opponents. APG did struggle a little bit when it comes to damage and when it comes to kills. He was holding the ball for a lot of the time. I think that he realized that he wasn't necessarily having the game of his life, and you could see how he was just running for that ball at times. And even though we say in Halo Infinite, you don't necessarily have those kind of objective-focused players as often as you may have in previous Halos, I think when you're having a rough game, it's important that you recognize you have to be picking up that objective.
Well, here's some of the highlights, and Lucid was once again at the forefront of some of these highlights. A couple of missed shots, little tickle, and then a headshot. It was beautiful to see from Lucid. It was almost the most disrespectful way to kill someone I've seen. Kind of just a warning, warning, warning. Okay, now you die. But it was the first round especially was pretty difficult to watch from a Cloud9 side of things. It seems like they started to grow into the map a little bit in that round too, but Optic just too strong on that final hold. A really good flank from Formal, clean things up, and APG more than happy to collect that ball time when needed.
The overshot was constantly a battle as well, wasn't it? And I think that Optic did win those battles for the most part. When Cloud9 got them, it was usually because Optic were a little bit distracted, or they were trying to get the final moments of a ball, or I think that when you look at how that game played overall, Optic will feel relatively happy about round 1, maybe not so happy about round 2 in terms of how scrappy it was, but ultimately just getting the win was important for them here to just get a little bit of momentum going into the rest of the series. When we looked at that series layout and how unpredictable this game 2 and game 3 was going to be, I think that this round 1 was so important for either team to take a victory here. So Optic will be at least happy they've done the job there.
And now we move forward a little bit in our series, and now we have the unpredictable, so to speak, in Slayer Catalyst. For Cloud9, we've seen them play flag pretty well on this map, but as we know, Slayer is a completely different beast here, Dan. It's difficult to even work out how teams are trying to approach things at the moment with how the spawns actually work on this map.
Yeah, I think Teams are still learning, pros are still learning, we're still learning, and eventually someone's going to crack it. They're going to work out how to play it, but until then, we're going to get people trying new things, we're going to get people making mistakes, and that creates for a very exciting environment as a viewer. Optic, as you say, very good at capture the flag, and even though it doesn't necessarily directly translate into Slayer, there are some things you can take away from it. It's sticking together, it's pushing into bases at the right time, it's making sure that you're not away from the rest of your team too often, otherwise you can be punished, and recognizing when to back down from a fight. There are so many isolated points in this map where you can take 1v1s and they can very quickly turn into 1v2s because of spawners. So if you do feel like you're not going to win that engagement, get the heck out of dodge and re-engage with some teammates later.
I think something that's certainly going to be important as well is just collecting that equipment. You can see the overshield is going to be down bottom middle, and look at this swarm now coming in. Poor old Formal just left on his lonesome as the early play was made on that overshield from Cloud9. APG, a big win against Eco, though. Eco just missed a couple of shots at the end of that one. As Optic now go into 4-2 lead. Bound might have the opportunity to get things a little bit closer here, or it looks like he's going to try and escape with his life, but he's not going to be able to do either, and now turns the sword over too.
And Optic have that sword, so I wonder if Trippy's going to try and get some equipment to go alongside it. Not only is getting the repulsor a smart play when you have the sword because you can utilize it to get to different positions, but you also take it off the map so no one can use it as a direct counter for that sword. So smart play from Trippy, and now you want to play these small avenues.
Is a pain to go up against, especially like you say, if that repulsor has been taken away from your kind of win condition in that fight. So Trippy, very important for him to just stay alive, and I kind of like what Optic are doing here. They've left Trippy on his own, knowing he's got that sword. He can lock down one of those alleyways, and the rest of Optic can try and push in, but C9 look like they were ready for it, and I'm pretty sure they had a skewer too, C9.
Yeah, it was a risky play, and it may still yet not pay off, but okay, Trippy arrives later to the party and is able to help the rest of the team, so that's also good from Trippy. He recognized that, yeah, okay, he was left alone to play that side in case someone pushed, but when he realized no one was there, you have to quickly get to the rest of the team.
For that teamwork coming in from Cloud9, though, 2 players fall from Optic, only 1 fell there from Cloud9. The overshield going to be coming up in a few moments' time. Those shots cross map were pretty good from Lucid, but also equally good from Bound and Eco, who combined together like a well-made sandwich to make sure that Lucid wasn't too much of a danger and the map wasn't lost as the OV was popping up. And look how Cloud9 have clawed their way back into this one now. It's just a 2-kill game.
Somehow always do make me hungry every single broadcast.
Welcome to my life.
How you manage it.
I'm just permanently hungry.
But at least it keeps me eating, I guess, at the same time. 12-12, and whilst Cloud9 were behind by 4 or 5 to begin with, they've not only worked their way back into the game, but they've also worked their way into an overshield, which should help them with this next push. But good prediction grenades here from Optic.
Formal trying to mill. Oh, just for a second there, I thought the Formal had gone for the ninja and looked like he was in a position maybe to get it as well. But unfortunately for Penguin, he's in a position to get melted now by the players grouping up from Optic Gaming, who have all managed to out-rotate the push coming in from the overshielded player Penguin here, and Cloud9 kind of chasing shadows right now. It's a 1-kill game, but Optic have managed to negate that overshield completely.
Like we need some Benny Hill music playing, because they're just rotating around the map, chasing one another at the moment, trying to avoid that overshield. They know they've depleted it at this point, but they also know they weren't in really a good spot to fight Cloud9, so instead they just traverse around the map, get to the other side, and reassess and maybe reposition. But it does just eventually, it ends up in the same base once more.
It does. It's the rewrap of all rewraps, and unfortunately, as you say, it just kind of, we could have done this a few moments ago, guys. There's now a 17-16. Cloud9 will be the happiest of it, though, because they have managed to get themselves into a lead. Eco also with the sword is going to be able to lock down one of these hallways. So expect to see Cloud9 maybe leave him on this side of the map again and try and work together as a 3. This is something we're seeing a little bit more as teams start to work out how to approach Catalyst. It's trying to just get numbers in the right areas. And if you've got a player with swords, you can leave him with a little bit more responsibility.
This is such a good angle as well that Eco's taking. These little pillars that you can sit on towards the main ramp. You can get a really good advantageous point where you can take shots on maybe unexpected players who walk around that corner, and you can really help your teammates who are trying to escape as well, running around those corners. And Eco just consistently getting to this spot, keeping watching it, keeping tabs of his team, as Cloud9 still find themselves 2 kills ahead.
Looks like C9 are happy to slow this down a little bit as well. I kind of like this, to be honest with you. You were used to seeing them be hyper aggressive and try and push on the base, but sometimes when you realize that you're not going to be in position to maybe get that overshield. It's about grouping up and doing what Optic just did, but one man who is not taking any time to get involved in some fights is Lucid. Bound needs to win this and does so, but has he done enough damage here, Lucid, for Cloud9 to lose this lead? Looks like Trippy's trying to move in. Trippy, excuse me, will clip the ears of one of the players, but Eco there for the trade again, and Cloud9, even with the overshield, managed to exchange a couple of kills, but here comes Formal. He wins the sword battle, and then he slices another player off the back of that grapple.
He was just trying to stand in the most protected point there. He very almost got caught out by a Cloud9 member that was spawning, but he just about gets round the wall. I was going to say, when Lucid went flying in with that grapple, he got hit by a team nade, and maybe he just grappled a little bit too quick than even his teammates weren't expecting it. But it has paid off in the end. Optic did well with the follow-up push of the damage that he initially created, mainly down to the sword of Formal, but Formal eventually falls.
It's the first time we've seen a little bit of jousting in the Halo Championship Series, quite for some time.
Yes.
I can see you as a professional jouster. I don't know why.
It probably in a past time.
Maybe, yeah. Sir Lord Gaskin kind of rings. I don't know if that's like historically true or like accurate in any way that Lords used to do it, but for now it's going to be Stella who is Lord of that battle for sure, as he takes down Lucid 26-25. Still a 1-kill game between these two teams. Make it 26-all as it's tied up once again thanks to Bound.
And I do like that you pointed out that it was slowed down by, you know, either team. And I think that's what we're going to see more and more of in Catalyst Slayer. Sure, there will be some teams who try and play it fast-paced, but often can be punished for doing so. And you have to be far more strategical about thinking when you're going to push and how you're going to defend. And if you lose a player, you almost need to just run away from the other team because of those fights being so isolated, because it's so difficult to cover your teammates with the lack of angles that you have on this map sometimes. But there are certain angles, if you hit your shots like Trippy's just done, that can find you kills.
Oh, Eco, that's unfortunate for you. Repulsor will counter the sword like we mentioned, and that will turn the weapon over now to Optic Gaming, and Trippy's just going to get out of here. Repulsor's away from that fight. Overshield's popping as well, and it looks like Trippy kind of caught. Does he want to try and make a play here on the gold side? Does he want to try and go for that overshield? It looks like he's going for the play, but Eco's ready for it, and Eco will win the fight.
You do have so many exposed areas on this map, and when you have the sword, you're not necessarily as powerful a player as you'd expect, as Bound does as many turns in a row as he can, like a ballerina, and then sends himself off the map in a dramatic finish to the pantomime.
Ah, that is not dramatic. That is anticlimactic is what it is. That was horrible to watch. Horrible to watch, but you couldn't take your eyes off it.
That is an absolute howler, a stinker from Bound. And maybe he'll have a sleepless night thinking about this one if Cloud9 do go down and lose this map, let alone this series. Optic still just about ahead. They were 38-38 now, and without an overshield, Cloud9 suddenly don't have that advantageous position to push in, and things slow down to a crawl once more.
You shouldn't laugh, but it was kind of funny, to be honest with you.
Especially when I was saying he was like a ballerina, and then he just puts the
did
icing
so
on the
well
cake
to
by
get the
jumping off the
overshield
map.
as well, like spinning around, like making sure that he was a hard kill, and then just decided that maybe I didn't deserve this overshield, and just we'll call him good guy Bound for now. But Cloud9 still have a kill advantage. Lucy's trying to use this plasma pistol, maybe just clip some shields, but while he's over here and while he's trying to move behind these players, unfortunately for him, all of his teammates have fallen. Bound's going to be re-challenged. Bound will come out on top in that fight as well, and one thing you can say is it looks like the confidence of Bound not shook as he wins a pivotal 1v1 to give Cloud9 the biggest lead we've really seen in this game.
Yeah, he makes up for earlier blunders, that's for sure. 5-kill advantage now. New overshield is spawned as well. Nico just needs to be a little bit careful he doesn't over-challenge unless he has help, which he does have help. Bound comes from behind, and now the rest of the team have come to arrive as well.
Penguin Bound get the kills to open the door here for Eco to move in, clean things up. Bound's going to beat him there, though. Overshield in the hands of Bound. He stayed on the map. This is progress from Bound. He's realized that if I stay on, I can do a little bit more damage, and with that, he's just going to be chasing down a couple of these final kills. It's looking like Cloud9 have done enough here, Dan, to close out this game and maybe send us to a game 3 all tied up.
Yeah, what was a very close game suddenly is very one-sided. 8-kill difference, 1 kill away, and this should be it. And actually, Trippy knows. He just bows his head down, accepts what's going to happen behind him. And Cloud9 tied the series 1-1 in what was a very slow, at times, Catalyst game, but also a very methodical and thought-out one.
Yeah, I will say, I'm happy for Bound that they won that one because, you know, it would have been the talking point, but now it will be forgotten about pretty quickly. even if I keep talking about it. But I think performance-wise, outside of that, Bound looked pretty damn good on that map. He was winning a lot of important 1v1s. He was really kind of the instigator in a lot of the damage that was being done. And Cloud9, you know, they needed that game. I think they would have been a little bit disheartened by how that first game went. They were kind of beaten about a little bit, but that was more like Cloud9 we would expect.
That was definitely the Cloud9 that we expect to see, right? Not allowing anything to slip through their fingers, not allowing Optic to take too much control, and also prioritizing pushing as a unit, but doing it at the right times and not just like pushing willy-nilly and allowing Optic to pick off too many players one by one. There's the stats on your screen then. Anything that screams for you there, Mark? I guess Bound on his 14 kills.
Bit of a rough one for Formal as well. 16 deaths in a Slayer is maybe a few too many, unfortunately, for Matthew Piper. Only 9 kills for him as well, and 8 assists to go alongside it. But yeah, Bound. I think everyone you look across on Cloud9 here looked pretty good in the stats department. And one thing that stood out for me, Dan, was how they were just happy to play around one base and just kind of make Optic make plays on them.
Yeah, they would, you know, chase Optic a little bit, almost scare them away, but then run right back into their home. And then almost look through the curtains and say, well, we're waiting for you. We'll wait until you come and ring that door, and then we're going to burst out that door once more and take the fight. Similarly to what I do sometimes with my Deliveroos, or whatever is going to be the equivalent of an American delivery service. DoorDash, perhaps, is going to be. Other delivery services are available, of course, but now we can look back at some of the highlights, and we are going to learn a lot here on set of the difference between Europe and North America when it comes to our producers and our replay operators, because when someone fell off the map in Europe, it was replayed a couple of times, and we almost laughed at it. But are we going to see the same here in North America?
Well, only time will tell, Dan, but for now, we're going to see Lucid making that play with the grapple. It was a little bit of a misplay, to be honest with you. I think he tried to initiate a little bit more damage than hoping his team would go off the back of it, but sometimes I feel like if you're the overshield player, yes, you can get involved a little bit more, but a play like that, I mean, it was better than this one. I mean, it was better than this one. Bound, sorry, my friend, you're still a hell of a player.
It's almost like he thought he had some sort of equipment.
A grapple.
And he was going to make that jump.
Had a grapple.
Yeah, because then he suddenly turned back and was like, oh, crap.
I don't have a grapple.
Yeah, it's not there for me now.
King of the Hill Streets is where we go next. 50-41, Cloud9 would tie things up against Optic Gaming, and this is a really important map for obvious reasons, Dan. This is puts either team on, you know, the opportunity to go through to that grand finals with just one more map to go, but it's also one that's been split between the 2 weeks of Pro Series between the two teams. Optic won the first one, and Cloud9 looked like they didn't really have a grasp on how King of the Hill Streets was going to be working, but then last week they wiped the floor with Optic and they looked completely dominant.
Yeah, 4-0 the first week in favor of Optic, then 4-1 in favor of Cloud9 the next week. That shows just how difficult it is to try and keep tabs on these new game types, and how difficult it is to replicate success in what some of these pro players have described as, you know, a 50-50 at times, because it's a new map in mode. But there's been another week of practice now, so I'm excited to see how both of these teams approach this one.
I think there's some strategy starting to develop on maps, though, in regards to what hills you're willing to give up a little bit earlier than others. And here on Streets, it wouldn't surprise me if teams don't get a clean break on that Tram hill, which is the second hill that we'll see, for them to give it up early, because the fact that you then get control of the back tower, you get PD for the courtyard, and then you have the hill that moves towards the cafe afterwards, where you can basically play the same spawns, and you can kind of get 2 hills in a row if you're good enough about it. So we'll have to see if that does play out, but off the break here is going to be Optic, who are pretty much dominating the Arcade Street hill, and Formal's going to be dominating Eco as well as he puts him on his back.
It's all for that again. Still only 1 kill for Cloud9 at the moment, as this first hill looks like it's going to go firmly in favor of Optic. But a break from Penguin might give Cloud9 one more chance to make a push. But this is where you were talking about, right? Do you just now let this hill go and hold on to Tram instead?
Well, the answer is they don't have to make that choice, because it's already gone. Optic dominate that Arcade hill, and it looks like at the moment Optic are trying to make a move in on Tram, but look at this, Cloud9 already set up inside of the hills. Bound's going to be the player inside the objective. Penguin's going to be trying to be a little bit of a sneaky flightless bird, and he'll win one, and somehow Penguin managed to be involved in the second kill and also stay alive.
Somehow and some way, and now this is going to be the breaking point, really. If Lucid, or even just a couple of more Optic players fall, that might be their last chance to actually break this hill, just dissipating right in front of them. So then suddenly you do get that decision-making point of, okay, maybe we just leave this one? Surely there's going to be one player who might just challenge bottom middle, see if they can get a break, but with Rockets coming up in 8, it is not worth it here for Optic. They let this one go, and they try and just set up for Rockets in the next hill.
They've definitely already given up on this one. You can see that Cloud9 trying to force up the map as quickly as possible, and Cloud9 have actually done a really good job here to not only cap that hill, but put pressure onto the Optic players who are trying to hold down those PD spawns, and they're all going to fall. So what a push, and what teamwork has actually come out of Cloud9. How impressive was that, Dan? Not just a hold C, but also almost kind of batter Optic halfway up the map and take control of the spawns over here at the statue hill.
I'd say that's the most difficult thing about just leaving that hill and setting up for the statue hill, is that Rockets come up as it happens. So you've not only got to try and think about holding onto the hill and setting up for it, but you've also got to set up for the Rockets. And we know that setting up for Rockets is not easy to do in Streets, because there's so many avenues that you can be shot from, especially when the other team is holding Tram, and they can literally sit back Tram and watch that entire middle portion of the map. And because of it, Optic unfortunately lost control. Cloud9 got the Rockets, and now Cloud9 might also get this hill.
Yeah, Cloud9 will get this hill because Trippy and Formal are stuck inside of Tram, and Stella is watching that cross. So Stella is going to get so much information for his team right now. And not only that, you can see that he's going to be shooting all these players who have to escape at some point from C towards where that next hill is going to be going. It's the Cafe Hill next. And look at this, Eco and Bound already there. Penguin locking down the middle lane. And I'll tell you what, Cloud9 is set up to go back-to-back on hills here.
In the first week, Cloud9 were good at breaking the setups, but not good at actually setting up themselves. In the second week, they seem to have learned, and they got far better at doing so. Are we going to see a further development now where Cloud9 just look flawless at their decision-making of when they give up a hill and when they actually try and make that hill?
Formal's trying to put pressure on with the Stalker rifle. A couple of spike grenades coming in as well, but Eco doubling up on the hill as well. Formal trying to move back in, a couple of grenades going down, but Penguin's going to jump back out on a help from Bound. And at the moment, Optic cannot get out of Tram. This is stifling pressure from Cloud9. And look at that time bar at the bottom. Optic haven't put a foot inside of this hill as yet until now, and even then it's being challenged.
APG has to win this fight, but he has no help. But unfortunately for him, on the other side, plenty of help. But at least Optic have arrived late to the party. Eco, the last remaining player, and Rockets now going in favor of Optic. So this is their chance to now do exactly what Cloud9 just did to them. Trap them back in Tram if they have to, and then just keep them in there. Do not allow them to escape.
First pick massive as well. And Formal playing his life. He should be able to survive. And you would feel like if anyone tries to push him in PD, he should be able to get a kill. An unfortunate YY, but just in time, the rocket launcher was back out for Formal to take down yet another player. Stella going to be challenging, but he's going to be fried from the inside out with the Sentinel beam. And Optic, having made that break and having got the power weapon, Dan, might be able to challenge on this hill now.
Definitely could, especially if Lucid can get this kill. But Penguin, that is a big kill for Penguin, because he is now going to be in the back of the mind of Optic. They have to try and take him away from that position, but Penguin's still doing damage, gets assistance, and now Cloud9 can push in and take this hill.
I mean, what a play that is from Penguin. What a play that is. Not only does he stay alive, manages to get the drop ball down as well. And off the back of the Penguin play, the rest of Cloud9 swarm around. And now it's 3-1 as that hill moves to bottom mid. And now Cloud9 have the opportunity to play this one of two ways, Dan. They can either try and convert this into a winning hill, or they can just slay Optic out and keep them out of that bottom middle hill.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time left, 4 minutes, so if you are going to slay for that long, you do risk just giving up the hill and allowing Optic Gaming to have one, but, I mean, it's Cloud9. They can probably do what they want at this point with the way they have been playing. So I'd imagine that this hill probably is going to be contested. Both teams will try and get it. Of course, Optic are going to, but Cloud9 will try and get this one in 4. I tell you what, though, if they did just play Slayer for 3 minutes and 37 seconds, that would be hella impressive.
Bound versus Formal. It'll be a trade. No winner in that duel for now, but Stella seems to be having a very, very strong game here. 14 and 11 for B at this point, as Optic finally gets some control of the hill, and you can see the drop wall is going to be influential to that as well. Now, the rocket launcher was what separated them being able to get the break the first time. Lucid did a good bit of trigger discipline from him as well to make sure the second rocket doesn't go to use, but Bound's going to be flying out to contribute to that. Even though Optic have a lead on this hill, looks like Cloud9 are still challenging here, but a flank coming in from Lucid. He might be in for a little bit of fun here with some kills going into his KDA.
It's whether Cloud9 will just try and delay this hill as much as possible to the point where it eats away at that time, so that when you go into the next one, you kind of force Optic to start desperating the next hill to a point where Cloud9 should just be able to comfortably slay out them and then wait for that perfect moment before they can set up and finish the game. But Trippy has that Bulldog. He's going to be really a thorn in the side. Well, he would have been, but that thorn was extracted.
Well, that's 1 minute gone here for Cloud9 of keeping Optic away from capturing that hill. Stella's trying to escape and somehow does. Formal doesn't quite connect with that headshot, but Formal is in a great position to just do damage here. You can see Penguin's weak. He's trapping them all inside of C here, but no one from Optic inside of the hill for now as Stella makes Formal play for not hitting that headshot a few moments ago by re-challenging and putting some numbers on the side of Cloud9. 3v3 on the map at the moment, but again, Optic not able to set foot inside of that hill.
That time is still ticking down. This is still going to be more impressive if Cloud9 keep playing this way. They keep dipping their toes in just to say to Optic, oh, we will get it if you don't try and have a fight with us. And then as soon as Optic actually manage to get a couple of kills or so, the rest of Cloud9 back off and say, okay, now we slay again and let's see just what we can do in this last and final hill.
Yeah, the difficulty here for Optic is how exposed the bottom middle hill is, right? I mean, if they're spawning PD on one side of the map, Cloud9, they can move to tower and they can get shots in immediately. If they spawn in C and they hold C, it's so difficult unless you're kind of four-man facing the front of the tram area to get those kills and get the damage down, that there's always going to be an opportunity for someone like Stella, like you're seeing here, to make a flank. So it might have seemed like a long time to slay out. On any other hill, I would say yes, but this bottom middle hill is so exposed, it's tough for Optic to get in, but finally, it looks like they might be in a position now with the Rockets to think about converting this one.
Well, I tell you what, that is a re-challenge and a half. So many players would have just tried to escape, jump into tires, keep those rockets alive, but you risk yourself at that angle from not just grenades, but also BR shots. So he says, you know what? I know full well where the players shoot me from. I'm going to take this shot. I'm going to take this rocket. And he put it right into the feet of his opponent. 1 minute 50 remaining, but still a little bit of time for Optic to try and gather here. Cloud9 definitely could slay out for another 147 now. That is entirely possible. 4 minutes looked a long time, but suddenly that clock is disappearing very quickly. But Optic are starting to get a little bit more scrappy time here or there.
In scrappy time, but all C9 needs to do is trade. But it's getting to that point now where Optic have to start getting desperate, and this plays into the hands of Cloud9. The 3-1 lead is great, and remember that it's only 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. Even if Optic managed to convert this hill, they'd have to be pretty much perfect on the next one as well. Eco with a big wheel onto Lucid. Trippy will trade it out, but Optic are agonizingly close here to converting this hill, but C9 just keep pressurizing.
And Optic, they need it now. I think you're right. They need as much time as possible in this next one. Cloud9 have played it well, where they've delayed it for as long as they could, but Optic finally put that point on the board. Now they've got 1 minute and 21 seconds to try and get this next one to tie us up at 3-3. Cloud9 could, though, now really just play the Slayer game and keep and shut Optic out, but it is a risky game to play on a hill like this, where all you need is one break, one good setup, and you could maybe walk away with a tie.
I mean, Optic dominated this arcade hill the last time we saw it at the start of the game, and Optic are dominating the arcade hill once again. You can see that Cloud9 have not stepped foot in it. Optic have been in occupation for the entirety of the time so far, and even though 4 minutes to slay out seemed like a doable thing for Cloud9, now it's looking like a scary moment for them, because Trippy is starting to click on some heads.
And if Cloud9 just choose to give this hill up and keep control of Tram, it would be also a crazy and risky decision. So I'm glad that they have made sure that they actually tried to push and stop this hill from Optic. The Rockets playing a big factor in that, of course. It was almost free for Penguin to be able to collect them because Optic was so set on trying to set up for this hill. 54 seconds still remaining, but Optic are halfway over the point to get this point.
Grenades coming in from Formal as well, just stopping all of the pushes from Cloud9. Cloud9 have got to be patient, but Bound's just going to get clipped. Formal's going to pick up two. Formal with a triple kill is going to clean out the arcade. You could almost hear the change falling from the machines as the damage was done, and C9 will lose the hill. Optic tie up, and we have 49 seconds left as we move over to this tram hill once more.
And Lucid trusted his team so much there. He said, I'm going to back off. I'm going to get Tram. I trust that you will get these final moments. But he wasn't able to get his team spawning there. So now he just needs to make it count with kills, which he gets the first.
Needs to survive as well. Trippy's going to be moving in as well. Lucid, oh, he's done so well. And so has the rest of Optic to move in to wipe Cloud9. It's 4 dead for C9. And Optic, who looked like they were on the brink of going 2-1 down in the series, now surely are the favorites for this game.
You were talking about how hard it is to break this setup, how hard it is to get into Tram, and some teams may just leave it. Can't afford to leave it now if you are Cloud9. You've got to break this setup. And there's only 38 seconds on the clock if this did become scrappy, but you'd imagine this next team fight is going to decide who wins this game.
Penguin gets taken down. Such an important shot from Formal. Formal gets 2, but Trippy is the man to watch. He has to try and do some damage. He looks a little bit of trepidation on how he wants to approach this one. Eco's going to be pushing in as well, and Trippy, just that moment of hesitation, maybe not trying to challenge those kills, has allowed Cloud9 a foothold in the game.
He did delay. He did milk a little bit to allow Optic to at least get on spawn. Rockets are coming up as well. And remember, if no one wins this hill in the next 23 seconds, it's a tie. We reset the game, and it will be first point wins when we get the restart. That is definitely a possibility now. But Optic going to try and win this game here and now with the Rockets.
Oh! Lucid loses the Rockets, though. Stella hits important shots after the help came in from B stairs. Formal gets taken down as well. And Cloud9 take 3 players from Optic Gaming down. There's only 6 seconds left on the game clock, though. It needs to be perfect, and Cloud9 cannot afford to step out of that hill.
They can't afford to step out the hill. Optic, of course, if they want to win it here and now, they not only have to get Cloud9 out, but they also have to put their pinky toes into it. Lucid can't quite get the kill. Cloud9 are in a 4 versus 2 here, and Trippy's got to do so much work if he gets this kill, but he doesn't.
Bound, that is a massive, massive win, because that 1v1 was the game. And with that, it looks like Cloud9 have done enough. Bound, the difference maker when it matters once more. C9, with a great hold on that tram hill, managed to close things out and show the ice that we know they've always had.
4-0 to Optic in week 1, 4-1 to Cloud9 in week 2, 4-3 and almost an overtime situation in week number 3. That shows just how much these teams are developing, learning, changing, and we seem to be going back and forth between these 2 squads. But it's Cloud9 who just managed to pip Optic at the finish line, and I think Optic will be pretty disheartened after that one, especially after their comeback being 3-1 down and Cloud9 making them work so hard for those hills 2 and 3. As we look at the stats, though, I have to say, Mark, that, you know, you look across it, 25 kills for Formal. He had a great set of multi-kills to keep Optic in that game, but it was just consistency across the board. Stella with 26. The way he survived in that last hill was amazing for C9.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you know, we can see the entire list of numbers and kills, but the most important one probably Bounds. That last second headshot he got onto Trippy when he was no shields just stopped everything. That was the last hope for Optic to try and get into that tram hill, and it wasn't to be. So it was like, take a look at the damage. Stella was the man who was doing a huge amount of it, but I mean, what a game it was. What a game it was. You can see the Cloud9 strategy towards the end of that game. Optic broke, managed to get that arcade hill locked down, but I mean, the early rotation wasn't perfect from Optic towards that tram setup, and C9 managed to get that break and then did a pretty good job of holding.
I think that Cloud9 could have maybe played it a little bit differently, and looking back, they'll probably say, should we have played more aggressively on that bottom hill when there was so much time remaining? I think often when you see this game type scrimmed, that last hill, usually there's only a couple of minutes left because it's far more difficult for some of these teams to actually secure that hill in terms of times, and maybe they're used to that, so they just thought about slaying. If they had been a little bit more aggressive, if they had gone for that hill, it was entirely winnable there and then, but you know what, it doesn't matter. They still got the victory, and I'm sure they'll be happy with it, but as they look to learn and develop on this game type, it will be something I'm sure they will assess and look back on. But very exciting game between these two. This is exactly what we'd expect in our winners finals. 2 teams just going at each other.
That will be Cloud9 with a 2-1 advantage and finding themselves 1 game away from going into your grand finals and maybe just extracting a touch of revenge on Optic for what happened last week. And with that in mind, it's time for us to head into what could be the last map of this series. It's Strongholds on Recharge. It's an old favorite for many, and I tell you what, the shock rifle, it just has a little bit of magic about it when it's in the hands of one of these players. It seems like somebody is always interested in being involved in that highlight reel.
They haven't played Strongholds Recharge in the last 2 weeks against each other as well, but certainly Recharge
Formal with an overkill off the rip. Sorry to jump in, Dan, but I just saw it in the feed, and I mean, if you needed something to get momentum back on your side, Formal killing all 4 players is probably it.
I mean, not only did the overkill scare me, you scared me a little bit. You know, I'm looking across to my stat screen and suddenly Formal's pulling things like that out within seconds. That's, yeah, definitely something to inject some energy back into Optic Gaming.
Sorry, Dan.
No. If there's one reason that you could interrupt me, I'd say an overkill is probably one of the best ones.
Wow, what a start to this one. I mean, what a series it's been so far. The highlight plays, I mentioned they might be coming in. Well, Formal That's got to be the quickest overkill we've had in maybe ever in Halo history. Who knows? That might be a bold claim as we play Ring Around the Rosies, Eco versus APG. And it's going to be APG who comes out on top of that one. Finally, we're going to see a little bit of calmness here. While all the craziness is going on, it is Optic who have a little bit of a lead here, and it looks like they might be able to turn over a triple cap as well.
I'm scared to speak, if I'm honest, Mark. You know, I don't want to miss something like that again, and also just... It genuinely was a jump scare. when you shouted, "Fall with the overkill," I was terrified. But I'm sure Cloud9 were equally as terrified with the pace of which Optic have started this game.
What's scarier, me shouting that or Formal if you're on Cloud9?
Equally as scary.
Equally.
So that's how you know how much fear went through my body during that moment at 2 a.m. here in England.
I was good. You know exactly what I'm thinking right now, by the way. Have you, yeah. Anyway, Camo's coming up. We'll just leave that story for maybe a little bit of downtime, but trust me, there's a good story about Dan Gaskin being scared. Stellar is going to be working away at some kills here for Cloud9 to get back into this game, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. 3 dead for Optic Gaming means that they've managed to turn over A and B, and not only that, Camo and Shock now in the hands of Eco. This is what they needed Cloud9 to just calm the nerves a little bit, just to calm things down, or maybe just start heating things up a little bit more as Eco hits a nice perfect.
What I was going to say right at the start of the game before Formal rudely interrupted me, of course I'll blame him, not you, was that Cloud9 historically very good at strongholds on recharge. Like, they know how to rotate as a unit. Even with Bound now replacing Renegade, I think that he fits the style perfectly, that they can play in that same way. And sure, that incredible start from Optic pinned them back a little bit, but look how they respond and get back into things. And this could be a double, will be a double. Eco starting to heat up.
Playing really well, Eco here, and looking to force the triple cap as well. He's got the shock rifle, so if any spawners come in on pipes, he can look at that bat ledge and he might be able to remove a few more hair follicles. And it's just like I said, that's what's going to happen, and that Eco is the man who makes things happen. Lucid will take him down though, and that will stop the bleeding for now. A has been turned over by Optic, but Stellar is being aggressive. He's got the plasma pistol, and he is charging into grenades as Lucid takes it down. What did he just hit?
He hit the head of Bound, that's what he just hit, but how he did it, I have no idea. This is what all these players, every single player on this map has the potential to do things like that, and that's what makes it such an exciting matchup and such an exciting winners bracket final that we have. Cloud9 may have the advantage at the moment, but now it's Optic's turn to try and show what they're made of.
That shot was pretty special. And off the back of it, Optic are trying to make a conversion here on B. Trippy is going to be doubling up with Formal on this B stronghold. Bound with a nice grenade's going to take him down, though. And Bound, even with that grenade, finds himself last player alive. Lucid trying to hunt him down, but look at Bound. He's going to be re-challenging. He fears no one, Bound. But maybe Lucid is the person to fear as he finally loses the battle.
So now we've got control of B and C have Optic Gaming, but Lucid still taking a fight over towards A. That's because he had a spawner, he had a teammate that was going to be there to assist him. That's APG. They do lose the camo in the meantime, and we saw what the camo did previously when Eco had it, and he had that shock rifle. Penguin going to play it in a slightly different way, though. He wants to be securing objective. This is something Bravo was talking about Penguin being an outlier statistically as one of those objective players. He does the objective in such a clever and precise way, and even though it seems like such a simple thing, those are the kind of thought processes he has, that he has to focus the objective rather than necessarily going for the shock straight away.
Well, Penguin going to be inside of B here. He's going to have free reign on anyone who tries to push into pipes. It looks like Lucid is thinking about making that play. Penguin's going to have the shot on him. Peeks, jiggles, wiggles, and hits the headshot. And that is beautiful use of the geometry coming in from Penguin. Now trying to lock down the angles. APG and Trippy just trapped at the moment as Stella's making the flank top A. Cloud9 starting to collapse. And Penguin starting to just frazzle away at the skin of some of these Spartans.
Isn't a jiggle, jiggle, wiggle, wiggle one of the things that's on those social media TikToks nowadays?
I think it's Louis Theroux.
Something, yeah.
Louis Theroux.
That's the one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about as you were talking about jiggling and wiggling.
Jiggle. He does. I already messed it up. Never mind.
Yeah, you did. That's why I didn't go for it. You see, I played the dumb approach. But anyway, 155 to 83.
You played it. I'd lived it.
You embraced that moment, and I'm totally okay with it. As you attempted a joke that ended up like a dad joke in the end. 158 to 83, though, this has become quite difficult for Optic to get back into, but they do have A and B. They need to have a really solid hold now.
Lucid should be taken down here by Bound. One thing I love about watching the way that Bound plays is kind of got this whippy shot where he just snaps onto heads a little bit differently to maybe like a player like Penguin, who's a little bit more consistent with that battle rifle shot, just kind of locks on a little bit more. But Optic are starting to come back into this one now. Cloud9 find themselves 3 dead. Formal has a camouflage, and this has been the game changer for a lot of occasions. Bound now going to be taken down as Formal will fly in with that sword and camo combination, and it's a triple cap here for Optic. Cloud9 have now got to fight out of this stifling hole coming in from the green wall.
Yeah, the gap was big, but that's how quickly it can be closed if you get that trip cap, and that's what the teams were always very good at doing when Strongholds was first kind of shown here in Halo Infinite on maps like this, is pushing, getting aggressive, looking for that trip cap, chasing those spawns, making sure that you just make things absolute hell for the opposition team. And as soon as they step in one of those strongholds, you push, you collapse, and that's what Optic are doing perfectly right now as they take the lead.
What a turnaround this has been for Optic, but as we know, Cloud9, they will find a way back into this. Stella needs to win that fight and is not going to. And now off the back of that, Formal picks up 2. Eco picks up 1, and Eco will exchange the kills. But Eco finds himself last alive. Penguin is off the respawn now as Eco did fall. So A will be turned over by Cloud9. There's at least a little bit of a band-aid on the bleeding that's been going down. But Lucid trying to move in already on A, and he's got that sword. The whole of top A is locked down here by Lucid.
Yep, they're waiting to pounce. Lucid does pounce, uses the last slash of the sword, and now they're going to be able to retake A, regain that total control, start scoring once more. They see that C starts ticking over, and they head straight on back. This is absolute vintage play here from Optic Gaming.
Vintage play, and they can afford to be risky because they have the numbers to play with as well. Bound is going to be just collapsed on by 2 more players. A really important moment here for Penguin. If he can take down both these players from Optic who are down to no shields, then that might just stagger things, but it's not going to be done in time. Optic tie up the series. They cross the 250 mark, and we're heading to a game 5, Dan, and I feel like this series just kind of deserves it with how it's gone down.
Definitely deserves it, especially when you consider the back and forth that we've had with these two teams. We haven't seen a game 5 yet between them, even though there's been 4 series in the last 2 weeks. Both the winners bracket final and grand finals were just either 3-1s or 3-0. So now we actually go into that game 5 deciding slayer where things start to get a little bit more nervy because, of course, there is a lot on the line. You've got that extra series in your back pocket if you get to the grand final first, whereas if you come from the elimination bracket, which is where you'd presume this team who drops down should be able to come from, of course, we'll have to try and win 2 best-of-5s in that grand final. But looking at the stats, Bound really did stand out on the side of Cloud9, but it was just that period of play for Optic where they locked the entire map down for a long, long time.
Yeah, it's very interesting to look at those statistics, right? You're looking at the KDAs. There's nothing crazy from anyone, really. Nothing outstanding. It was very, very close across the board. And like you mentioned, it was just the triple cap. I think that Optic probably weren't quite up there in the Slay capacity until that triple cap came into effect. And then they were able to just roll with that momentum. Those split spawns that they had Cloud9 on they're so difficult to fight out of. And Optic were on top of every single name of every single player and making sure that they were taken care of before turning around.
It really was absolute perfection from Optic. And I think if you want to learn yourself how to play Strongholds on Recharge, just go back and watch those last few moments, those last couple of minutes from Optic, how aggressive they were. It really helped that they had the sword in the grapple because it allowed them to be far more aggressive than maybe they would have been without those 2 weapons. But an early start, an overkill that sent shivers down my spine for several reasons, allowed Optic to get off to a real fast start. They stalled in the middle on set, but they very much picked it up at the end.
Yeah, it was very much picked up, like you say, and it's the power of a triple cap and the power of execution when you are good enough to do it. This shot, by the way, from Lucid. Stella gets dealt with, a couple of grenades, but can we slow this one down? Just slow it down as slow as possible. I think he just clipped the shoulder. Maybe there's a bit of help coming in from Formal there, but Lucid still showing why he is one of the best in the game when it comes to winning those individual battles. And there was multiple plays like that were just made at the right times for Optic that just changed the game. But this was the moment, Dan. Down by about 58 points or so, or 50 points or so, whatever you want to call it. And then the triple cap from there really did completely flip the game in Optic's favor. And now we head over to Aquarius Slayer. If you had to, put your TikTok account history on who's going to win this one, Dan, who are you going to go with?
I don't think I daren't do that. Some of the crazy stuff that I've seen on TikTok, boy, it is interesting. But I will say that this just adds to the story, right? We talk about Streets King of the Hill and how it's gone back and forth. The same for Aquarius Slayer. It was first won by Cloud9, 50-47 the first time they played each other 2 weeks ago. Then Optic won it 50-48 last week. It has been so close on this Slayer game type, but both teams have been able to win it. If that doesn't set up the perfect game 5, I do not know what does.
Well, we're just waiting for the players to maybe just take a sip of water and get ready for this game 5. And to be honest with you, I want to do the same, although my water's run out, so I don't have the opportunity to do so. But I mean, it's the perfect game 5, right? And I really feel like there's a nice rivalry developing between these two teams as well. We know all about the Sentinels Optic rivalry that's been going down for the first half of the series, and there's been that bad blood, and maybe it's been put to the side, but there's always that little bit of extra spice when those two teams play, right? I just feel like Optic and Cloud9 are starting to have something here as well, where there's kind of like there's more meaning to this than just winning a game in a tournament, right? It just gives me that feeling whenever I see these two teams go up against each other that nobody wants to back down and everybody just wants to win it, regardless if it's online, offline. It's a statement from either team.
You'd be surprised how much pride comes into it. Actually, you won't be surprised, but maybe some people will be surprised how much pride comes into it when you play a game of Halo, even if it's just matchmaking. Like, you and I know how much it means just to beat someone, a name that you recognize, that you've played against, you've beaten before, or you've lost against before. The individual pride that we have as human beings on video games is just a stupid thing that we have, but it is very apparent, and it is apparent in this series for sure. You can see it in some of the challenges that happen. You can see it with how close these two teams are contested right now. And even though, a grand final is looming and potentially they could play each other again, right now all that matters is getting the victory here and being that first team in the grand final.
Well, let's see who does it then. We're underway. It's game 5 here in the winners bracket final, and the perfect way to close out what has been a memorable series between Optic Gaming and Cloud9. And off the rip, no surprise to see it's tied up at 2-2. Both teams still fighting for this camo. Bound is going to get 2, and that means Penguin, you're invisible for a few moments, my friend.
And if you remember last week, Optic took a real big lead on Aquarius, and they were up kind of 48-40, and we're thinking it was game over, and then Cloud9 suddenly leapt back into things and almost made the comeback of dreams, but Optic just about closed things out. I think that this could very much be a back and forth game again, where one team might look like they have the advantage, but with how talented both of these teams are, comebacks are definitely possible.
Certainly are, and Optic are going to be smiling right now because they just took down Penguin, who not only had camo, but he had the heat wave as well. He was in such a big position to do damage, and unfortunately not going to be able to do so. Stella will take down the player in the fridge, which should turn the heat wave back into Cloud9's hands as 2 fall for Optic. But I mean, a big opportunity missed there, I think, for Cloud9 to really start off strong here in this game 5.
A shot, Penguin and Bound linking up well just to shut Optic down in the corner. I think that's what you've got to do here if you're Cloud9, is you take as many 2v2s as you can. Try not to allow yourself to be isolated by Optic Gaming, because that's what they'll want. They'll want to take those fights where they can find just single players that they can isolate. But now that Penguin's got the dynamo grenades, this is suddenly a tricky situation for Optic making this push.
Even more tricky, when there's a Trippy trying to do the damage against you. Trippy will be alive for now. 3 kills to his name and 3 deaths alongside it. Cloud9 we did have a slender lead for a few seconds, but now we find ourselves tied up, and Trippy's the man with the heat wave in his hands. Now, he's made some big plays on Aquarius in recent times in important games. Let's see if he can do it again here.
First bullet connect, but that heat wave, it hits hard for the most part, but from that distance sometimes doesn't quite give you enough to just give you the 1-2 whip it out and finish off. And now Cloud9, they still find themselves 1 kill ahead, but they've also got this camouflage. That's huge for Miko, the fact he's been able to pick it up.
That's 2 in a row now for Cloud9 as well, so that's not quite translated into the lead maybe they would have wanted, but it is a slender lead, and even if you don't put it to use, at least you're keeping it out of the hands of Optic Gaming. So let's see what Eco can do with it now. A really big moment in this game. He's going to find Formal to start with.
I think a good sign for Cloud9 is that Optic did lose that Slayer earlier on in the winners bracket semis to the Pioneers. That was the one game that the Pioneers took off them, of course, on Slayer live fire. So perhaps that allows Cloud9 to maybe have some confidence that perhaps Optic just aren't firing straight when it comes to Slayers. But I will say that you can kind of throw any stats out of the window at this point. It's going to be down to who's playing well in this game right here, right now, as it's so close, 20-20.
20-20, and I think Optic are going to be the happier, based on the fact that both the power-ups have gone over to Cloud9. 2 camos and 21 to 21 game, you will take that every single day of the week. If you're Optic, you have to wonder what's going to happen if Optic get this next camo down. Is that going to be their opportunity to find a lead?
Just look how evenly matched these squads are, and that can be the difference sometimes. Being able to escape as a one-shot, staying alive, but okay, Stella is able to clean up that kill. I think Penguin will be thanking the Lord, as he was probably calling out APG for absolute days at that point. Still agonizingly close between these two, 24 to 24, and I'm wondering when we're going to see a break, because at some point there's going to be a period of play where a team takes like a 4 to 5 kill lead. At Cloud9, they've got a 2-kill advantage now. This could be the moment.
Ooh, Trippy's in the corner. Bound gets the beat down, and fortunately Stella couldn't hit the headshot quick enough to allow Bound to survive. So 28 to 26, a slender, paper-thin lead here for Cloud9, but the camouflage is going to be popping up top middle. Lucid with that kill onto Eco might have just opened the map up a little bit here for Optic to make a move.
Nice movement from Lucid to at least get to his team as quick as possible there. I think he recognized that one of his teammates was going to go for that camo, and he just wanted to be there to support. Did the camo actually get popped? Yes, it did. And that's Lucid being the perfect teammate just to take some of those bullets for APG.
And look at the score off the back of this. Optic make a phenomenal push. I think they took down every single member of Cloud9 in the build up to moving towards this power up. The camouflage now for the first time in the hands of Optic, and APG, a man who has been kind of the guy to watch in Slayers for Optic Gaming in recent time, is now on a tear, and that is the difference. C9 haven't been able to put these to use, and it looks like Optic, they're going to make sure that this camo does not get wasted.
Is this going to be that moment? The 4-kill difference? No, it's still 3 because APG can't quite escape it. And now Cloud9, they take advantage of some of the number advantage they have here as players and using the damage to get back into this game, take control. But everything's happening kind of bottom middle. There's a lot of areas of the map where people are kind of holding at the moment, which is not usually where you would hold in an Aquarius game, but they're so reluctant to be taking any of the power positions because the grenades are coming, the shots are coming. Everyone just trying to stay alive.
Well, it's now 10 kills to go for Optic. Make that 9 as APG gets the trade onto Stella. 3 dead here for Cloud9 as well, and the camo was the difference maker without a doubt in this game. And now Penguin is just being flooded in the base. He's got some support here. Formal will be traded out but Bound. But the only problem is for Cloud9 is that trades aren't good enough at this point. Optic, they swarm. Lucid picks up 2. That's another kill. Now they're just 5 kills away.
And we saw this exactly the same last week when they had a 5 to 8 kill advantage, Optic Gaming, in these last moments, but Cloud9 still came back. Wait, did we just see it go down from 41 to 40? That looked really weird. Anyway, Optic Gaming 4 kills away, but Cloud9 were able to come back last week, and Optic need to remember that. They need to remember that they have to stay on top of this. They can't allow Cloud9 to slip through.
Lucid gets the kill. Formal picks up 1 as well. Stella will trade, but you can't be trading at this point. It's 1 kill to go. Stella is last alive. Trippy has the power up, and if you're an Optic fan, start to buy tickets for the grand final, because you're going to be watching your team in that final round of the tournament. They win the series. It's 3-2. It was a hell of a series, but Optic, they managed to clutch up and beat Cloud9 once again.
History would suggest that Optic struggle sometimes in those final moments of Game 5s, but they did not look even slightly altered at that point. They knew exactly how they wanted to play those final moments. They knew exactly how they wanted to push. Clear comms, you can tell, between the team. They were all looking at the same targets, and they wiped Cloud9 off of the map effectively and efficiently. And they punched that ticket into the grand final, as you say. And Cloud9, they came awfully close, and it was the closest series we've had so far between these two teams. But it's the Green Wall who 2 weeks in a row now make it to the grand final.
Yep, there's the stats from the game as well. Penguin, 15 deaths for him in that game. Maybe not the strongest, coming in from a man who's been performing exceptionally well this year, but I got to talk about APG. I mentioned it when he got that camouflage, he had that heat wave. In Slayers, APG just seems to be the guy for Optic at the moment, who puts up the most reliable statistics. 13, 10, and 11. 11 assists alongside positive KD. You can't ask for much more from a player.
Yeah, APG's assists and his damage that he outputs, not just in that game, but all series long, all tournament long, has been top tier. Really is so important and integral to this squad for their success. And I really did like how in those kind of final moments, APG and Lucid working in tandem, top middle, to assure that that camouflage would go in their hands, and Lucid almost putting his body on the line for APG. 50 to 42 looks quite one-sided. just at face value, but I think if you watch that game, you realize just how close it was and how Cloud9 could have very easily been the team going into grand finals had a few kills swung their way a little bit earlier on. But there's the lay of the land, and what a best of 5 we've just had, Mark.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 might be kicking themselves a little bit, especially having 2 games to close out the series. But Optic Gaming, again, maybe overcoming one of those little mental hurdles and showing that they won't roll over to a team like Cloud9 anymore. It will be taken right down to the final moments, and they took it down to those final moments, and again, they pick up the win to go through to that grand final. So Optic sitting there once again, looking to go back-to-back, and Lottie, Optic once again showing that they've maybe got a little bit more about them than they did have a few months ago.
Yeah, I've got to say, I loved seeing that series. Obviously, a lot closer than we had last week. And I've also got to say that I'm actually really happy for myself, because it's not often that I actually am right or can tell somewhat what's going on with the series layout. But Cloud9,
You sound like Wes.
Cloud9, they picked up the two kind of newer map/mode combinations right in bang in the middle, and Optic picked up on every single thing that they've been working on and working really hard on for the majority of the season to convert into wins. So it was really cool to see that, as well as them managing to ice up right at the end when it matters the most. And bravo, Optic really are on such a growth spurt at the moment. What are you noticing from them in terms of what they are growing on as a team and how they are improving? What are some of the fundamental things that are really apparent?
I think it's a lot of the little things. I think it's knowing exactly where to get damage and when do they capitalize, when do they disengage. I think largely the damage that they get, they convert on, which has been so often the difference maker, not just today, but in terms of their entire record over the past few weeks. And I think time and time again, they found a way to dig deep and just a way to put points on the board. And I think they continue to look stronger, and the question is, will they be able to translate to LAN? I think the more they do this, I think the more confident they'll feel.
Yeah, without a doubt. Looking at the strongholds on recharge as well, Brav, Optic weren't actually able to get a significant hold until that really lengthy trip cap right at the end. How did they switch up their setup to really continue ticking those points across the board into that win?
I think it's just really knowing exactly where your opponents are spawning. I think, like the guys talked about earlier, just knowing exactly where you need to be holding, where you have your opportunities to anchor spawns, when your last 2 need to be engaging versus disengaging based on where your teammates are spawning. I think those are all game time decisions, and I think Dan also put it really well in that last game, right? It really does come down to, when you look at teams of this caliber, of this pedigree, of this history, it comes down to moment by moment in each of these games. And I think Optic was the team that found the way really in the game 5 to find a way to make sure that they close this one out strong.
Yeah, I've got to say it was absolutely incredible stuff. I also think, honestly, when you look at Optic and what they try to prioritize on the map, you can really see that come across quite evidently. For example, when we saw that mid-map push for the camo, and they did that together in 2s, if not 3, slightly more ahead of the 2 pushing for the camo. And that was amazing to watch, because they not only converted that power up to themselves, but they used then their momentum from gaining that power up, from gaining that advantage into the next camo, which obviously aided into that dub. How do you feel like their efficiency has grown as well, not only in objective, but getting their hands on those things that they need to prioritize?
I mean, when you ever you look at scrim results and things like that, and shout out to Halo Data Hive, they keep track of all the power weapon pickups, power weapon kills. Optic are always up there. They're always got their hands on, whether it be heat wave, sniper rifle, rockets. They're always trying to get them in the hands and put them to use. And I think one thing that stood out to me was not so much them getting hold of that camo, because they lost the first 2. It was the damage mitigation that they did with the first 2 camos they lost. They didn't let Cloud9 get out of hand. They didn't let them get away with things, didn't let a lead develop. And I think that's just as important if you don't get a power up to do that as it is to take advantage when you do.
Yeah, indeed. It's all about knowing exactly what you want to get and achieve on the maps, and what's the easiest route to do so. And Optic, they really did just do that in that game 5 against Cloud9. Incredible stuff. See our elimination bracket right there. Cloud9 are going to be falling down up against Space Station, which I am really excited about, because actually they did close their series out against G1, I believe, and they are going to be finding themselves still in the tournament and fighting some of our finest, which is going to be absolutely amazing as well. We're actually going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we will have that series on our screens, and it's going to be an epic one. Trust me when I say it. So we'll see you guys right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series 7. It is so good to have you guys joining us for the evening. Now, we do have a pretty epic series ahead of us in just a moment, but before we get into it, we need to talk about another region just for a split second, because myself and Gaskin, yesterday, we weren't over in Europe technically, not yet, not till Valencia, but we were on the EU Pro Series. I guess you were, yeah, Gaskin.
Technically you weren't.
Technically you weren't.
Technically I wasn't. Yeah, there we go.
You weren't, but technically,
Funny Brexit
Ascend
joke.
did actually manage to win this one out in the grand finals against Hotline Warriors. You guys are just unbelievable. But an interesting one here, Gaskin, in terms of this matchup, because obviously they did a bit of a switcheroo in terms of teammates, and Respectful, being on Online Warriors previously, went over to Ascend, and Ascend dropped Shady, and Shady went to Online Warriors, and it made for quite an interesting story. Talk a little bit about this matchup and why this one was so golden yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if you've missed European Halo for the last couple of weeks, you're probably wondering, well, what on earth happened? Respectful was on Na'Vi, then he was on Online Warriors, then he was on Ascend. There's been a lot going on, that's for sure. Na'Vi dropped Respectful, Online Warriors then formed. They had Snaky, Flux, Moze, and Respectful. They then absolutely blew everyone out of the water. They beat Ascend. Ascend then split, dropped Shady, picked up Respectful. Then Ascend went on to win, of course, this Pro League week. It's just, honestly, everything's happened, and it's been absolutely crazy. It's been amazing. So what I'm saying is, come to Valencia, watch it. It's going to be brilliant.
Yes, exactly that, Gas, and I couldn't have said it better myself. Of course, we are having our EU regional finals, and it is in Valencia live. It's going to be a LAN event July 1st to the 3rd, live from Valencia, Spain. We're all going to be there. It's going to be absolutely amazing. If you guys want to go right now and compete, you can. Team passes are available. Please go and sign up. Get your team there. Compete. Play with the best of the best in Europe. It's going to be amazing. But if you don't fancy getting on the sticks, then you can get in a seat and you can go and grab your tickets, and they're available now as well. So it's going to be absolutely amazing. I personally am so damn excited about that. So can't wait to see you guys in Valencia, and you boys, we're going to have a whirl of a time. A whirl? What is the word? Is it a whale?
What's a whirl?
No, I just wanted to hear you say whale. What's a whale?
It's a whale of a time. We're having a whale of a time. Do you know what? I'm failing right now, so I'm just going to give it over to you boys. Bravo and Gaskin, more than capable of taking this one from me.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I've also been told to wait 1 second.
I was just
because the
capable.
game's not
You're
ready.
more than capable.
Yeah, that's why I
Shall I let everyone know what game we actually are going to be watching? I think that would probably help as well, isn't it? We've got actually Space Station versus Cloud9. And actually, this is going to be quite an interesting one. Space Station on the rise at the moment, actually beating G1 2-0, but a closer map one. It was actually 2-1 in Oddball, so it went the full 3 rounds. And Gaskin, how are you feeling about this one? Because obviously watching well, slightly from the wings, the G1 series, Space Station going up against Cloud9, can they do it again? Can they cause an upset?
Firstly, congrats to G1 for making, well, not top 3 this time, but another top 4.
Again, yeah.
I think with Sentinels coming back into the equation, I thought everyone would be knocked down at least one, but Sen top 6, G1 top 4, that says a lot to me. I think G1 will be delighted with that one, but for SSG making top 3, these boys, they are frying today, but they get a tough task against Cloud9. They've already played each other once in this bracket. Cloud9 2-0'd them in the winners bracket, so I think that Cloud9 will be fairly confident, but you know, with Space Station and how they played against Sentinels, they are going to be feeling on top of the world right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Onset, what do you need to see from Space Station to bring in from that Sentinel series and convert that back into the C9 one here for their tournament lives? What do we need to see on our screens?
Confidence and no fear whatsoever. And I think there's 3 players on that team, and I've taken Ace out of the equation just because he's a bit older now. You know, he's in comparison to some of the young guns he's got in his team, and they need to play like the young guns that you would expect, right? No fear, show them no respect, pick up that sniper rifle, hit those no-scopes that we've seen previously, because you have to beat this Cloud9 roster. Even though they just lost to Optic in a close series, Cloud9 will want to beat Space Station and get another opportunity at Optic in that final.
They certainly will indeed. But if you're Space Station at the moment, you are really trying to get a leg up in this series. And Bravo, who really needs to step up to try and take down Cloud9?
For me, Suppress just needs to do exactly what he's been doing. I mean, absolutely incredible numbers and also performances from him all day long. I just saw, you know, he's happy with how the team's done so far on Twitter, and I think he's already looking ahead to doing even more this evening. Suppress is fitting in so well on this team. That's not to take away anything else, from the rest of the SSG roster that's been supporting the entire squad so well. But for me, my eyes are on Suppress. If he does the same thing, I think they have a real shot at putting up a really good series.
They certainly do have a real shot. I think on the flip side of things, looking at Cloud9 just for a split second while we wait for the lobby to get actually assembled and ready to go for the game. Gaskin, is there an element of complacency that could happen? We've kind of saw it with Sentinels. You know, they kind of weren't ready for that heat, for that smoke, so to speak. It sounds really old saying that. And Space Station, they were ready for it. Cloud9, what do they need to do to make sure that they stay strong, play their game, and don't kind of, I guess, like, lose things a little bit to the way that Space Station are adapting to all of their oppositions right now?
Well, Lottie, I do think the metaphorical heat or smoke that you do speak of is definitely going to be arriving quite quickly from this Space Station roster. Not only are they coming off the back of that Sentinels victory, but beating G1 is going to be huge for them as well. When we look at previously SSG's, their struggles, the teams they kind of lose to, I think they've overcome 2 massive hurdles by beating these 2 squads. And yeah, there is definitely room for complacency here on the Cloud9 roster. They'll be expecting to win. They're probably already going to be thinking about playing Optic in that grand final, but they need to respect this Space Station roster, because the things we were seeing them do against Sentinels, I think Andy was completely right with some of the snipes they were hitting, the aggressiveness that we saw and how they were just collapsing on teams. They could beat anyone on that given day, and I don't think they are going to fear Cloud9. Maybe on a different week, Space Station might have gone, okay, you know, top 3, we've done our job. I don't think they're going to be happy. I think they want to just get to a grand final. They want to show what they're made of.
Yeah, I think they do indeed, and to show what they're made of, they need to get through this heavy series layout here. And actually, I was trying to look to see if we did have a Catalyst, either Slayer or a CTF game here. We don't currently have one on the board, because I was very impressed with the starting strat that we saw against Sentinels from Space Station Gaming, getting that overshield so fast. It was the fastest overshield grab I think I've ever seen, an Ace had that one. Bringing in, I think, that priority and starting strats into this series is going to be super imperative for the Space Station roster. But Gaskin, not to ask you back-to-back questions here, but what do you see in this series layout?
We do have Slayer Livefire, which was already played by these 2 earlier on in the winners bracket. Cloud9 won 50-45, so it's not like it was, you know, an absolute blowout and Space Station have no chance at that one. But Cloud9 were able to get the better of them. In terms of who stepped up, Suppressed had 14 kills. I'm not really surprised, because after what we saw, what he did against Sentinels on Livefire, I'm sure he had that sniper rifle in his hands. But it was Stellar and Eco who were the 2 players to look out for on that Livefire game. 16 kills apiece. So I think that Cloud9, once they get to that Slayer Livefire, they should be feeling relatively confident. So Aquarius capture the flag, I would say, is a must-win for Space Station, just to give them good confidence going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tricky if we you know, if they are not able to kind of get through, I think, the majority of that series later, especially the swing modes that they really need to win here to have a fighting chance. But I'm really excited to get into this one. I have been given permission to hand it over to my extremely overly capable casters of Bravo and Gaskin.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Man, I'm feeling for Mark here. Mark's getting roasted and toasted, burnt to a crisp. Dan, fantastic to be alongside you for this series, and normally we wouldn't be this excited, you know, honestly, about a C9 Space Station matchup, but this one's a bit different. This one feels like it's going to be a little bit different from the last few weeks for Space Station.
I mean, if we track back to Anaheim and think about C9 versus Space Station, we're questioning why on earth we're watching this on a main stage. That's how poor Space Station were back then, but they have come leaps and bounds. They've changed a few players here or there. They've been trying to find that right roster that just gel together, and it looks like they finally hit the winning formula, right? Top three is already, you know, overperforming by their standards originally, but now they have a chance to go that one step better, to kind of cement their moment in Pro Series history by getting to a grand final. And there is going to be a pretty, you know, peed off Cloud9 there waiting for them, and I think this is going to be a tough series, but I do think that this is going to be a far closer series than it may have been in previous weeks.
Yeah, and quite a rivalry that's building. We haven't really talked about it enough, but last week you saw G1 eliminating Space Station. It might have been a 2-1 last week. That brought G1 to the broadcast in the Elim finals, and a fantastic performance from them overall in the bracket. And then now you look, Space Station sends G1 home, denies them the top three, denies them the broadcast opportunity as well. So something else that we'll keep an eye on as well. But now Space Station is looking well past that, as you say, and an opportunity against C9. I think one thing we talked about last week with C9 is they were kind of already looking ahead to the grand final. It feels like they might have an even tougher road with the Space Station roster this week, just because of the 2-0 that Space Station dealt out to Sentinels.
Yeah, and even though that last week, you know, G1 were on a pretty impressive momentum run at the same time, I think beating a Sentinels just adds to that kind of confidence that we're going to see, because we talk about, you know, the top four teams, the big four or whatever, and being able to take them down, being able to solidify yourselves in that spot. If you can beat a Sentinels, you can beat a Cloud9. Sentinels were the best team in Kansas City. They won the LAN. So Space Station is saying, well, if we can beat first place, why can't we take down a Cloud9 who were only able to get second place? I don't know, it's not as simple as that, but it's funny how the brain can work in trying to give yourself confidence to win a series.
Oh, absolutely. I think one thing that I'll point out is what Onset said. Space Station just needs to continue playing and not afraid, being the leader here. You saw how aggressive they were on all power-ups, all power weapons in their series against Sentinels. We'll have to see if they can do the same thing against Cloud9. Game number 1 is going to be Aquarius CTF.
It's going to be a tough start here for Space Station. Knowing how Cloud9 approach this game, it is very efficient with their flag runs once they do get the slays. But I tell you what, that's a start. All four are dead on the side of C9. A camouflage for Space Station, and Cloud9 left scratching their head saying, what went wrong?
It's a camo thrust heat wave for Collect as well. This is a recipe for disaster for C9. We'll see if he can get behind enemy lines. Thought about even grabbing the second thrust, but instead maybe just going to leave that bottom middle, try to get into the enemy base, and look at C9 just slow playing this.
Did they see him? Did they see a little glimmer? No, it looks like Collect has just waited at the perfect moment, waited for that support, gets the double, and now he just needs to send one of his teammates in first. This could be a run here for Space Station, but no. Cloud9 have done really well to at least get kills elsewhere and stop this push very much in its tracks.
Wow, Eco and Penguin picking up 2 kills out of nowhere. So Collect will get a double kill by the end of it. However, it shuts down the rush just like you said. Suppress with some nice work there in the high gen to pick up another kill. So he'll already have 3. Collect has 5 to his name. Nice shots once again on Eco. We'll see if he can turn 2, and a nice trade, single-handedly taking down 3 players there.
And if you didn't see Ace's interview earlier, maybe you've joined the broadcast late, Ace was talking about Suppress, saying how excited he is to have him on his team, how excited he is to have a young, raw talent like that. He thinks he's just got that ability to, you know, to throw himself into fights, to be confident, to win engagements, and we've just seen that happen exactly on our screens using the pistol to full effect.
Just trying to win this battle as well. Collect comes back for the battle against Stellar. Not easily won. The nade taps him just a bit in this 1v1. They'll trade out. Excuse me, that's going to be Bound that was top pink there. But a fantastic trade between those 2 players, and of course, unsurprising that they find themselves evenly matched. Suppress tries to come around the corner with the wave, will not connect. That flag run will stop in the gen.
Wave after wave, slowly drifting around the corner, but unfortunately, he's just a little bit the victim of timing there, where if he hadn't been touching the flag, if maybe he had got around the corner expecting someone to be there, perhaps had heard the footsteps, but wasn't able to do so. Camo's coming up. Maybe remember, Space Station were able to get the first one, and even though they did put it to good use, they weren't able to really get a pull off the back of it.
That's right. You saw actually even Collect converting in the back of the base on the straight stairs as well. However, Eco and Penguin with kills out of nowhere to stop that run in its tracks. A great defensive effort early on from Cloud9. We'll have to see if Space Station can continue the pressure, but this time it's an Eco grab of the camo as he's going to go ahead and back to his own courtyard. But look at this flank. Great shots there, great angles. Double kill comes in for Eco. 4 dead.
Would have been there to clean up the triple if he needed it, but now this is a matter of getting to the opposition space and trying to pin them back. As you know where they are, they're going to be spawning over towards Fridge. Flag can start moving, but I think with how they've tossed that flag out, you need to be making sure you slay in the front of their base, which he will do so.
Oh my god, Eco just telegraphing the plays. It's a killing spree for him. Look at him sitting far back on pink 2 so that he can't be naded out, and completely predicted the front courtyard run. That flag will go home. Eco stays alive the whole time off the back of that camo run. It's fantastic work from Cloud9. Flag run continues.
Efficient runs, that's what we know and what we expect from Cloud9, and that's usually what the difference maker is between some of these, you know, top teams and those who are around in the top 4, maybe top 6 area. But Space Station just unfortunately not able to keep up with the pace of what Cloud9 were able to do there. Still within it. Yes, okay, it's 2-0, but Space Station just needs to keep a level head here. Make sure they slow things down, calm it, reset it. That's exactly what Ace was talking about in the interview as well. Earlier on against Sentinels, they were down 2 hills, but they were able to come back into the game.
Yeah, look at Suppress picking up 2 in the high gen as well. It's great aggression. That was 3 dead momentarily. 1 is a fresh spawner. The flag run will start for just a second. Suppress with a great use of the thrust to avoid all of that nade damage. His shield actually recharged despite the fact that it looked like he was getting tagged up. Fantastic shots against Stellar there on the Fridge side. Eventually will be taken down, but Bound is last player alive in Gen. On paper, this flag should go home.
Should, unless Bound can get the damage. He cannot. It forces Ace at least to the front of the base where he was vulnerable, but the cap goes in. Space Station got exactly what they needed there. Just a little bit of breathing room, a chance to just assess the situation. They took a pause, and they were able to get a perfect flag pull, a perfect flag run, even with Cloud9 having 1 player remaining. Was not in a position to stop it, but now they just need to be careful they don't get counter-capped.
Here comes Stellar now. Has brought the flag through the Gen. Tries to avoid the frags, but Collect with a nice flag. That will bring him to 15 kills, by the way. Fantastic numbers from him. Once again, leading the entire lobby in the slaying department.
All 4 dead once more. Space Station have done one thing very successfully, and that's been able to eliminate the whole Cloud9 roster on several occasions. And that is so helpful when you're trying to set up and position yourselves in some of these power places, because when you have the freedom to the entire map, of course, you've got that little bit of extra time to think about where you want to go. Tylenol gets a double, and now Space Station pushing once more.
Yeah, 2 dead right here. 2 dead for each side, though, so that will slow things down just a bit. Ace going to see what he can do in the Gen. He does have some help, but they need to make sure they're focusing together. 1 kill will be traded out. Nice job from Ace to pick up 1. Almost turns 2 there with the sidekick. Eventually, he will fall, so things will slow down just a bit. 6:37 left in the game. Still just a 1 flag match.
I think Space Station can smell blood here. I think they know Cloud9 look a little bit weaker than maybe once expected. Whether they're bruised and battered from the loss to Optic, I don't know, but I think you have to try and make it count here and now. Otherwise, if you allow Cloud9 to go up in the series and they start to gain a little bit of momentum and a little bit of belief, then it gets more difficult. But Collect punishing the opposition with the heatwave there.
Collect is 18-10 against Cloud9 right now. Fantastic mechanical work there with the thrust heatwave to take down Eco. That's 3 dead. Eco, last player alive once again. He's in the back base. And another opportunity here, a camo grab. 2nd time we've seen it for Collect with the heat wave as well. Let's see if he can convert here.
This is where it gets dangerous. You just don't want to get spotted out. At least he spots the first one, who is very weak. It's always slightly dangerous when you're in these courtyards and you take a fight, because you're then so vulnerable to those players who will challenge you, and there you go. You've lost your camouflage, and 3 of you are dead. You did a lot of damage, but Ace is still going to be able to move this flag, but it's going to be moving both ways.
He needs to be careful here, absolutely. He's going to watch the straight stairs just to see if he can catch anyone off guard. Not finding anyone back base just yet. Bound will be the first player that he finds, and nice work with the sidekick. Wanted to avoid the trade there if he could. Those will be traded out, though. Still a man advantage for Space Station.
Looks like Space Station are going to get the return. Cloud9's flag is still out right now. Can SSG get a touch? They win the engagements. They do get the touch. They've done everything they needed to do to get this flag moving. But Cloud9, they've overextended. Eco's already in the base. Ace has to win this fight, does not. And now Eco can be a real nuisance.
Let's see what they can do. They need to eliminate Eco immediately. Also, players pushing in. That's Penguin pushing in bottom gen as well. This has been a delayed flag run. They will need to slay again to bring it home.
Eco managed to get 2. Does get traded out eventually. The touch still comes through, though, from Space Station. 2 down on both sides. Make it 3 down, though, on Space Station side. Stella has come in and done cleanup duties as the janitor, but Ace manages to get that final kill.
Ace gets the kill, gets the touch. Can he get the second as well? It's a huge double kill flag touch for Ace. That flag will go in single-handedly. Last man alive. Ace from the back of the base will tie the game 2-2.
That's what you expect from Ace, a veteran in this side. You've got some newer players, some new blood to the Halo scene, but if your veteran player can step up in those situations, that puts you in great stead for the rest of the series. Tied up 2-2 now, 4 minutes remaining, and Suppressed, Collect, they've been running around absolutely frying together. 25 kills right now for Collect.
My God, everyone was wondering, where is Ace? Everyone knew last player alive. That flag looked like it was a for sure return in the high gen. Ace comes out of nowhere to get the double and the flag touch. Teammates spawn around him, and they will bring that second flag in. If you're just joining us, you picked a hell of a time to join in. This is the elimination final. C9 versus Space Station. Game 1 tied 2-2 with 3:44 left on the clock.
Do not adjust your TV sets. Space Station are in an elimination final. It sounds crazy because they have struggled for so long, but they've finally risen to the heights that we knew was possible with some of the players that are on this roster. And it's crazy what we're seeing from both of these teams. Bound gets a really nice commando shots there to ensure that he helps Penguin run this flag, but Space Station making a real game of this.
They certainly are. As we say that, though, Bound with huge kills on his opponent's flag, just standing there doing what we expect to see from Bound as he picks up those kills. Amazing work with the commando as well. So while he might not have the exact same stat line as Collect right now, he doesn't worry about that at all. He's 21-17, and they lead the game 3-2 with 3 minutes left.
One of the biggest things on my mind right now is the fact that, you know, we've not seen FaZe, we've not seen E United, but Space Station, G1, these guys are going to be looking to try and take these places off of those teams who are going to be maybe lacking in practice, returning when Orlando comes around, when the Super comes around as well. And I think that certainly some of these teams who were a little bit lower down the pecking order before might be able to roll with the big dogs very firmly now, because Space Station, they are putting on a show for us here. They are 3-2 down, but we know full well with 2 minutes 35 left to play, there's still a chance for them.
Yeah, gotta be careful though. 2 dead back to back. They find themselves on the receiving end of these slays. Eco's also pushing in with the heat wave and just commanding the utility side of the map, and Ace is gonna be no match for that wave either. 2 dead though, so Space Station slowly pushing out of the base.
Collect trying to get to Suppress to help him out. It's been happening all game long. Those two have been running hand in hand, but just arrives a little bit too late to the party. Maybe slightly awkwardly late, where everyone's had a bit too much to drink and you just want to leave. And now we see Cloud9 manage to get a couple of kills on the board, but Space Station responding well with 2 of their own.
Absolutely. Still 2 dead, as you say. Ooh, and that camo still up. That will be 3 dead for Cloud9, and an opportunity for a camo grab if they take down Bound. They do without trading on top pink. That's huge. That was 3 dead. Collect with his 3rd camo of the game, and another opportunity to convert here. They're down by 1 flag, 140 left.
31 bloody kills this man has. Make it 32. And if they're going to get a 3rd flag, this is probably their best opportunity with a camo to work with, but he's walked straight into Stella, who has a lot to do on the other side. Collect just needs to stay alive so he can try and put this camo to good use.
My God, he's making us nervous, but he picks up the kill. Somehow perfectly times the turn around the corner, slides under the grenade as well. He's got a few grenades. The flag is running from Suppress. 2 dead. This will be 3 dead if they kill Penguin. 3 dead. Bound, last player alive. They're looking for him. He's in the back of the base. This flag should go, especially with that heat wave tagging. Suppress now going to drop. He also has Ace here as well. This flag will go in. We're tied 3-3 with 60 seconds left.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, has to when Collect has 34 kills. I'm sorry, you cannot afford to be losing a game when someone is absolutely slaying like Collect is right now. But you need to hold on. You need to stop this counter cap from happening. It's happened a couple of times where Space Station got the flag in, Cloud9 then respond with a flag pull of their own. But it looks like they've managed to stop the bleeding. They've managed to stop Cloud9 from breaking into their base. So we've got 38 seconds until overtime.
The shots here from Collect as well, cleaning out his whole base, just doing so much damage, getting so much info, and staying alive as well. This guy is absolutely insane. He was already a household name in competitive Halo, but if you don't know the name, you certainly know it now. Collect is 36-21.
20 seconds left. You can see Bound doesn't really know where to go at the moment. He's worried And he's going to get pushed as he's trying to get a last-ditch attempt at a flagpole, and that's great shots from Bound, but he is taken down, he is traded out. Space Station have lost 2, though, and Cloud9 are going to try and get this, but look at the positioning from Ace.
Ace with a great work. He knows the last player alive is also going to be Penguin, who tries to keep it alive. Ace says no from top middle here as people get ready for sudden death.
Triple kill for Ace in the final moments of sudden death, but we're going into overtime. 36 kills in those 12 minutes from Collect. Ace also picking up 20, but we cannot separate anything after the minutes we've just played, so instead we have to play 5 more.
My God, an absolutely fantastic game number 1 to start off our elimination final, of course. An unbelievable series so far. Trades going in bottom middle, and the kill counts will extend for these players. We really could not have asked for a better game number 1, and if you're a Space Station fan, you couldn't have asked for a better tournament. Certainly the best result they've seen so far all season long, and looking to do even better than that.
Space Station have trusted in Ace for so long. Tylenol also been on this roster for a while. Collect has been such a key factor, but Suppress, the new boy, has very much been impressing. Alongside Collect, they've really been running as a 2, and Suppress has another camouflage to work with.
See what he can do here. Slowly over the course of the game, Space Station has converted more and more with these camos. We saw early on, they got the damage, they got the kills. Didn't result in the flagpole they wanted. But over the course of the game, they've slowly put more and more pressure on, as things will slow down for just a second. 1 dead for each side.
Is this where experience starts to kick in? The nerves start to kick in maybe for Space Station in the dizzy heights of overtime here against Cloud9. Complexity were able to take a map off Cloud9 earlier in the winner's bracket as well. I think that Cloud9 definitely bleed, and Space Station know full well that if they can draw enough blood here in game 1, the series might also be there for the taking. But they've got to make sure they stay focused in these final moments, because Cloud9 starting to get aggressive and looking to make a pull.
Collect is the only player alive. Haven't seen him on screen just yet. Eco will start that as there were 3 dead. Collect stuck on Dynamo's dangerous place to be as the last player alive. He will be eliminated, but that will buy a lot of time for his team.
Eco does reload this heat wave and can do the damage with it to follow. Does he just go for the objective here? 3 are dead. Tylenol's the last remaining player, and with Stella being in car side with him, this could be the last and final flag round for Cloud9.
Oh, it's too clinical from Cloud9. Look at the timing, look at the patience from Eco. Knows exactly how to run this flag. Nades are coming, nice damage comes in. Not done just yet. Bound is last player alive. Bound is now, let's take a look. That's going to be 4 dead. They should be on this return. This game is not over.
It is not over. Grenades are probably going to arrive from the fridge side, but the return definitely happens. You double hop it, you run the flag yourselves, and Space Station have somehow pulled off a little bit of a miracle, but great nades on the other side for Cloud9 as well to stop that run.
Collect has to drop pink 1. He will get that kill. 2 dead for his side, so he knows that he needs these kills, as they will retire 2 players on Cloud9 to the death screen. My God. Goal line stand for Space Station. You thought the Cloud9 flag was going home. They had 3 dead during the run, but they took a little bit too long. Perfect nades coming in to stop the flag. Sudden death overtime will continue.
Holy, we have a 40 bomb, everyone. Collect has been able to pull it off at the perfect time. 2 minutes remaining. If he can carry on slaying out the way he has been, Cloud9 will be quaking in their boots. Space Station get all 4 dead once more. Could this be the flag to take this game 1?
First spawner's Eco. He spawns back flag. He does not spawn fridge. Take a look at that. That's a big deal. It forces the flag run to stop. Suppress dies on the flag. The next 3 split spawn on the fridge. Some wild spawns coming in there for the side of C9 might have saved the day. That flag will, of course, go back to the stand. And Space Station still controlling top middle, but they'll have to rethink the next flag run.
Bound gets taken down, just aimlessly running through bottom middle. Maybe he was trying to get to Penguin. Penguin loses out on his fight with Collect as well, as everyone else has done so far. And the longer this game goes on, the more those stats are going to increase on Collect's side. So he's probably saying, you know what? Another minute and 30, maybe I can reach 50.
The man is setting some records here, that's for sure, in terms of Aquarius slays, especially in an elimination final, and especially against a team like Cloud9. There's a heat wave. Collect wants no part of that heat wave, so he thrusts in for the melee as well. 3 dead again. Eco, last player alive for Cloud9. It's a high gen run, fakes that, goes low gen, and already across the halfway mark. Space Station potential game-winning flag.
44 kills, and he's doing the objective. This man's doing it all, but are Cloud9 in the position to stop this? The grenades were good on the other side. Can they punch it home? Are going to see one last player, and Tylenol puts it in. Space Station take game 1. Cloud9, unfortunately, could not stop that last flag.
It's an overtime win for Space Station Gaming, with Collect going 44 and 29 against Cloud9. This is unheard of for Space Station and unheard of in the Halo Championship Series. What a way to start our elimination final.
What a performance from not just Collect, but this entire Space Station roster, who, after going, remember, 2-0 down here on Aquarius Capture the Flag, could have very easily crumbled and just accepted, well, you know, it's Cloud9. I guess we're expected to lose. But we can see those glorious statistics on our screen. 44 kills in the end it was for Collect. Still gotta, like, commend the fact that there's 3 30 bombs on the side of Cloud9 as well. Granted, there was, what, 17 minutes played, so more time than usual. But that is a very impressive 44.
Unbelievable game. I don't even think we gave enough credit to C9 that entire series just because we're used to seeing them this late in a bracket. However, we got to also mention how great of a fight C9 put up. But Dan, I think that tells the story that they were down 2-0. Second time we've seen them. Different objective game type, of course, but you pointed out Ace's interview, how they completely reset. They knew they need to focus up, and that's something the Space Station of old was not the best at. That was not their strength. Now, though, they're able to dig deep. They're able to find the comms they need, and these comeback wins in overtime are upsetting some of the best teams in the world as we take a look at the damage Collect, almost at 9,500.
9.4 get 4K. And you're right, they were able to reset. It's all well and good having, you know, someone who's got experience who says, guys, we need to slow down, we need to reset. But you need a team that is also going to listen to that and put it into the equation of finding the way back into the game, having a response, having the ability to find those kills. And I think that we are starting to see a Space Station roster now who are very much going to be in the question of teams to compete for some of these top spots. And whilst they're not going to be thinking about the dizzy heights of, you know, winning tournaments necessarily just yet, a couple more maps here against Cloud9, and suddenly that becomes a reality.
Look at this play here, closing the distance, staying alive in the back of the base. This play from Ace, picks up the 1, double flag touch there, has to win this one as well. Shields were just recharging and wins this battle against Bound, who had thrust, so that the teammates can come in an absolutely enormous moment. I cannot wait to see the goal line stand, though, in overtime here. You saw Cloud9 take a lead once again with 3 minutes left. You might have thought it was over at that point. My God, what a game number 1.
Can we talk about how efficient Space Station were with those camouflages? Like, they were so effective at being able to pick them up and then making them count as well. The first one was a little bit awkward. It didn't really do much, and then they went 2-0 down, but some of these later camouflages really did allow them to get back into the game and punish C9, who were unaware, of course, where that player was coming from. It was a triple at the end for Ace, but I think that Cloud9 were just trying to finish it there and then. But look how close Cloud9 were, Bravo, to getting that flag in.
Unbelievable there. I think a lot of people would have placed their bets that that was over. Suppressed also getting the flag off the stand there to start things. Collect was the one, as you said, with huge numbers, also the one to bring the flag all the way home off that counter cap.
Yeah, he said, guys, do I have to do everything? No, of course, he wouldn't be saying that, but I mean, they're going to be feeling on top of the world right now on Space Station. The amount of adrenaline flowing through them after a victory like that in overtime against an opponent like Cloud9, who, of course, have so much honors, so much experience, so much tournament victories in their past history as well. But we somehow have to move on to another set of maps, because that was only map number 1.
It's another 4-3 overtime win for Space Station. We've seen that before. That's exactly how things went in their game number 1 against Sentinels. Different game type, different map. However, the score stays the same. Now we'll go to game number 2. Slayer here on live fire. Can Space Station repeat? Can they take a 2-0 lead in the series against Cloud9, some of the best in the world? We'll start things off here with Collect. He'll trade out kills.
So it was a game type that Cloud9 were able to win earlier on in this tournament against Space Station in that winners bracket. Remember, Cloud9 were the team that sent Space Station into the elimination bracket with a 2-0 victory. It was a 50-45 on that occasion, but the likes of Suppress, the likes of Collect, they were still doing the damage. They were still finding the kills. This first over shield is going to be huge, and Bound manages to shut down Tylenol.
Very good deny there from Bound, but you saw Ace there likely getting that. There's also going to be a drop shield to help them, so that will be a Space Station grab on the power-up for the first one. Down by 1 kill, but they will be the aggressors here on the house.
Slow down for a short moment. You could hear a pin drop on live fire, but then suddenly explosions start to rain through the map, and Ace is just trying to find someone he can put this AR to use with, and eventually does find the unexpected prey. 8-5. And this has been a solid start from Space Station. Yeah. Not only that, but they've also got the sniper rifle to work with.
Keep in mind, they were down 5-4 just before that overshield. They're able to grab the overshield, turn things around completely. Fantastic work. Nice finish from Tylenol as well on that shot, doing the work himself. They'll lose Suppress bottom middle, but that will not stop the push ahead. Tylenol going to use that last shot and then swap it out for a heat wave. Has some help from Collect. They should be able to get that kill, so they will extend their lead even further. Make it a 2-kill game, though.
3 very quick kills that leaves Tylenol on his own. He's done his job by at least getting a trade there. I think if he had gone down without getting one, then maybe his teammates would have been asking, well, what were you doing with the heat wave? Still have a lead, though, and they have that chance to just reset ever so slightly, but I think Cloud9 are going to look to try and get aggressive here because they've got all the weapons. But Ace does manage to take down Bound.
Ace on no shields there. Very nice job. He'll pick up one. Eventually get traded out, though, by a kill by Penguin. Bound and Penguin will be the 2 who fall, making it 2 dead for Space Station off of that, just making it now a 1-kill game as everyone gets ready for the next overshield.
Yep, this is absolute mayhem happening over towards OS. Tylenol in a really good position where he can bank some nades off of this corner, off these corners. Oh, unfortunately, can't quite get the double melee, and that's going to be a frustrating one.
A funky one indeed. Gonna have to go watch the tape. Stellar gets away with the overshield as well. It's a series of heartbreaking moments for the side of Space Station. He's trying to keep his back to the wall to make sure he doesn't get back-whacked by cuts. But just like that, Cloud9 will get away with the lead, 20-16. Now they're also going to find a player on dirt. That'll be Collect, and this might be the moment that they start to run away with things here. A pretty sizable lead, the biggest lead we've seen them with yet.
If I'm Space Station, I want Collect to have a heat wave in his hand, a sniper in his hand. I want to see him be able to put those goodies to the best use possible and do similarly to what he was doing in Aquarius, but maybe Slayer looking to demonstrate what he can do. Stellar, excuse me, in his slaying abilities does eventually fall. This game is still awfully close for Space Station. They had the initial lead, but this is what Cloud9 can do, right?
That was a great 3 dead for each side. It was a 1v1 with Suppress there. Suppress wins it. He wins his second 1v1 back-to-back, keeping this game close and within 2. If he doesn't win those 2 battles, it's a very, very different scoreline. For just a moment, Bound was the last player alive. Tylenol knows exactly where he is on the rat tunnel door. He'll pick up that first one, and just like that, it is a 1-kill game.
Gonna reposition with this sniper as well. Oh, but Eco knows exactly where he is. Bravely challenges from sandbags. Could have had his head ripped off. Penguin, unfortunately, falls victim to the 1-2 combo again as Collect tries to make it a double. Will do so, but the trade comes out. 27-29. This sniper has not really been able to stay in anyone's hands for a long period of time.
Heads up play there by Collect to grab that sniper so quickly because the comms would have come in on the side of C9 that the sniper was dead. That would allow the push for sandbags. Eco was not expecting, excuse me, I think Eco got the first kill. The rest of the players on Cloud9 were not expecting the sniper to already be in Collect's hands, so heads up play by Collect to take advantage of that. However, during all this, Ace a little bit of repulsor helped to avoid that awkward window battle. However, Cloud9 up 34-30.
And they get the next overshield as well. Suppress tried to pot the OV, but just died before he was able to get those split seconds to do so. And Cloud9 now not only have a 4-kill lead, but they have an overshield to work with. And a little drop ball to give some extra cover. But this good damage coming out from Space Station. I will say that today has been incredible, by the way, for Halo action. But teams have done very well at avoiding OV, melting OV. Wow. It hasn't been necessarily the crazy power-up that's happened in historic games of Halo. 34-33. What a passage of play that was for Space Station.
Case in point, perfect use of the cuts there. They put 2 players cuts who double the OV. They have a little bit of a dipsy doodle around the nest, around the C-plat box, and it's a little bit of a hard battle for the overshield to get into. And just like that, this game is once again tied, only a 1-kill lead for Cloud9.
Just imagine if Space Station are able to take this game too. Going into game number 3, knowing they're only 1 map away from a grand finals, they would not have expected to even be thinking about that coming into today's competition. Whilst every player believes in themselves, sometimes there is that kind of ceiling that you hit, but it seems like Space Station, we've only just touched the surface of what they are capable of, looking at what they have done today. 39-37.
What the team shot?
What, Bound just walked into an absolute firing squad.
Oh my God, Bound, even hitting the slide there, gets absolutely ripped. A team shot from Green. He will get eliminated by at least 2 BRs, so that will bring the game now within 1. And this is a little bit of deja vu. Keep in mind, Cloud9 was 2 feet off of the flag stand to close out the game in overtime. Now they find themselves 1 kill up here in the late game. Space Station looking to bring this game back again.
10 seconds till this sniper comes up. That's the next kind of focus point. Overshield is going to be popping as well, so both teams going to be considering both of these goodies to work with. Cloud9 have been able to get the better of Space Station for the overshield in the last couple, but it's how Space Station have dealt with them that's been really impressive. Eco takes down 1, does find another as well, does Collect, and now we're going to see an overshield popped into Collect's chest.
Oh my God, you couldn't ask for a better setup here. He's got the overshield, he's got the sniper, and they're down by 2. He's going to go ahead and rotate back to cuts. Bound trying to pressure him from the bottom of scoreboard. Those nades are going to tap off just about the remaining part of the overshield. 1-kill game here. 43-42 in favor of C9. Collect truly with the game in his hands.
How concerned are Cloud9 now? They know the sniper is somewhere on the map, so you don't want to be peeping out of the wrong angles, the wrong doorways, otherwise you might be greeted with a bullet between your eyes. Collector's waiting just to see if anyone pokes green. It's a very common angle to check, where some people want to look to see whether that sniper rifle is going to be top tower, but it looks like Cloud9 are holding strong. They have the lead right now, and they say, hey, Space Station, you need to come to us. We don't actually have to peek you. They might even wait for this next overshield.
Here's the questions. What angles will Collect take? So far, he's been top tower exclusively. You have to think maybe he's thinking about a nest bridge or an overshield angle soon, because you have to guess with the veteran players on Cloud9, they are not going to offer those peak angles. Suppress comes off of Nest, which actually gives green options. Eco already tucks into green. Take a look at that. That means Collect's going to have the green option right here. Does not connect. Surprising to see them give up Nest the way they did, just like that. It's 44-43.
And love the push as well from Cloud9. They peek initially at green, then the two players go back tower. They spike nade up. As we talk about spike nades, that one's a little bit of a rough one, but it's still 44-43. Can Collect hit this shot? He spots out Penguin. Needs to retreat, needs some help. And the AR is going to at least do some damage, but these sniper shots are not connecting, and it's not helping the team.
Difficult there. Still a 2-kill game, though. They certainly could have changed the course of the game. However, it's not over. Still just a 2-kill game. 45-43 back tower. Shot does not connect. Goes for a second. That will not connect. Make it 47-44. Cloud9 now only 2 kills away from closing it out.
What a different game it could have been if those sniper shots had connected. And after such an amazing game initially, Collect not able to find the same form into game number 2 here. And Bound manages to get one to turn it into 49-46. And Space Station, you know, they're still within it here. Just need to stay alive, but they're not able to do so. Cloud9, similarly to how they did in the previous winners bracket game, they close out Slayer Livefire here against Space Station Gaming.
50-46 is your final score. Cloud9 takes advantage of Suppress coming off of Nest, and I was expecting to see a sniper rotate onto Nest Bridge. They didn't. Instead, they are able to get green, and they sneak a player dirt. They send several players back tower, and in the end, the push pays off. But I think it's worth repeating, Dan, if Collect is hitting those snipes, it's a very, very different game. And of course, those are the two sides of the scale. Pops off in game number 1. In the end, they will fall 50-46 by 4 kills in game number 2 to tie up the series 1-1.
You could argue if one of those body shots connects with the sniper with the no-scope, entirely different game. Right, you get so much of a swing with the amount of damage that that sniper does, so you can clean up that kill, and then the rest of the team can come in and swoop and help take a 4 versus 3. But sometimes it's just not meant to be. You know, you've just had that incredible game 1 from Collect, but going into game number 2, even though he's had a good game, just doesn't have that kind of clutch factor in those final moments. But Cloud9 forcing their hand. It has to be said, so many teams would have just kind of waited back, had the lead, said, all right, maybe do we wait for Overshield? Do we wait this game out? But they knew if they wait for Overshield, they almost give the initiative, they give the advantage to Space Station, because then Space Station can watch over that Ovi with a sniper rifle. So they make the play, they get to green, they go back tower, and I love that Cloud9 really forced Space Station to do something, but unfortunately, no sniper shots connecting on this time.
Yeah, Eco and Suppress leading in the damage category there. We'll take a look at some of the highlights in just a moment. What a game 2 it was. I couldn't agree more. I can't wait to see the highlights on those final pushes, but we'll start off here at 15-15. This game was so close and just absolutely jumped on Tylenol with that overshell. I think got meleeed from the front and the back at the same time, if not flying through the player. And in the end, that was a little bit of a turning point for a little while when Stellar pops that late Ovi.
I think what is good and what I'm happy with is that we've got a competitive game here in the elimination finals over the past couple of weeks, because, you know, some of the bigger teams haven't necessarily been competing. We've had Optic and Cloud9 running the show and kind of running through all of the other teams until they face each other in winners finals and grand finals. And even though some of the other squads, they've given it a good go, finally we've seen another team really take maps off them, and it just seems like everyone's starting to realize how Cloud9 play in this Pro Series. As I mentioned earlier, Complexity also able to take a map off them in the winners bracket as well. And Space Station find themselves tied 1-1. So even though they lose game 2 because they had that incredible Aquarius capture the flag victory, it does mean they go into the game 3 here all evens against Cloud9.
Eco and Penguin there working together on that final kill from Keydor. Keep in mind, that's a 49-46 game. That game was not over yet if things went a little bit differently. So shout out to Eco and Penguin, of course, for cleaning up that last kill from a sandbag and Keydor angle to make sure the Cloud9 gets that win. And once again, credit to them as well. I totally agree. They knew that overshield timing push would not have worked out well against the capable snipers of Space Station. Instead, they bring it straight to bottom tower. And interesting that Space Station really hadn't even started to rotate with that snipe. They got caught with their pants down back tower, and they will lose the game off of the fantastic push from C9. That will tie the series 1-1 in our elimination finals, and we are right into game number 3, going to be King of the Hill on recharge.
Something that Lottie pointed out earlier is that Cloud9 have found success on some of these new maps and modes, King of the Hill being one of them, and they've been able to beat Optic consistently across these last couple of weeks on these modes. They did beat them on this map and mode combination just last week, so Cloud9 definitely know how to play this one. So Space Station need to be careful. They don't allow Cloud9 to get too far ahead, but also you think back to Space Station earlier against Sentinels. They were 2-0 down on King and they brought it back. So this could be a very exciting game indeed.
Also, let's not forget, I'm pretty sure we saw this game in the elimination finals last week, G1C9, if I'm not mistaken, and they lost that game 4-3. Essentially, just barely missed that first bottom hill, which was a pretty wild sequence of events. We'll have to see if the game will be just as close as last week. So far, C9 with about 40% of the way done. However, they do find themselves 4 dead for a moment. That's going to give an opportunity for Space Station to try to pick them off once again.
And I do think that's the biggest difference in this series compared to last week is, you know, G1 was so close in that first game, but they weren't able to quite get across the finish line and they kind of crumbled afterwards. Whereas Space Station, they did get across that finish line in that game 1. It was so close on Aquarius capture the flag, but that will give them so much hope, so much belief in this series that it's going to make it really competitive. And I do think that both Space Station and G1 are going to be the teams to watch really coming into these next tournaments with what they've been able to achieve over these past couple of weeks. They've been the overachievers of the Pro Series, that's for sure, to try and solidify themselves in that kind of top 4 discussion, if not further. But Cloud9, they've been able to get a lot of time here in this first hill.
My God, Collect somehow gets away alive, also fakes up the C-Plat play, and you could tell C9 did not know exactly where he was. He's also going to fly out, challenge the Mangler pit. Going to need some help. In the end, tags up Eco. That will be cleaned up. 2 dead still for C9, but a fantastic display of just really small movement work there from Collect around the quick jump and C-Plat to stay alive as long as he can, but only a little bit more time here for Cloud9 to close out the first hill.
Penguin getting aggressive and somehow he stays alive with the camouflage as well. He crouched, he wiggled, he jumped, he dropped, he did everything he could to possibly stay alive, and somehow Penguin not able to get those final connecting shots. And that means Ace can now really help the rest of this SSG squad to actually try and take this first hill, which would be an absolute steal if they're able to do so.
Right now, it looks like, especially with this mid-bridge presence, and 2 dead and 3 dead, bounds a spawner. Penguin last player alive. They might be able to do this. They need to make sure they're staying in because they had an extra second there. Desperate effort, though, comes in from Bound. As I said, he was the spawner. Long haul spawns also coming in, which could secure the hill, and it could secure the next one. C9 will steal the hill off of Bound's fantastic play. Once again, as the last player alive, he will rush in. He will pick up the perfect kill. Cloud9 is the first to strike, and they'll take a lead, and they also get the long haul spawns.
Your responsibility in that position is to stay alive, and I think Bound was unfortunate that those grenades arrived before he could dip out and get into a position to just watch those players walk by and feed that information to the rest of the team. But it will allow Space Station to push in, but 3-4, and Cloud9 have been able to hold strong despite the fact they were in a 3v4 temporarily.
Suppress probably knew it was over there as he goes into the long haul doorway, last player alive, and cannot convert on those kills, and going to be difficult for anyone to fly in to take advantage of that. Collect, though, may be able to take advantage of the presence there at back. Hydro going to pick up a repulsor and maybe think about a crafty play towards the back as well. They'll get that first kill, though. That's the first pick. That will give them perhaps an opening, but look at the scoreboard. Cloud9 only moments away from closing this out.
I imagine Space Station have let this one go, and they're going to be looking at setting up for the next. Well, as I say that, they jump on into that hill, and perhaps they've caught Cloud9 in a little bit of a rotation situation. No, they do manage to get that final point, and Space Station move right on back towards Elevator. Nice movement here from Ace.
Yeah, nice little movement there. Rotation situation, one of my favorite VHSs from the 90s. 2-0, though, in favor of Cloud9, and Eco with some fantastic shots into Whirlpool. He will take down Ace, back Elevator. A key kill here, of course, for this hill. Tylenol, though, camo in hand, an opportunity to reset the balance.
Well, but Stella sees it. Wow, Stella's got eyes like a hawk, and he manages to give that information to Bound, and Bound comes on in, clears up that camouflage, and sometimes these players are just able to spot that little shimmer, and it really can make a difference when you manage to do that initial damage to that player to get caught out and seen. Collecto with the double kill, looking to get aggressive, and it's another perfect. It's not quite a triple, but it's certainly done a lot of damage to Cloud9.
There was great shots from Eco, too. Eco was ready. He had a reticle on the top 8 doorway still. Collect with some fantastic movement and shots to win that battle, but it's been a lot of chaos here. Talonol tries to stay alive on the doorway, looks away at probably the most inopportune time as he'll get taken down. He was one of the last players alive at back A. That will be continued time for Cloud9, who's looking very strong on this game type.
Where does Space Station go? They try a little whirlpool push here. Or are they going to try and just break through bottom elevator? It looks like they're trying to go for a 50-50 and trying to collapse together. Tylenol and Ace are the last two remaining players. It's a 2 versus 2, so you've got to work together and feed that information. Good damage from Ace, but is there enough damage from the other side? No, so they lose that 2v2. And unfortunately now, their teammates spawn in a 2 versus 4, and this point is going to go to Cloud9.
That point went, like you said, splitting that 50-50 aside Mangler door in top A and then sending 2 separate players Whirlpool. It can work, but you need to have the timing push perfect. And even though they got 2 players weak back elevator, unable to convert on those kills, that will mean 3-0 in favor of Cloud9. And what has been a hot start from Space Station has been so far arrested over the past few minutes from Cloud9.
So Cloud9, who have found a lot of success on this map, find themselves 3-0 up. 3 minutes remaining, so still time for Space Station to get back into it, but it's certainly going to be a large mountain to climb. This is one of those hills as well, bottom of Blue Tunnel, where you can watch it from certain areas to really make it a nuisance for anyone to stay in that hill. So Cloud9, even if they were behind, they could probably force that player out quite consistently.
Suppress trying to do whatever he can. Gets collapsed, though. Actually, he has enough damage bottom middle to help that kill get cleaned up. Eco will get away with the camo at long haul, which is dangerous for the side of Space Station. He's just going to sit sneaky for a moment and see if he can play this one out. Ooh, gets spotted out.
How is everyone seeing these camouflages? These guys have flawlessly.
These guys have better. I mean, keep in mind, we were playing on CRT TVs.
Back in the day.
These monitors. I need to get some of the monitors these guys are on.
I mean, to be fair, you need to get a good monitor. I've been saying this to you for weeks. You're still playing on 60 hertz, Andy, and it hurts me that I have to say that. And I've told the world, and I'm really sorry about it. But we need to get you a 144 hertz, if not a 240. Come on, let's get you gaming, bro.
I've actually downgraded. I'm back to a 30. I hadn't told you.
You just want to feel the old days.
I hadn't told you yet, but I don't want to be eagle eye in the camo. That's not what I'm about here. I want to play like we used to. Cloud9 with a momentary lead here on this hill. Space Station able to get quite a bit here, about 50% up here as they're able to get all the way and maybe getting a point on the board before this one is done and dusted, but only 2:45 left on the clock, so not a lot of time to play with.
Similarly to what we saw Cloud9 do earlier against Optic Gaming on Streets King of the Hill, was taking advantage of a very difficult hill to get, just dwindling away at that time by playing a little bit of Slayer, forcing the opposition out so that even if that point doesn't go in your favor, you've got rid of so much of that clock that it's so difficult for the opponent to actually do anything in the next couple of hills. It did almost backfire against them with Optic Gaming, that's for sure. So they'll be hoping that Space Station don't manage to wrestle this one back.
Look at Collect, able to stay alive against that repulsor. You have to wonder if that was on purpose, because if you sit right by the crate just like he did, you'll get repulsed into the crate instead of off the map. Fantastic work, but there's 3 dead. Tylenol's the last player alive. Oh, and he does the same thing, gets repulsed into the crate, but still it's enough from C9 with that pressure now, looking to come back on this hill, and they want to end the game right here, right now.
Yeah, all 4 were dead. This could be the beginning of the end then for this map. Desperate attempts now for Space Station to dive in are not successful. Cloud9 now take the lead 2-1 in the series with a very commanding and effective 4-0 victory over Space Station there on Recharge King of the Hill. It does seem like Cloud9 seem to have the better of most teams when we get to these new maps and modes. I think Lottie was completely right earlier when she looked at that series layout with some of these teams, and she was eagerly looking out for a catalyst as well in the series layout. But King of the Hill seems to be working out quite well for C9.
Very, very different game for Cloud9 based off of the past matches we've seen them play in. They've had a tougher bracket than usual. However, in that game, looking like the Cloud9 that we're used to seeing, 4-0. Taking a look at the stats here, big outlier on the one side. Suppress going 20-12. A great performance from him, but we'll highlight, of course, the winning performances on C9. 15-12 there from Eco, 16-10 from Penguin.
Well, the best of games for Ace, but, you know, you've got 10 assists. The damage will probably tell a better story of how these teams were performing, but I think when you look at a 4-0 anyway, I don't exactly think that any of these SSG players are going to be looking and pointing fingers. They'll just accept that they were beaten on the day by a better team on that map and mode. And you know, as you look at the damage, you know, fairly even across the board for the SSG boys. Eco, though, putting up over 5k, so he was the big standout player from that game. You have to say that Cloud9, they controlled spawns very well. They set up very effectively as well when it came to King of the Hill here, and SSG just didn't seem to know what to do to try and break a setup. I think that's where they really struggled here in this game.
Certainly, there are moments where they had opportunities, right? Let's not forget, some of these hills were pretty close, but after they lost that bottom mid one once again, they had teammates spawning on C9 on long haul, and it just felt like C9 controlled the game almost completely from thereafter.
As we look back at the highlights as well, I mean, the control that was found by Cloud9, it was never really threatened too much by Space Station. There was times where, you know, two guys would push in and they'd get a couple of players weak on the side of Cloud9, but like this moment, for example, like two push in, they get players weak, but those players can then be saved by the spawners, whereas the other two members of Space Station are having to take a 2 versus 4. And it's just little things like that that if Space Station can tweak, if they can get better at, then they suddenly become even scarier a team. But it just seems like King of the Hill Recharge was not their game type, and they'll probably be happy to see the back of it, if I'm honest. And I'm expecting them to come out a lot hotter when we get here into Game 4.
Yeah, I think that's just a game type that you brush off, you get ready for the next one. It's certainly the most dominant victory we've seen on the mainstream against Space Station there, that 4-0. All the rest of their score lines, including the matches against Sentinels, were certainly very close as well. But that 4-0 win will give a lead to Cloud9 in this series, of course, 2-1. And if we're honest, possibly quite a momentum lead as well as we go back to live fire for Strongholds.
Yeah, and live fire has, you know, been pretty good for Space Station elsewhere in other series, but Cloud9 have also showed they know how to play it as well. And this kind of slayer of live fire and then onto an objective of live fire has happened a few times here in the tournament today, and it does give you an idea of how these teams play and which players are going to take the power weapons, for example. So you can then start to try and isolate those certain players to try and keep them away from those power weapons. Now that you can, of course, see the player names above the heads, you can turn that setting on. If you haven't, then I'm sure you will do soon, because you very much need to, because it allows you to then call out effectively to your team. But then you can say, hey, look, this guy's going to be on C-Plat right now. We need to keep him away from the sniper rifle. Let's make sure we're nading it. Let's make sure we're putting suppressing damage to ensure that they cannot grab that power weapon, because he really can make a difference with it.
Certainly, as we go back to live fire, that Slayer, of course, so close between the two teams. I think we saw that, obviously, both of them, with C9, we had no doubt about whether or not they know how to play live fire. I think we're seeing Space Station also prove that they know exactly how to play the map as well. Of course, the game type's going to change things up quite a bit, Dan.
It is going to change things. Like, I mean, we see that across like most of the maps and modes. It doesn't always directly translate from Slayer to an objective. You get to learn tendencies, but that's about it, because it is going to be a very different play style. Certainly the pace of which we see live fire played by some of these teams is difficult to keep up with. I think that Cloud9 are going to try and constantly, you know, push those spawns, make sure they're collapsing on SSG. And if SSG don't have an answer, if they don't have a response to that, this could snowball out of control. But if SSG play the way they did in Game 1, right? If we see Collect playing the way he did, if Suppress is able to help him, if they are hitting those clutch shots, if they are making those Cloud9 players really work for their kills, then SSG can definitely take this to a Game 5. And I think that's what makes this so exciting, is that Game 5 is definitely possible here.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic elimination final so far. We thank you for hanging out with us. It's just past 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast for some late night Halo, and much later for you, Dan, in the UK, as we also get ready for Strongholds map number 4. Cloud9 versus Space Station. C9 currently leading the series 2-1 in what many months ago would not have expected to be this tight of a series between these two squads, but Space Station has been on a tear in this tournament so far. We'll see if they can force a game number 5.
And remember, the reward is a grand final against Optic Gaming, who are watching, waiting, eagerly hoping that they can also find another back-to-back victory in tournaments and Pro Series, in the last Pro Series of the season as well, of course, this Pro Series 7. So not only is Space Station going to go out with minimum top 3 here, they are going to go into the next tournament as a top 3 team, effectively, from online performance. Collect's just managed to get 2, if not 3 there back-to-back, and he's been rewarded with an overshield.
So despite some fantastic points on the board early, already a 28-point lead coming in from C9. It is Space Station that slow plays the overshield, and now Collect with a full, essentially, overshield 75% still to play with, and they will have a trip cap as well, and they will continue scoring. Killing spree for Collect off of the opening.
Remember, Collect was not hitting those sniper shots at the end of the game on Slayer live fire, but is he going to start to hit them now when he needs to help his team? I think he did connect with that one, but the body was already dead. Doesn't matter too much. But B and C already in control. A about to be in control as well. Space Station playing this so efficiently with their rotations, keeping Cloud9 very much questioning and second-guessing themselves when they spawn.
Collect is going to tag a player up at C. He's going to fly right over to B. Look at this, a one-man army. He actually gets nuked there. A frag and maybe a spiker as well. I thought he had a little bit of overshield even left to play with. He will eventually get taken down. And that's an aggressive push to come all the way off of C, Dan, to go all the way back to B.
You can see, even though Space Station had total control, even though they're playing it really well, Cloud9 now have the lead again, and that's just because of the amount of points that Cloud9 were able to get in those opening stages, whilst everyone was kind of scrapping back and forth for that overshield. One player went, captured B, and then joined overshield a little bit late. So that's always the decision-making process you have at the start of the game. Do you try and capture that B stronghold to gain a little bit of time, or do you commit entirely to that overshield? In this instance, I guess you could argue both points, because it's worked out pretty well for both teams.
Suppress will pick up a double off of Ace's damage, and somehow with the sandbag nades will stay alive, then help again at B. What a run here from Suppress, and he's, oh no! Looked like he was gonna drop off of the overshield pillar, but did not. Instead, he stayed up on top of it. Might have turned just a little bit late. Oh, my God! Tylenol also brains bound. 1v1 here on the overshield. Eco's gonna win that one. That will secure the overshield for Stellar on Cloud9. What a turn of events. My God, it was a Space Station lead here, 84-48, but this overshield in the hands of Stellar could change things.
I'd love to see a stat on the amount of times that people have had overshield in their hands but not been able to pop it into their chest here on live fire, because it happens so much where it's just back and forth. Sometimes we see 3, 4, even 5 bodies fall, all trying to grab that Ovi because they know how important it is and how much difference it can make. Stella has no overshield to work with now though, and Ace challenges, but somehow Stella, I think with a little bit of help from teammates, does get the kill.
Oh my God, and he's still alive here as well. They're going to take down Talano, who just gets absolutely 2v1 there on Nest, and they will continue scoring, and we're going to have to see that in the highlights there. It looked like Suppress was about to drop off of the overshield pillar. I'm not sure if it was an observer mode thing where it looked like he was about to drop, but then didn't drop. That could be certainly quite a defining overshield, but there will be many more of those to play for. Still AB in the hands of Cloud9, as they will just about tie the game.
3 were dead for Space Station there, but Tylenol has been able to sneak away with a sneaky little sniper rifle. Manages to force at least Bound down to bottom middle, but now with these angles that he's taking, it's all well and good, but they don't have the strongholds to be defending, so you almost need a little bit of aggressive play from the Space Station roster, and Tylenol probably wishing that his team would push in so he could assist them rather than him having to make the entry himself. But he's going to reposition to try and do so.
Was 2 dead for each side. He's going to hit the little shot in the top of the spine and follow it up with a back smack. Also sees bodies falling from the sky. He'll trade again. Penguin, though, in the feed will also pick up a double kill, so a momentary 1v1, 1v2 for Collect on the overshield, which is up. Somehow wins it against Bound, but knows that he will not be able to win 2 more of those, so he'll back down for just a second.
Those are the perfect moments for you as a team when you're in control of the strongholds. You have A and B, and the other team has to just back down and go for that overshield because you gain time and you get the overshield. But I tell you what, those are some beatdowns to very quickly make that overshield disappear.
Oh my God, it is a double team there, but we're gonna have to say a little bit of stuff that might not have happened on land there on your screen. Ace will trade out with Stellar. It's still a huge trade with that overshield. That's gonna give them a lot of momentum. Bound was the only player alive on C9 for just a second. That will lead to the trip cap, and even though right now it's a 26-point lead for Cloud9, that could be very short-lived.
Certainly in this game so far, Cloud9 have been better at controlling the 2 strongholds, but Space Station, when they do get control, they get that total. They get 3. They manage to put so much points on the board to crawl back into the game. Well, actually not crawl, they sprint back into the game. But can Cloud9 keep this consistency where they constantly find 2 strongholds, hold for about 60 or 70, then allow Space Station gain a little bit of time? Or can we finally see Space Station set up now with B and C and really peg Cloud9 back?
Oh no! Collect not getting that kill is absolutely huge. Penguin staying alive somehow in the back of the base, but it's a triple kill for Suppress, which shuts down the entire push from the back of green. Eco's the only player alive. He's at C. That will mean A is flipping as well. They will trade out for C, and it's a huge late game triple from Suppressed to keep the team in the lead.
And this is what Space Station have to do. Every time that Cloud9 manage to break either into C or A when they've got the other, they just flip it. They just play the opposite side of the map and make sure they have someone dipping their toes into that stronghold as well. But you need a player ratting out in B, someone who's going to be prepared to win those gunfights or maybe repulse a player off the map, for example. But Cloud9 finally do break into B. They finally get A and B in control.
Wow, A-B break there, even when they had 3 players alive on the side of Space Station, so perfect rotation timing in. They do have a 2-man advantage, though, but Collect is also going to get this overshield. Should win this one against Bound. He will take him down. That's 2 dead yet again. This should be A converting. They might leave their opponents at B. They know they need to clear out the back of C here.
Collect just trying to help Tylenol, but in the end, Tylenol doesn't need the help because he's got a sniper rifle to the body to do the job for him. Penguin's trying to make that jump, but unfortunately with a grenade underneath you, you're not going to be able to do so. ANC in control. Space Station getting closer to taking map number 4 here, but still what will feel like for them a long way to go. But they're going down the right track to take us to a game 5, that's for sure.
Let's see if they bring the pressure here, because right now they have an opportunity. 2 dead. They can continue to collapse on A. They can continue to apply the pressure and not let them push out. Double big door push here coming in. A little bit of tag up on the teammate there. It looks like on Ace, but they will finally finish that one out. Ace is going to go right into A. Collect needs to make sure he plays this carefully. They've got 2 dead, they've got 3 dead. Last player's Rat Tunnel. It's a great push once again. It will be a trip cap for Space Station.
Space Station with the trip cap. Space Station taking it to Cloud9. Space Station trying to take us to a game 5. Cloud9 just have to slowly wrestle back C and assess how they are going to break this setup now. Tylenol has a sniper rifle. He can either go to big door to watch Nest, or he can control top middle. It looks like he's going to go for the latter.
Needs to win these battles. It's a big shot there on the Nest box. That's a huge kill. Going to keep an eye on Nest Bridge as well as the Pillars push here. Knows he also has to watch top middle. He'll find Stellar. Needs to stay alive, though. He'll have the comms, though. First one's cleaned up. It's a double green push coming in from Cloud9. There's 2 dead. There's 3 dead. Bound is the last player alive here. He's going to be trapped in sandbags, and that's the game. Space Station will win strongholds on live fire 250 to 150 and send us to a game number 5.
Well, this series deserved it, didn't it? Really, when we had our game 1 earlier, there was such a close Aquarius capture the flag. It would have been rude not to have a game 5 Slayer between these 2 teams for all the marbles. What a game from Space Station, it must be said. Even though Cloud9 looked quite good when they were in control of 2 of the strongholds, never did we see Cloud9 with total control. It was Space Station who were looking like the more experienced roster. They were thriving under the pressure. They were constantly trapping Cloud9 on spawn and pushing and taking advantage of having that extra player up. Amazing play from SSG. I cannot express how impressed I am with what they've been able to achieve this week.
And look at Collect. He's back, making up for his game 2 live fire. 19 and 10 here in that last game, making sure that he made the performance count to send his team to a game number 5. Enormous numbers from him. The rest of the team stepping up in big ways as well. Look at Tylenol, sneaky, 12 and 6 as well. Taking a look here at the damage.
4.2k for Eco. Not quite enough, as 3 members of SSG over 4k. I don't know what Space Station have been able to do in these last couple of weeks, aside from, of course, the change and bringing Suppressed on, which has made a big difference, but they look like a completely different team from what we saw last week. And even Cloud9 are probably scratching their heads saying, where did these guys come from? They were finishing top 16 a few months ago, and then suddenly now they're in the top 3, and they have a game 5 to get to the grand finals. This has been an outstanding week for Space Station, but you've got to get the job done still, right? You still have to win this game 5, but at least they've given themselves the chance to do so, brother.
Absolutely amazing teamwork there. Moments like that where Suppress is able to stay alive. Here's the play, I believe, on the overshield where we're going to get to see this. He goes ahead, starts to drop, and then pivots there. Gets taken down. That was a moment of panic because it was about 90, as you see on your screen, to about 50. In the end, though, some fantastic kills do come in for the side of Space Station to start to bring the game not only back, but as you said, a trip cap, and they go on an absolute tear.
As we watch back at some of the other moments, it was a very different story with the sniper rifle as well, it has to be said, compared to the Slayer live fire we saw earlier, Bravo. We saw a lot of shots missed by SSG. They were making them count here in that Strongholds live fire.
Yeah, I agree. That was a suppressed triple there that you just almost saw the end of. At back green, another huge turning point in the game, and then Ace and Suppressed also push big door once again to close it out. Fantastic pushes for them. Can they do it again? Can they do the impossible? Space Station and Cloud9 into a Game 5 Street Slayer to decide who goes to the grand finals.
You know full well that Space Station are going to be confident going into this. The individual fights they've been winning, the fact they're in this Game 5 versus Cloud9. Are Cloud9 going to fall to the pressure now? Are they going to be a little bit worried about what Space Station have been able to do? Or are we going to see the Cloud9 who have often dominated in Slayers in these scenarios? A lot to do for Space Station, but it's a nice early start, a 2-1 lead.
Rock still up, bottom middle, Ace not able to grab him. You see on your screen, still up. Big win there from Suppress. We'll see who could finally get these. Might have been a C9 grab already. We'll take a look off screen. Looks like those might be going into tires. Penguin has them. It's a 1-kill game. The pre-nades come into tires and they will tag him up. Ace not able to finish that one. So the game will stay within 1 here, make it tied at 5 off of the opening. And what a week it's been for Space Station. 4 dead for Cloud9, just like that. They'll go up by 1, 7-6.
And Space Station just need to play their game, not the moment here, right? They can't get sucked into the fact of thinking about a grand final, thinking about the fact that this is a game 5 versus Cloud9. They just need to do what they've been doing on other maps, taking these fights, being confident in their engagements, but making sure they are running as a unit and not letting anyone just run on their own and end up getting isolated. Because as soon as Cloud9 do smell a little bit of a blood, they're going to be like sharks in the water and they will punish you.
Oh boy, and just like that, 2 players die back A. It's a fantastic collapse coming in from C9, and Suppressed team spawning at Tram. They're going to have a moment to think about it as they have to push out of the map once again, but I tell you what, fantastic to have you with us here for this game number 5, one of the most memorable elimination finals we've had in a very long time. Space Station in their first ever elimination final in Halo Infinite. Cloud9, no stranger to this depth of the bracket, but they've had quite a road. Right now, they lead only by 2 in this game number 5.
And what looked like it was going to be all kind of swings and roundabouts back when Cloud9 picked up Bound for these Pro Series and they were able to win that initial week. They managed to then drop down a little bit lower in week number 2, and they could drop even further here in week number 3 if they're not careful, but Bound does make things known as he wins that engagement and puts Cloud9 5 kills ahead.
Bound with some choice words there and some choice shots as well. He will be the one thrusting in with the Bulldog on the Pink Street to pick up that kill. That will give them now a 6-kill lead. Will this be the victory lap for Cloud9 as they start to rack up kills and get the biggest lead they have yet in the game?
And I think that says a lot. I mean, body language, Spartan language, whatever you want to call it. I think it shows that Cloud9 are a little bit worried. You want to let them know, you want to try and use any mind games that you can, but Bound probably saying like, who do you guys think you are? Even taking us to a game 5. We're going to show you what we're made of. I'm going to show you what I'm made of now, and I'm going to out-BR you, outshoot you, whatever. But they've got to be careful here. You don't want to be the first to bag. You don't want to be the first to do it in case you do fall down and lose this game. But right now, 22-16, Cloud9 starting to run away with it a little bit.
Terrifying there. Penguin drops down, somehow still gets the kills on V-Rail. That's how good he is. A back-to-back comes in from Bound. Interesting geometry on the angle there. Certainly learned something in geometry class that I did not. 24-17 on the back of the Commando. It's a push from Bound, and he will trade as well. That's what this player is capable of. He will fly into the base, pick up 3 kills single-handedly. Amazing work. That's 3 dead. Ace was the only player alive for just a second, but just like that, 8-kill difference for Cloud9.
Do you have a class in America specifically for geometry? Is that a thing that actually happens?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think most school districts across the U.S. in some year you specifically take geometry. As you could tell, Bound certainly passed with flying colors, and same cannot be said for me.
Wow, that's impressive. I don't know if we ever even have a specific class in England, but we probably did study it. I don't think I was listening at the time, and that's why it says a lot for myself. 31-20. And I did do math, so that's a good thing. I know that there is a 12-kill difference right now. 32-20 is going to mean that Space Station have a lot to do here. And this is always the shame. When you get such a close series, when you get to that game 5, but then one team just runs away with it. And when it is Cloud9 running away with it, it means it's going to be increasingly difficult for Space Station to actually get back into the game.
It really will be here. Now, keep in mind, they can bring this back. We've seen some epic comebacks on this game type, but easier said than done. Eco, though, whiffs both rockets there. Thought the first one might connect on driveway. Thought he might sniff someone out. Ooh. Suppressed also answering back with some shots of his own. So the game stays within 13, still an enormous lead if we're honest for Cloud9. However, it does not get out of hand just yet.
Well, sometimes what you need to make a comeback is mistakes, and to force mistakes, try and get ahead of your opponents. We saw both those rockets whiff. That's the first mistake that maybe Space Station can try and capitalize on here. They've not found themselves pummeled into the ground with rockets making the difference. But with Cloud9 only needing 11, of course you're going to lean towards them taking the victory and getting towards this grand final. But if you're a Space Station fan right now, you need to believe, you need to send all of the willpower to this SSG roster. They've had such an amazing run in this tournament. But if they're not careful, it might just come to a halt right here.
Ace just gets ding-dong ditched off a C-Balk. Perfect shot there with the stalker rifle of Penguin, He'll pick up that one. Trades in the back. Bound's very happy to trade at this scoreline. 44-27 in favor of Cloud9. And if we're honest, Cloud9 making this last game look very different than the rest of the series. It's been a bit too easy for them as Stellar's going to do whatever he can to stay alive in the back of the base. Oh no, fantastic commando shots against Tylenol, doing it with style. He's not done yet. Still engaging. Might even get this kill on Ace and was only moments away from doing so, but 4 kills to go here for C9.
Maybe Space Station prodded the beast one too many times, and before we go into the Cloud9 lair as well. Streets just seems to be a comfortable map for Cloud9. They know how to play it. They know the avenues they need to take to get quickly to their teammates or to the enemies. 46-30. We're going to need to see something special from Space Station in this next period of play, but unfortunately, Eco's found 2 unexpected players.
Great angles from Eco. He had pressure there on B. He's going to be able to take the A-court angle. Rockets in hand as well. He's not going to miss with that one. Off the rack, and a shake of the head from Eco as well. 50-31, and he's earned that one. They will take game number 5. They will take the series and earn a rematch against Optic Gaming in the grand finals.
I mean, the fact that Cloud9 are even resorting to body disrespect, shaking their heads, shooting the body, hats off to SSG for getting in their heads, for putting them in that position. The only reason they're doing that is because they almost respect you, right? They've got to the point where they're like, okay, these guys are the real deal. This is not going to be as easy as maybe we had once thought, so we need to make a statement here to make it look like we're not weak to Optic Gaming, who they're now going to face in that grand final. We take a look at the stats, and it was a little bit of a whimper in Game 5 for Space Station, but don't take away from the fact that they've just had their best tournament to date, and they really put on a show here in this elimination final, but unfortunately, they just couldn't quite get over that last final hurdle here against Cloud9.
Yeah, in the end, it's a C9 victory. We should say before moving on, as you mentioned, it's a fantastic run from SSG. It is the best performance we've seen as we take a look at damage bound, breaking 4K. Fantastic work from him. But SSG, a run that will not soon be forgotten, and for them, what they hope is a little bit of a pace setter and a tone setter for the rest of the season. It's a fantastic top 3 finish for them, and they'll look to even bigger and better things at the NA Super, Orlando, and of course, the Halo World Championship.
And if I am squads like FaZe, United, I'm saying we better get this roster sorted quick, because these teams that were previously below us may not be below us when we get back into the game. We need to start practicing to make sure that they do not take us out of these spots that have been ours for quite some time. There's your final series layout. Cloud9 win 3-2, and the games they did win, particularly the King of the Hill Recharge and the Slayer Streets, were very one-sided. We had some really close games in 1 and 2, and then Space Station had their one-sided victory there in Game 4. But what could have been for Space Station? Maybe if that Slayer Livefire had just got a few kills a different way. So close, but yeah, I'm sure it'll feel like them so far. But it's a top 3 performance, Lottie, that Space Station I'm sure will be delighted with. But we have our grand final as Cloud9 Optic once more.
You know, I know we're not supposed to show bias on the desk anywhere, but I gotta say, I'm genuinely sad to a degree just because of how close that was. And I'm not more so sad that, you know, Space Station didn't manage to do it. I'm also sad with how that final Game 5 ended, with it not being the same story that we had that entire series. I'm just so sad that they didn't have that kind of fight in them that we saw for the entirety of the first 4 games. Onset, excuse this, but before I get into the finer details, I want to hear your collective thoughts on this series.
I don't really know where to go from that lot, to be honest with you. I mean, what a series. And hats off to both teams for putting on that show, because it was... I mean, every single series today has been nuts, and I think this is the best pro series has been. I know it's the last one, but for ever. I think every single series has been amazing. We've had the underdog run from SSG, who are finally showing what we wanted to see from them right at the start of Halo Infinite. We've seen Collect putting up a 44 kill game, and then we've seen Cloud9 showing why they are one of the best in the world, right? It's, you can have these teams who are on fire, adrenaline flowing through the veins, and everything seems to be going right for them, but you still win. And it's a close fought series, but I mean, I was just sat there a lot of the time, just staring at my screen, not saying anything, just enjoying the moment, because it was that kind of a series. And I think that SSG are going to be happy, super happy with how they have progressed. I think there's a lot of talent on this team, and for Cloud9, it's another win, right? And that's all they'll care about at the end of the day. It's a W.
Very true. And I think, you know, I think it's absolutely incredible what Cloud9 have been able to do here, and especially the ice in their veins in that Game 5 and managing to convert that into a W, despite, I think, things having a little bit more of a pressure on them going into that last and final map of the series. But I've got to say, I really do want to focus on Space Station in talking about this in terms of analysis, because we've never seen this before, right? You know, this Space Station roster, what they've managed to do, I want you guys at home to understand how big of a deal this really really is. It's not like that they've been consistently growing. They haven't. To be perfectly honest with you, I came into this series thinking this is going to be terrible. Like, this is going to be so difficult for them to even take a map. But my God, was I wrong? I mean, we're seeing a completely different team transform in front of us. And, you know, Brav, Collect stats were absolutely wild. You know, how much of this success is performances like Collect giving the team that breathing room to be so efficient with objective and what they're trying to achieve on the map?
Yeah, he was doing so much incredible stuff, but also I think across the board, every single player in SSG today, across the 2 series that we watched on broadcast, went off in huge games. Ace in that Slayer on Catalyst, right? Suppressed in so many games as well. The entire roster looks so good, and it feels like if one of them is creating the space, the rest of the team knows how to move around it.
Yeah, they do indeed. We can see right now our elimination bracket on our screen. Cloud9 win that elimination final 3-2, but Space Station, boy, was it not for lack of trying. They tried so hard and it was absolutely exceptional. Gaskin, I want to get your overall thoughts on this series in terms of Space Station. You know, why were they able to really bring it to Cloud9 the way that they do? You know, talk to me about what you saw in terms of the dynamic in this team, the fundamentals they were bringing forward that really did counteract everything Cloud9 were trying to do.
I mean, Collect played pretty good, didn't he? Like, that helped out. 40 kills that he was able to pick up. I mean, I think the confidence from Space Station, we've never seen that before. Space Station usually go into a series probably expecting to lose back in the day with how poor they'd been in scrims, and the tournaments weren't going their way. There's going to be a lot of doubt in the mind of, oh, is it just going to be the same old story? But it seems like they've got new belief. They've got trust in each other, and that's so important with these teams, to trust your teammates, because not only are you then going to fly with them because you know they're going to do the damage, but also you then later can support them so that they can get that kill, and that just changes the dynamic of a squad completely. And SSG look like a squad that is reborn here, and it's a delight because we need to see more teams start to challenge C9, start to challenge Optic, so then it can push the whole region even further. And honestly, looking at it from an outsider's point of view as a European, I'm saying, well, this becomes even more scary for those Europeans who are in that kind of top 8 situation. The likes of Ascend, the likes of Quadrant, who finished top 8 and above teams like Space Station, now are going to be saying, okay, well, that top 8 isn't necessarily as easy to achieve now, because these teams have definitely put the practice in, are looking even better.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that as well, because you look at that elimination bracket, right? And you look at the strength and depth that there is now. You've got G1 coming through. They're beating Pioneers. Wouldn't have said that would happen a couple of weeks ago. You've got Sentinels losing to Space. All these things happening. And we've still got teams kind of, we don't know where they're standing at the moment. E-United, FaZe, example. It's an exciting time. And I think when we get to the next event, it's going to be pretty nuts to see how everyone matches up.
Yeah, I tell you what, competition is at an all-time high, and we love to see it. It makes it ever more exciting going into all of these series, and more is exactly what we have for you guys. We're going to head to a break right now. When we come back, we do indeed have our grand final ready to go. Cloud9, despite a really close series with Space Station, find themselves rebounding back up once again to meet Optic Gaming for a second time in the Pro Series in this next part of it as well. So I'm really excited to find out who's going to end up on top. Are we having a bracket reset? Are we going all the way with Optic?
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, Dolby, and the Marines.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path. where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Land grab. Final zone incoming. Standoff. Eminent domain.
It all comes down to this.
Neck and neck.
Hello, lovely folks, and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series 7. Now, before the break, things got pretty exciting, and exciting because it just shows us the level of competition in the HCS right now is at an all-time high. It's super fierce, and honestly, the rest of the season is going to be absolutely amazing just in terms of the way teams are catching up. And at Space Station, in terms of the race they've been on, they've clearly been sprinting to the finish line, and the finish line being the Halo World Championship. I'm very excited to see where all of our teams will end up by the end of it. But of course, the Pro Series is a really good indication of where everyone's at on that roadmap. And gentlemen, talking about our grand final that we have coming up very shortly, which is going to be Optic versus Cloud9, taking a quick peek at the winners bracket. I want to quickly know how Cloud9 are going to be feeling right now, because Brav, obviously that series with Space Station, will it have shaken them just a little bit, or are they going to be feeling confident after really getting out of that quite convincingly in that final Slayer?
I don't think they'll be shaken. I think these guys are veterans. They're pros. They've been here before. I don't even think they're going to remember the series, if I'm honest. I think all of us will. But I think with the just the talent on this team and the strong mental on Cloud9, they're already just going to focus up on the grand final. Yeah, that series was closer than it should have been. Probably games that they wish they would have won. Also, if things went differently, they could have lost that series 3-1 easily if things go different in the Slayer, like both of you pointed out. However, I'm not worried about this Cloud9 roster. I think their mental's too strong. They're going to be ready for the grand final.
They certainly are going to be ready. I think I would be a little bit different from Cloud9. I'd be so shaken, and you're right. I'm definitely remembering that one for a very, very long time. In terms of Cloud9 and what they need to achieve here, step by step against Optic, obviously they're going to have to reset this bracket. That's going to be really tough, and the last time we saw them try and attempt this, it didn't go down so well. What are you looking at the moment, especially coming off the back of the winners finals, for them to really clean up in order to get this done?
I think they need to get the coffee in, because it's been a long day for them, and I think they just need to, you know, it's one thing that maybe is going to play a factor in this final is a little bit of fatigue setting in here for Cloud9. The best way to get over the fatigue is to win game one, right? Win game one, put the pressure back on Optic, and then ask them some questions instead of letting Optic dominate and kind of take that game one away, and then you're just thinking, we're not even going to send this to a second series here. We're not going to be in with a chance of winning. But for Optic, it's the opposite, right? You want to put the pressure on as soon as possible. You've been chilling. You've been watching from the sides. You've been enjoying every game fight that's been going down, because you know it's just sucking some energy out of Cloud9, and you're just going to be thinking, get me into the game, get me into this final, let's pick up another win here in the Pro Series.
They certainly will be thinking that way. They're probably also going to be thinking about the ways that they can really just get this done as fast as possible. And Gaskin, does that lie a little bit on the series layout? Is that going to be lying in the fact that they did actually go down in the Catalyst Slayer and Streets King of the Hill? Are they going to be focusing on, I guess, a shift in terms of what their preferences are here for Cloud9?
I do think that there are definitely stronger game types for these two teams, and there are weaker game types for these two teams. But one thing that both of them have done very well in recent weeks is worked on their weaker game types to improve them for the next week. So that's when it suddenly throws those stats out the window, because you say, okay, well, this team's expected to be weak, but we know full well they've been putting a lot of time in it to make sure they are not weak anymore. Both of these teams know they cannot afford to have weak game types in any series layout. You can't afford it to go down to just luck about what you're going to be getting. You need to be good at every single map and mode.
You do indeed, in every single map and mode coming our way here, folks, for this grand final. We've got Strongholds on Streets, Slayer on Livefire, CTF on Bazaar, King of the Hill, Livefire, and Slayer Recharge. Looking at the series layout, Gaskin, to ask you back-to-back once again, anything you can pick up here in terms of either or for each of the team in terms of preference?
Stronghold Streets was won by Optic quite recently. 250 to 110 they were able to win, if I'm remembering correctly. So that was definitely a nice start for Optic, considering the fact that Cloud9 have usually been quite good at Streets and very comfortable whatever game mode. Optic really showed up in that series. They won 3-0 in the series as well, so maybe that was a factor in that grand final. But I will say that that is maybe the best start for Optic that they could have asked for, because that not only is a game type they've beaten Cloud9 very comfortably on before, but it also is going to be a nice fast-paced game type that they can really show what they're made of.
Yeah, it is indeed. Something I have noticed with Cloud9 in particular on set is that they are really good at breaking hills. They're really good at breaking hills. They're always so aggressive, but it's almost like clinical, and they're always able to push in and get their own way. Why is that? I've also been told the game is ready, so I am going to throw it on over to you boys as well while you answer the question. But Cloud9, they always seem to get their own way.
Yeah, they certainly do. Breaking hills is one of the most difficult things to do in Halo, especially when a team's set up, Andy. You'll know this as well as anyone. It's all about just getting that initial damage down, right? All about being the hardest possible kill you can if you're the furthest player up. And almost baiting a player out to give you a kill so that you can open up one of those lanes to push from.
Yeah, that's really all it comes down to. I think we're going to see time and time again with these two heavy hitters going at each other. That will be the key to the difference. But, I mean, this is, once again, the match that we came for, right? Optic Gaming, Cloud9. I can't wait to get into this.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I think the first series was a little bit of a teaser for what we're going to see. I do worry that C9 may be running out of a little bit of steam, and we'll have to see how much that SSG series actually took out of them. But Optic, I think this one's there for them again. To go back to back, I think will be a huge achievement for them. And I think this is a great opportunity, especially with that series layout. I think it really does favor Optic in those early games.
I agree. And to be honest, I think as the last NA Pro Series, if Cloud9 wins this, Optic Gaming's success during the month of June is pretty easily forgotten by the time we get to the NA Super as well as Orlando. However, if Optic back-to-backs here, going to be a little bit of a different expectation going into the month of July and the month of August.
It certainly will indeed. Well, this is what we've all waited for. It's the opportunity to call someone a winner, someone a champion, and it's going to be Strongholds to start us off here on Streets. One game type that both teams certainly know how to play at this point in Halo Infinite. Optic seem to have the advantage the last time these two teams matched up. Let's see if C9 can answer back.
Yeah, fantastic game type to start off this series. We love seeing two of the best teams in the world play this game type against one another. It's going to be so tightly contested and really come down, just as you said, into opening damage and things like that will be the difference maker between these two. BC early hold here for Cloud9.
Hey, Trippy, some Trippy looking whiffy there with those shotgun shots, not quite connecting. The Bulldog, more of a whimper than a bark in that particular circumstance, but BNC will be the hold early on here for Cloud9. So a little bit of early scoring for them. You can see the APG just trying to take his time, wait for a little bit of help to come in as Optic pick up a couple of kills. Stella going to be caught off guard here, and a couple more BRs going to locate themselves on. What a strong push that was from Optic. They will be able to flip B here.
Certainly, if you're just joining us here, you might have been a little bit surprised to see Space Station this late in the bracket. Furthest run they had, they will exit in third place, but something that's not a surprise is these two titans, Optic Gaming and Cloud9, up against one another in your grand finals. Just last week, we saw Optic take down Cloud9 for the first time ever in a grand final in HCS play. The question is, can they repeat?
Optic have had a really, really strong start to this game. They had a momentary triple cap there, but Cloud9 managed to get control of C pretty quickly without losing too many numbers. But Bound and Stella have also given them a numbers advantage, and APG, who was a just a second ago, looking like he was going to be forwarding a push for his team, finds himself as last alive. Cloud9 get all the kills they need to, even with APG's heroic cross-map nade. And now it will be Formal who's trying to, once again, be the furthest player forward to damage C9 so they can make a play on B.
Oh, man. Eats a nade and a stalker rifle shots. I think there was even a BR involved there as well. That's going to make it tough to push out of caution and PD for them. Eco trying to make something happen, but Stellar last player alive for C9.
Yeah, it's a 1v1 on the map at the moment. Lucid's going to be flipping C here. Spawns will come in over at A and PD. I think actually PD's going to be the spawn, so Bound should just about be able to cap A, which will keep Cloud9 scoring. But 46-29, what a grenade and a finish that is from Penguin, by the way. Being a little bit sneaky in the cloakroom up in Red Room, and it's going to be Cloud9 who find themselves 2 dead. Optic the same, though, so a little bit of a stalemate mid-map as APG gets rockets, but Eco will make sure that he doesn't die and pick up one himself.
Wow, trades out with Lucid in the end as well. Great place from Eco. One tiny thing to notice there, even those little shots from Lucid and bottom tram off of the planter into top A as Bound is capping allows someone like Formal to push in and nade top A to get the kill. So all those little difference makers across the map where you're getting damage, they can really add up.
APG has been tasked with just trying to get this A stronghold converted. His teammates are doing a great job of making his life much easier, though, as 3 players from Cloud9 will fall. B has been a constant kind of battleground for both of these teams at the moment. Bound being as difficult as kill as he possibly can. Unfortunately, he's got 4 Optic members to deal with. So Eco trying to push up the driveway should be dealt with as well. And Optic starting to just put together a little bit of a push here, picking off these C9 members one by one and maybe thinking about a triple cap.
What a run there from APG. Stellar with a perfectly placed spiker. Keep in mind, that grenade doesn't even need to be perfectly placed, but that thing was going to do 100% damage. That will eventually end APG's run, but it's a great wrap from APG. He goes from A all the way pre-nades music to take down Bound. They control B, and they will continue scoring here on BC.
The game getting a little bit closer, and this is how we expect the series to go full stop. It will be back and forth for the entirety. Trippy with the Stalker rifle. Doesn't quite get the 3. Lucid's going to be there to pick up the pieces, though, to convert into kills. Cloud9 starting to leak a couple of kills here, Andy. And it seems like Optic are getting the better of them at the moment in the slays, and it's starting to reflect in the scorers. Now it looks like we're almost at a tie game.
Look at Trippy, not afraid to be the aggressor. Great stuff. Gets a little bit of damage, flies right into B, starts to lay down the pings on driveway as well. And look at this, stays alive. Great damage again on tires. This is a great run from Trippy, and a lot of the damage that he's done is what's paved the way for the trip cap.
Yeah, but even with this damage being done, the trip cap's there, but all players just fall. That's going to be Optic now on the back foot, and it will be an easy conversion of not just B, but C as well. Eco, the timing is perfect for him to pick up an uncontested power weapon. Formal's going to be to his right, but he's also going to have some players to his left. He times it perfectly. He comes behind 2, and that's 1 rocket. Double the money coming in for Kevin Smith. Eco with 2, and now C9 flip a triple cap, which was in Optic's favor, back into theirs. They have all 3 strongholds under their control.
And just patiently watches the L for Formal's exit there, and is going to go on a killing spree as well. Fantastic work. Even stays alive to get over to Laundry. Continues to do damage as well. It's going to take a teammate shooting him for him to finally take some damage.
It's going to be Eco still alive here and still with the support of his teammates. The lead has gone back into the hands of Cloud9, but only a couple of points in it at the moment. Reload that gun, Eco. Otherwise, you're going to get punched in the face by Formal. An unfortunate piece of timing there for Eco. But Formal takes advantage of it, and now Optic will flip A. And it looks like they're going to be trying to play for those ends. The C will also go into their hands. Respawns for Cloud9 over at B, meaning they can make sure it doesn't get out of hand, but it looks like Optic will be tying the game up and maybe taking a lead once more.
Still such a close game. Ooh, Formal gets a little bit overzealous there. He kind of extends all the way out on balcony. Eco maybe predicted that. Eventually comes back from B pillars to get that kill. That's a big kill for Eco. He's going to stay alive and wrap all the way around to back A.
Yeah, been a bit sloppy so far this game between the 2 teams, to be honest with you. A couple of shots missed here and there, a couple of misplays, reloads, and just little things you don't expect to see. Maybe there is a little bit of fatigue in both these teams, or maybe it's just a case of both of them kind of just feeling each other out once more and trying to find that pattern of play. For now, Penguin will escape. But 115 and rising here for C9. Eco's last player alive manages to pick up 1 as well, but Optic will deal with him, and that will be all dead and rockets in the hands of Lucid.
Yeah, great damage from Formal there to make sure those 2 kills went in. Little rocket to the roof from Lucid, killing spree. He'll pick up a double as well and stay alive in tires, but actually gets impeded by the tires for just a split second. Eventually, he will fall.
Yeah, a little bit of a circus work there for Lucid. Maybe needs to flip that one on its side and run up the arcade street with it, but as you say, just kind of got his feet trapped in that one for now. Trippy with 2 and Lucid with another, though, are going to reduce Cloud9 once again to just 1 player alive on the map. And even though C9 is still scoring, Trippy is dealing with that last player alive. So Optic will be able to flip A and B at the same time due to the kills all falling in their favor. And that's a triple cap now for Optic.
Let's see how they play this now. They're going to maybe get this kill. No, they do not. So it'll be 1 dead Penguin is the first pick as well. 3 alive for each side. So these next kills are going to be a huge difference maker in who goes ahead. Tie game at 134.
I mean, I got to give a lot of credit here to Stella. Even though Trippy's moving in with that Bulldog and will be able to flip C back, Stella was in a horrible position for the majority of that time. You saw him trying to be hunted down by Optic, but he bought about 5, 6, 7 seconds. And by the time the players are kind of overextended to try and finish that kill, a lot of help was coming in for Cloud9. They managed to get some kills, and Optic had to work a little bit harder, maybe than they would have wanted to. But now you're going to see Trippy moving in alongside Formal, doing big damage with this Bulldog. And now this thing is starting to bark, and Optic are starting to bite a little bit more. A will be flipped. That will be them scoring once more.
Great push, great rotate coming in there from Trippy. They had all the help. Baum was the last player alive in back A. All it takes is a 1 tap of the Bulldog and a team shot to take him down. They get an extra kill. They force the split spawns. They're going to get C back as well. Great timing on the Slay rotation. Still 2 dead for Cloud9. And Optic starting to run away with this.
Yeah, Trippy just being tempted by the fresh apple pie that was left on the windowsill there on tires, and Eco popped up to say, "That's mine, my friend, and I'm feeling hungry right now," as he takes him down, as APG now moves to the back of A. Penguin should be taken down, as some damage has already been done, but Optic have been scoring for quite some time now. APG with the Stalker Rifle is going to be able to do a lot of cross-map damage as well, but Optic have crossed the 200-point mark now, and with Eco and these rockets in his hands, he needs to make a play here on B, but Formal has just picked up yet another kill, but Eco threads the needle to take him down.
Threads the needle is right. What a rocket, what a thrust there. Stays alive as well, and even rockets the L. That's going to be 2 dead. Bomber metal in hand. 3 dead momentarily. APG was last player alive. Formal is a spawner. Eco will get another kill. He's 20 and 17 so far, and what looked like it was going to be a runaway victory for Optic has been halted. The game is still within 60.
It's a perfect example of what you talk about a lot, Andy. It's one thing to get the power weapon, but here on streets, the 2 rockets, it's quite easy to get baited out by a player with a thrust or a drop wall and not turn them into kills. Eco, under pressure, turned it into 2 kills, and then he managed to convert a 3rd off the back of that, and that has given Cloud9 the opening to be scoring once more. But here comes Lucid flying in with Trippy here, and the Penguin's going to be evaporated by that frag grenade, and now he's got a flank on Eco. All of a sudden, Lucid's starting to find a little bit of space on the map, and he's hunting down C9 players.
We talk about when Lucid pops off, Optic wins games and Optic wins tournaments. Right now, he's 25 and 13 and not done yet. What a run he's had in game number 1.
Optic with a triple cap as well. He is just about going to be flipped, but Formal again with those cross map shots. Not only picks up 1, but picks up 2, and now Optic are just 20 points away from taking your game number 1.
Eco versus Formal there. Fantastic battle. Bulldog versus Stalker. Eco will win that one. Not over yet on the C flip here, so even though only 16 points away for Optic, Cloud9 wants to put up all the fight that they can to rally back in this game.
There's one statistical outlier in this game, and it's Penguin. He's 8 and 19 at the moment. He is having a little bit of a rough one in our grand final here for Cloud9. But Cloud9's still in this. If he can pick it up just in the last few moments of this game, then C9 will have an opportunity. But Formal shuts things down with a rocket launcher. 2 for him, 2 for Lucid, and that is going to be the game you would imagine if Optic can get control of B and C.
Oh my God, 4 dead as well. Look at Formal even shooting that past Stellar on B pillars to stay alive through that, then converts again. Trip cap at this point, that'll be the game.
Yeah, put a bow on it. This one's done. 250 is done. It's on the board as Optic Gaming take down Cloud9 in game number 1. And they were looking just as good as the last time we saw them in a series, and the Optic have not missed a beat here.
Not gonna lie, they look spicy. They're still firing on all cylinders. This entire squad looking so good, and it's a fantastic late game run. The way that they slayed out at the end of that first game shows me once again they're on the same page.
They certainly are. They are looking strong, Optic, here, and one thing that is always a standout for me is how Optic play on the back foot. It's almost as if they don't feel like they're on the back foot when they go down numbers at the moment. They always get a pick, whether it's Formal, whether it's Trippy, whether it's APG, whoever it might be. it just creates the opening for Lucid to then move around the map with the freedom that he needs to have. But like I mentioned, one player who just had a little bit of a slow start there was Penguin, 8-21 at the end of that game.
Yeah, not what you're used to seeing from Penguin whatsoever. He'll look to bounce back in this next one. But once again, Lucid, 27-14-6. Formal, 27-16-15. Amazing numbers from those two.
Look at the assists for Optic, right? 15, 6, 13, 15. Compare that to Cloud9. I think that tells the story big time for how well they were working together. They are some ridiculous stats.
Yeah, damage to tell a similar story, if we're honest here, with Formal just shy of 7K damage. And 5K plus for every single other player on Optic as well. It's a similar story to the assist story, which is what you'd expect to see.
Yeah, Formal, I think whenever you get that Stalker rifle in his hand, he just seems to be able to deal more damage than most. It's almost as if he was born to use that weapon, right? He just, for whatever reason, it just feels comfortable in his hands, and he certainly makes it work. Trippy was doing some good damage with it as well, but there's just moments in this game where you thought, oh, Cloud9, this is what we used to see in them. They get a little bit of control, they get a 4 dead, and they start to run away with things. But Optic never really found themselves under any kind of immense pressure for too long. I think there was a momentary triple cap for Cloud9, but it didn't really ever feel like they were in that triple cap for too long a time that it became dangerous.
It's true. We were tied here at Cloud9 with a decent lead at 1 point. We were also tied at 135, but after that, it was actually, I believe, 211 to 135 off of a fantastic trip cap run that came in from Optic, and things once again were pretty close all game, but it felt like Optic was able to convert and collapse on all the kills that they needed to.
Yeah, they certainly did, and it was pretty ruthless by the end of it. That final triple cap was enough for them to close out game at number 1, but Eco did all he could in that game. He had a very strong performance, as he always does. It's very rare that you'll say Eco did not perform here for Cloud9, but there was this double kill just towards the end with that rocket launcher that really secured things for Formal. I think that was a little celebration melee, as we all know. He probably thought, I've done my job here. The game is done. I've picked up the kills. We're converting strongholds. And that'll be us one up in the series.
It's a lost art, the celebratory melee, you know? When you think back to Halo 2, Halo 3 montages of old, the celebratory melee when the stick explodes. Only the real ones understand it. Game number 2 coming up. Slayer on live fire, an opportunity for Cloud9 to even the score, or maybe Optic to go only one away from closing out the series.
I think Cloud9 need this one because I know they do not like CTF Bazaars. Quite simply, they do not like playing it. They do not want to, grind out those games. I don't think that against Optic that are going to be those one flag 15-minute games, whatever it might be. So I think if they want to elongate this series here, Cloud9, this is a must-win for them, Andy.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a very familiar territory for them. Let's not forget Cloud9 with what I would describe as not the most impressive live fire Slayer earlier on against SSG, to be honest. Collect missing a few shots. It could have turned the tide of the game, and that could have been a very different series for them. We'll have to see if Cloud9 looks stronger in our grand final.
We'll also have to see if the long battle for Overshield continues, because the amount of bodies that are going to have to be buried over there at the Overshield of Spartans that have been dying as they try and pick up that Overshield it's getting out of hand, to be honest with you. You're going to have to bring Dan on to TriCast just to make sure that he can add up the bodies that are going down.
It's like my grandpa always said, when the Ovies poppin', bodies be dropping. And that's exactly what I think we're going to see here. Game number 2 underway.
Yeah, Grandad Dudinsky never missed a beat with his raps. That man, I'm telling you, you can find the vinyls. It's worth a listen, but let's listen to what the BR of Formal is singing at the start of this game. Good damage onto C-Plab. It's going to be Stella, Bound, and Eco who take down 3 members of Optic. Lucid, last man standing.
What's he going to do here? Just going to rat out and rat tunnel for just a second. Of course, isolate the 1v1s. It's a great opportunity to do so. Heatwave's not going to do the trick. So stays alive long enough, though, to make sure that they don't go 4 dead. Stays alive back green, and they're going to have a chance to maybe fight for some new angles. Yeah, Stellar really wants to know where he is. Look at this.
Yeah. I think the rest of Cloud9 want to know where he is. It's like we were just shooting him like he was key.
Oh, there it is.
Now we're just gonna. I found him. Stella's going. I found him. Hide and seek is over. However, APG comes and bonks him on the head to put him into the death screen. And even though it's a 5-2 lead here for Cloud9, Eco has the opportunity to extend that with a couple of nice headshots with this sniper.
Yeah, nice job there from Lucid to rat out. If that goes 4-0 instead much earlier, it's a very different result. Instead, the game is still within 3 here. Make that 4 as Eco's going to stay alive top mid. Head on a swivel. And nice job there to connect on top middle there against APG. That'll bring the lead to 8-3.
Yeah, not many people would have thought, wait, we're missing someone here. I'm just going to check my back for a few seconds. Eco is that player. Now he hits another body shot onto Trippy. Immediately cleaned up here by Penguin. 10-4. Kind of lead you want to see if you're a Cloud9 fan. The overshield isn't going to be up for a few moments, but another body shot. Another body shot. I mean, if he hits a couple of heads here, this game's over, but it's just body shots, but they're being cleaned up immediately here by Cloud9.
Amazing stuff there from Eco to just sit top middle and command it, almost like lockout style. I think the last time we saw someone do that was Bonfire on exit wounds. He would sit top middle, S2 jump, and just wait for people to pop up and do exactly what you just saw, body them and then finish them on the perfect timing. All of that performance and fantastic control will give Cloud9 a 14-7 lead in game number 2.
Now we've seen some shots hit on this overshield, and Stella just gets distracted and takes a little bit of damage, which allows Formal to move in. The teamwork from Optic there, kind of underrated, you would imagine. Just that one player poking, prodding at Keydor, not allowing Stella to get a clean shot means that this is the avenue back into this game now for Optic.
Ooh, look at the little angle from Formal. He's going to repulsor jump up, tried to catch Eco off if he could, but instead Eco's going to let his shields regain. Optic going to be happy to keep the game close. Keep in mind they were just finding themselves, their opponents doubling their score. So Formal going to fly back into Big Door and try to clean up this kill on Rat Tunnel, but it's a little bit of hide and seek. Eventually the Optic teamwork will bring the game within 4.
Yeah, that kind of play from Penguin doesn't show up in the stats, right? But he's just completely melted an overshield. He's bought enough time for his team to get in the map. And even though it's a -1 for him, he's created so much for Cloud9 just by milking that overshield for that amount of time. Trippy's heat wave hits like mine never will. I'm just going to say that right now. I don't think I've ever done that in my life.
That was Formal.
Halo Infinite.
Formal.
Formal? Excuse me, sorry.
Unbelievable stuff from Formal to win that in what was essentially a 1v2. As soon as he turned the corner on Dummy Door, he was going to get finished, but he just double taps there and finishes in a play that I would never be bold enough to make, but there's a reason the man is on Optic Gaming. Formal, one of the best to ever do it. 19-16 here in favor of Cloud9.
Pretty sure that Optic has got 2 sniper rifles here as well. You saw Formal with one for just a few seconds. That's been turned over into Stella's hands. Trippy has a couple of bullets left, just trying to find some angles. And this has been a very slow-paced game here of Live Fire Slayer. Usually we say this is a fast game type, and teams like to get aggressive, like to try and force the plays on each other and force the pressure. But at the moment, Trippy may create the opportunity to push with that Hail Mary grenade across map.
It's the Hail Mary all the way to Antarctica on Penguin. Will take him down. Still just a 3-kill game here, 22-19, but Trippy trying to find out what angles he needs to isolate here to help the team the most.
I think Trippy didn't realize those 2 C9 players just spawned at green. He's going to rotate instead towards tower, and at the moment Trippy just can't find any targets. He's only got 2 bullets to work with. Maybe Bound will be a victim, but again just turns away at the most inopportune moment, and Trippy just can't get a break at the moment. He cannot find an angle, and he cannot find anyone to fire onto.
Gonna stay alive and be thankful that that ledge is here. APG, overshield does pop, wants to make sure he doesn't get back whacked. Pushes on back tower into a 3-man C9 push. They were ready for it. They isolate Trippy as well. One more battle here. Formal is there to pick up the scraps. 1v1 against Eco, sniper in hand. Tries to hit one, will not. We'll see what he could do here.
Yeah, Eco, unfortunately, tries to nope out just as Lucid arrives. So Formal just buying time, just playing behind that pillar, and has 1 bullet to make a difference here for Optic Gaming. It's tied up at 25-25. A body shot onto Stella might make things interesting, but that drop ball is going to be huge. Now they can command all of this lane without taking too much damage.
Let's not forget, this game was 14-7 in favor of Cloud9. It's quite a rally back from Optic Gaming.
That looks like the moves. They're going to be sneaky ones coming in from Lucid. He needs to be like a snake with a pair of slippers on here, make no sound whatsoever. Doesn't let the bounce behind that pillar. Now he does take some shots. He tries to challenge. Bound looks like he's on top of this one, but there's the help this time. It's Formal who keeps Lucid alive. It's almost like the tables turned from just a few seconds ago.
Great teamwork, and once again, what a rally from Optic Gaming, and they look like they were out early on in this game. Not the case. They bounce back. Lucid gets a good amount of damage on Keydor. We'll have to see if they can convert. A few of those do come in. 2 dead for both sides. Tied at 31.
31-31. 6 minutes and 20 left in this game, and the overshield coming up in around 15 seconds or so. So we'll have to see where the kills fall. And it's Eco who picks up the first. Formal will be back in the game and back on the map before that overshield does pop. So it's not the end of things here for one team or the other, but it might be the end of that overshield push now for Optic as Lucid finds himself last alive, tries to clean up Penguin, but there's Bound chunking away with a heat wave.
Bound just trying to get a little bit of shots there. Going to be able to grab that overshield, and that is a clean wipe. 4 dead, 36-32 with the overshield in hand. If Bound plays this right, they can almost secure a victory at this stage in the game.
Don't think that Formal spotted him out there, but it looks like Optic are trying to wrap the other side of the map here. Now it'll be a flank coming in from Bounty. Finds one. He should find two onto Formal as well. 3 players fall for Optic, and now you're seeing the lead just start to open up a little bit here. Stella, also with a sniper, has the chance to make that gap even bigger.
Good trade for Formal there on that overshield. Looks like he just did enough damage, but Stellar with the sniper up top and several shots yet to play with could be pretty disastrous for the side of Optic. It's a 6-kill game.
He just spotted out APG as well. You can see the pings are going to come in. Ooh, APG just raises an eyebrow and says to Stella, hello. I know you're there, and now you know I'm here. But Stella just watching bottom middle. Eco and Trippy gonna trade kills out respectively for their teams. That's better for Cloud9 though, because they have that advantage now, Andy. They are looking strong. Trippy challenging and will pick up the kill and the snipe.
Trippy wastes no time. He knew as soon as Stellar missed that shot, that was his opportunity to hit the second BR shot and then the melee. He's going to steal the sniper away. And it's moments like this where I'm dying to hear the lunchbox comms, because what he's able to do with this squad to help them bounce back in live fire slayers has been amazing historically. Now it's just a 4-kill game.
Oh, Trippy just picked up 2 as well. One of those with that sniper rifle. Bound gets taken down as well.
Triple for Trippy.
And Optic are back in this game. Trippy with the play. He gets 3. Cloud9 all 4 dead, and it's a 3-kill game now.
I think 2 of those 3, as you said, were with the sniper rifle as well. Eventually, the weapon will run out of ammo, but not before. It's a 3-kill game. Let's see what the drop shield could do. They will trade. 1-kill game here. Cloud9 up by 1.
Overshield coming up in a few moments as well. 5 seconds. Lucid is on it, and Lucid can clear out the cuts here as well. But 2 players are going to fly. Lucid banks a nade, but gets taken down. Somehow, Eco comes out of that battle with his life, but the overshield comes out in the hands of Formal.
I think it's a team nade. Eco gets a kill on the feed with the BR. I don't think that's what it was. It might have been a team nade here. 47-46. Cloud9 still up by 1.
Bound pushes bottom middle as well onto Formal. He's making it work so hard for this kill. Formal cannot finish up. Bound! Oh my word, Bound just destroyed Formal with a little bit of help from Eco, and now Cloud9 find themselves 1 kill away.
Oh my god. Still just a 2-kill game though, not over. Cloud9 needs to find the pick. If they don't, they could pay the price here. Lots of time on the clock, so no big rush here. 3 minutes to go.
What a moment in the game that was. Optic do not make use of that overshield. Formal just could not finish that kill off.
Oh boy, Eco might flank pillars here. Let's see if he goes.
Optic cannot afford to make any kind of mistake here. They need the first pick. The sniper rifle is going to be up as well, so maybe someone's managed to get their hands on that. Maybe it's going to be a bait from both teams, but Bound is the man. Who else but Bound to get the 50th kill to make a play, and Cloud9 tie things up here at 1-1.
Wow. Back-to-back incredible games of live fire slayer in your elimination final and your grand finals, down to the absolute wire. C9 though, with some huge plays. Even though we saw Trippy popping off, in the end they put together some good overshield plays and they're able to close it out with that final kill, winning 50-47.
I mean, just a few moments in that end game, right? Around that overshield, Eco somehow staying alive in the cuts, and I think, as you say, a team nade maybe came in at the most inopportune moment, and the overshield at the end, even though Optic get it, Bound just moving around the geometry and just being such a tough kill, getting the damage, using the repulsor, a little bit of help coming in. It was Cloud9's teamwork all over. Penguin a little bit slow in that game once more, but his teammates picked up the slack. And look at Stella, 16 kills for him. That's the kind of stat line you want from B in a big Slayer game.
A big game indeed, and stepped up when his team needed it. 50-47 is your final score. Yeah, I'm hoping we're going to be able to see that play with Lucid with the heat wave and the cuts towards the end of the game, because I do believe it was a team nade, which in a 50-47 could be all the difference maker. We'll take a look at the damage as well to see across the board exactly how things went down, and C9 certainly slaying in that category. 3 players over 4,000.
Yeah, not surprised to see Trippy quite low as well. He had the sniper rifle in that mid game and was just kind of just looking for targets, just couldn't find anyone to fire onto. So I'm not surprised there was that moment in the game, or kind of 30-40 seconds, where he wasn't doing any damage because he just couldn't find anyone to do it too. But I mean, it was such a close game. I think we were tied up at 31 at one point, and in that end run, Optic it felt like they were coming back. They got that 3 dead that they were desperate to do, but it was just Cloud9 clutched up in those final moments. I don't know what it was. It was Bound doing some magical things that only Bound can do. APG, I felt sorry for him here, though. It's the last thing you want to see when you walk around the corner of Obi.
Poor timing push there from Optic. It's unfortunate. Right there you see Optic, and they start to trade back tower. Here we were tied 29-29. Like we said, this one was just so close the entire way through.
Lucid getting taken down bottom middle, and Trippy here. Oh, he gets one. This is a repeat of the triple that got them back in the game. Finds 2 with that beautiful headshot.
Oh,
Bound.
my.
Well,
Wow.
Bound got destroyed as well.
Big shout out to our observers there for letting us catch that. We did not see it on the main feed, so grateful that we get to see exactly how that played out, because did it ever keep the game close? Take a look. This was 45-44.
And this is the final moments here. Lucid looking to push top middle. Bound with that sniper. I think he's got sniper. No, it's a BR that closes things out. You can see that Lucid wanted to make a play on that sniper rifle to give Optic a chance to get back into it. But now we go to Bazaar. Now, I think this is a mental test for Cloud9. We've seen them play, I think it was against Optic. Was it last week in the Pro Series or maybe the week before? And it just felt like Cloud9 didn't want to be on the map. Optic kind of just brushed them aside, and it was very, very simple for them. I think if Cloud9 really want to send this to a reset, they have to grind out a result here on CTF Bazaar.
I think they do. I think it's certainly, I agree, mental test. This game type always a little bit of a mental hurdle to get over, just because it can require so much to bring those flags home. But I think a good opportunity for C9 to play off the back of that momentum of that second game, that first win of them for the series, and see if they can start to get a 2-1 lead, because maybe you start to slowly chip away at the momentum of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I think you're happier going into a Capture the Flag Bazaar if you just won the last game in comparison to knowing this could be your last game of the tournament, right? It's a funny thing, the brain, it plays tricks on you a little bit, and it certainly can work in your favor as well. But I mean, what are your thoughts on this next game? Because Optic have been pretty strong historically on this game type.
Yeah, for me, I mean, the longer we go, especially now that you're only seeing Bazaar Flag being played, not Bazaar Slayer, Bazaar Flag becomes more and more of a coin flip based off of 2 things, right? Do you get the extra kill? When exactly did you get your 3rd and 4th kills, and where are they spawning? Are you splitting them? How far have they OE'd? It's a little bit coin flippy there. So I think, honestly, the team that's simply able to put together the plays in the exact moments will be the one to take it out. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out, though, for sure.
Yeah, want to see teams controlling that mid-map as well, and the power-up and the power weapons are coming up on the map. We've seen how influential the overshield is. A lot of the time, the overshield is the only thing you can use to break through that wall of a talented team, right? And try and really get into the base and create an opportunity for that flag run. We've also seen some pretty crazy grapple runs developing. People throwing that flag down on top of the market and then using the grapple to get the momentum right across and kind of swing it through the double doors. So expect to maybe see that if a player has that grapple on board. But for now, a massive pivotal point in this series in our grand final. Whoever wins this, if it's Optic, they're 1 game away from calling themselves champs. If it's C9, well, maybe they're thinking about a reset.
Could be a long night of Halo. We'll have to see how much gas C9 has in the tank. Game 3 going to be Bazaar CTF, the first time we're seeing this on stream here this evening. Starting things off with an early kill for Stellar, but lots to play for here, of course. The 2 titans of competitive Halo in North America. Sentinels surprisingly knocked out earlier by Space Station Gaming. The question is, of these 2, who will win the final online NA Pro Series of the year?
Sorry, Bound. That is just not where you want to spawn.
Unlucky.
That is
unlucky.
Yeah, go next. That's Overshield in the hands of APG, though, and it's going to be the flag in the hands of Optic. Even though Stella got the first kill in the match, it was Optic who completely dominated the rest of the Cloud9 members on that Overshield side. And already off the break here, you can see that perfect shadowing back here from APG. Form was going to say, you have the cap, I'm going forward. And Optic, in the first minute, Andy, off the first push, have a flag on the board.
Interesting decision there to send your Overshield player with the flag. I guess he's thinking maybe someone could like shoot double doors, but traditionally you'd send your Overshield player out into this mix earlier and then let Formal finish that run, but maybe they were thinking Formal needed to have full shield recharge anyway. In the end, doesn't matter, not important, a little bit too nuanced. 1-0 here in favor of Optic Gaming.
And now it is the test here for Cloud9. Bound will be taken down. That's 3 players immediately into the death screen again for Cloud9. It just seems one thing that's notable for me in Cloud9 is that they're not very willing to, play the tough game, play the nerdy game. And what I mean by that is like just stagger themselves in the back of their base, wait for a pick, be that defensive wall. They want to get out as quickly as possible, which you know, sometimes works in their advantage, but against a team like Optic, I think you just have to show them a little bit more respect.
I think so, and a lot of these game types, especially when you talk about spawning in the back of the base on Bazaar or spawning in the back of the base on Catalyst, they do require a little bit of resilience and a little bit of willingness to wait for each other, to try to push out together, even if you just feel like holding forward. Easier said than done. I was expecting a back-whack sooner. Eco, though, will clean up APG there to pick up the 1 kill on the map. Lucid, quick to save the day after that in the lockers.
Yeah, I got a little bit worried that Eco might have just put his pad down for a few seconds there, but he picked it up just in time to get the kill. But the overshield, like you say, is Cloud9's, and you're going to see Bound being aggressive. You always see Bound being aggressive, but when he's got that extra layer of protection, the man doesn't need to be asked twice. APG, though, will remove it. Not sure how much would have been left after that battle had commenced, but Cloud9 have 2 Optic Gaming members down. Lucid is going to pick up 1, but he's going to be no shields, and C9 have the opportunity to get in the base and cause some problems.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. Going to be pretty tough, though. 3 players alive here in the back of the base. The green gun hits for Eco. Noob combo's been a popular weapon of choice here today in our final Pro Series of North America. Eco forced to do a little bit of a 180 there. He'll stay alive in bar. A little bit of scrappy there. Somehow gets the back whack as well on Formal, and C9 onslaught continues.
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon to see a little bit of a fist fight going down in the bar. We've all been there. If you've been in the UK, you've certainly been to Weatherspoons and experienced it. But for now, it's going to be Formal who's the last player alive, and he's actually coming off respawn. So Cloud9 moving that flag for the first time, but Formal as last alive or first respawner, he's managed to get the rocket somehow here.
Somehow stays alive. He's got 2 to play with as well on the pillars, which is pretty big. He knows he needs to make sure to connect on these. Finds 1. Wisely rocketing the base of the thrust area, not the top back wall. Finds 2, creates distance before rocketing, and might even get a fast return here.
Yeah, this will be an easy return. All the players will be spawning on the rocket side of the map just because of the fact that he picked up that kill on Penguin on the thruster. So that spawn would have been blocked momentarily. The rest of C9 spawning away from where that flag's moving. And off the back of the huge play coming in from Formal, now he is just a pest for C9. The flag is still moving. Bound gets taken down as well. Formal just biding his time, waiting for that re-challenge. And now with all players in the death screen, all players respawning from Cloud9, Formal has the simple task of strolling home and putting in the second flag.
Gonna go ahead and bring that flag in. I mean, textbook play there from Formal. We were talking about bar fights earlier. I'm reminded of Bass Ruten's technique of create distance and grab a chair. That's exactly what he did with that rocket launcher. He's able to get that flag return as well. 7:44 left on the clock.
Memory unlocked.
2-0 in favor of Optic Gaming. They're looking strong here in game number 3.
They certainly are. And that is, yeah, core memory unlocked there for me. Formal is going to be on top of the rockets and looking to cause some more pain. And this time he's going to be using a battle rifle.
There we go.
It's 3 for Formal. And with that, there's going to be another flag moving here for Optic Gaming. 4 dead. Lucid puts in the 3rd, and that is going to be Cloud9 maybe mentally broken here on Bazaar.
Formal looking like a man who knows what to bring to a fight. He's 17-5. On the Cloud9 side, no one has passed 7 kills yet. Make it 18-5. Formal putting on a show and a frenzy.
A frenzy for Formal. All he needed was an inspirational bar fighting technique talk from Andy Dudinsky, and the man has stepped up. This is huge from Formal. Questions are sometimes about his performance recently in those big games, those big moments, but no doubts about who is dominating the map right now.
What on? He might do it again. Another triple? Oh my God!
Formal's doing what he wants at the moment. He's playing with his food. It's looking all too simple for him. Cloud9 just feeding the kills towards him. Lucid gonna go for the touch on the flag. Optic probably thinking about putting this one home again. 2-4 for Cloud9, but Lucid does need to be a little bit careful here. Maybe getting a little bit overzealous to putting that flag home. Stella's going to be challenged here by Trippy. Won't be a surprise to see Trippy winning this one as well. Eco flying out top middle. It's another flag here for Optic. No chance for Eco to stop this one. Lucid will put in the 4th. And with 6 minutes left on the clock, we say Bazaar doesn't normally go to 5. Well, it might be a good opportunity to do it now.
My God, how quickly this got out of hand. And even though we do see Bound with an overshield pushing in, 5:49 left, 4-0 in favor of Optic. Just unbelievable slaying numbers coming in across the game. Finally, Cloud9 will start to make something happen, and it would require some fantastic Halo. But 5:38 left to play with. They could put some flags on the board.
Yeah, really important kill there on Stella, on Lucid. He was just being a nuisance in the hut. The spike grenade just to flush him out. A couple of kills go on their side. Penguin cleaning up the damage, and finally Cloud9 will be able to at least get one flag on the board here. They've got it back to their base, and that will be going in just a few moments' time. Eco's the man with it in his hands. He picks up a thrust just to add a few style points onto it, but 5 minutes left in this game. I'm telling you, it's possible. 3 flags in 5 minutes if they get some control, but Formal already starting to shut things down here.
Even with Formal 25-9, it's crazy to say that this is still possible that Cloud9 could bounce back and come back in this game, but they certainly could. They'll need to put together some of the best bizarre CTF play they've ever done. Fantastic little green gun there. Formal still trying to make the push happen, but Cloud9 find themselves 2 dead, and Optic Gaming looking to close this game out and not even let that be part of the story.
Yeah, fantastic little green gun, one of my favorite books for the recent times. Eco also going to be one of my favorite BRs to watch as he picks up a kill, and also I think you can see just putting a few shots. Yeah, just walking his way towards Formal. APG is ignoring all the nonsense and moving this flag forward once again here as 2 players have fallen for Cloud9. So APG has a chance here to move this one forward. Eco versus APG off the respawn. Eco just winning that fight pretty comfortably, takes down Lucid as well.
Yeah, I think he got a kind of thrust spawn there, I think, because APG kind of threw a courtyard, started rocket for just a second, a little bit of a wacky time in terms of spawns that were going to come in there for Eco. So with each passing moment, Optic's pretty happy with this, and Formal's pretty confident he's probably going to end this with a 30 bomb.
Probably the only thing he can do to improve what has been a pretty impressive performance, to say the least, from Formal on Bizarre capture the flag. Bound will get 2. Trippy's going to be challenging. Eco knows there's another player close, and now there's another 2 in front of him. That's the difference, right? When we're seeing Cloud9, it's 1 by 1. It's, pushes a little bit uncoordinated. When we see Optic, it's always 2 BRs on 1 player.
Fantastic play from Formal there. I'm pretty sure he was sitting bottom tree and actually went back to thrust to double that angle, which is a pretty non-traditional play, but something you would only see really out of the brain of Formal. Taking a look here, 3:30 left in the game. Cloud9 still with 2 dead, trying to still make another flag run happen, but that's a huge double from Lucid in the back of the base.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from Lucid there, just being such a nuisance. Eco gets another touch on that flag, and Bound picks up a kill on APG. So work here to do for Lucid.
Oh boy.
Well, homework assignment complete. That is an A star for Lucid.
And my God, made that look way too easy. That was 4 dead for C9. The last player's alive in lockers, which means the flag goes home. And with 3 minutes left, it will still be a 3 flag lead for Optic Gaming.
APG will have a rocket to play with in the end of this game as well. So as if it's not difficult enough here, with Formal finally crossing that 30 kill mark. The man is plus 16 right now, by the way. That is that's just Formal. That's what I'm going to say. That's just Formal. He has games like this occasionally where he just makes it look easy. But APG with the rockets is going to be able to lock down all of this side of the map at the moment. And with 2 minutes 30, it seems like time is now the factor for Cloud9. It really is going to be tough for them to get back into this.
His positive KD is almost the amount of kills that the players have on the other side, which is absolutely wild to say. 2:22 left, and as we said, Optic going to be very happy just to control mid-map at this point. Let the clock tick down, excuse me, and continue to put on the slaves on the board.
I think it's at the moment Formal doing the latter, but the previous, sorry, but it's going to be Bound who.
I think so too.
Lucid's going to fly in. We're having fun tonight, everyone. We hope you are as well. The overshield goes down, but it's going to be Trippy. He should be in a position to at least do some damage to keep Cloud9 off of it for a few moments. Penguin gets it in his hands. Now, I tell you what, Andy. I'm not Dan Gaskian, and I don't welch on my bets, right? But if Cloud9 managed to tie this up in 1 minute 40, right? Then I will shave my head, my friend, okay?
That's not a good bet.
That's not a good bet. No, I've got nothing. Actually, I can't even shave my head. You know what I mean? It's just, it doesn't grow.
It's true. It's true. 34 kills for Formal here as they look for really what has felt like a victory lap, if we're honest, for the past 3 minutes after unbelievable slaying and multi-kills at the mid-game. Have put huge amount of flags for them on the board, and now with a minute 14, it's essentially impossible for Cloud9 to bounce back, and they're just adding a few more kills to the board.
Yeah, you just got to worry how much this is going to hurt Cloud9 heading into the next game as well, right? It's such a long road for Cloud9 in this final if they want to win and call themselves the champs. They've not only got to extend this series to a game 5, they've also got to win another one after that against Optic. And with the way that Optic are just pressurizing in them the moment, with the way that Formal is shooting 34 and 18, by the way, I just kind of see this bizarre capture the flag being maybe the straw that breaks the Cloud9 back, so to speak.
And Stellar has decided to no longer participate in the tree there, he will fall. That will bring Formal's kill count to double now. 36 and 18 in this game. That flag's being ran home, and that really will be the final victory lap here for Lucid.
It certainly will, and Penguin and Trippy are they're kissing in the back of the base there. Unconfirmed reports, but it's what it looked like to the player outlines. It will be 5-0. Optic Gaming got 2-1 in your grand final.
Man, Optic Gaming looking so strong here, and what a convincing performance in that game number 3. Bizarre. We wondered how strong they would look. They came to play, and to be honest, it was, like you said, a demoralizing performance for the side of C9. When you see Optic cap 4 times mid-map off of enormous plays from Formal, it's hard to bounce back on that game time.
Well, let's see if they can do it, though, as we move forward. Bizarre capture the flag is now just a nightmare that they've woken up from, hopefully, Cloud9, and they will be kind of locked in as we head to Live Fire King of the Hill. I think it is our game number 4, an opportunity for them to maybe express themselves a little bit more than they were able to do on Capture the Flag. There's only one stat to really look at here. I mean, they're all pretty good from Optic, but I mean, 36 and 18, 11 assists, 21.7 KDA. It's a formal show, Andy. It's a formal show.
The man is built different, and that is quite a performance. As you say, there's not much else to talk about. Multiple triple kills for him as well throughout that game, and did it from the mid-map. Let's take a look at the damage. I think there's one line of damage we're going to be looking at as well, and one of these is not like the others. Nobody else even on 7K. Formal is 8K plus.
Yeah, and shout out to the, unfortunately no longer with us, Richie Benno, legendary cricket commentator, for the Chew 22 at the end of it. I mean, 8,222. That is some pretty ridiculous statistics coming in from Formal, and a good performance that I think Optic probably as a lineup we're hoping for in these big grand finals, and certainly him will be hoping for as well to see more of to close things out.
Certainly, we've done a lot of talking about Formal stats and performance. Here was the creating distance and grabbing a chair as he's going to get that and getting that flag return as well. But we've talked a lot about his numbers, and rightly so. Amazing performances on screen as well, but got to give a shout out to the entire Optic team. Without what they do around the map, there's no way that a player like Formal can put up those stats single-handedly. So really a team effort here from Optic. They look so strong in game number 3.
They certainly do. Now, Cloud9, what have you got? Are you going to be able to kind of brush that one off, and are you going to be able to come back into this game with a bit of fire to prove that, you know, you want to send this to a second best of 5, that you don't want to give Optic the glory of going back-to-back here in Pro Series and calling themselves champs? We'll find out in the next few moments. I feel like the first hill, vital here for Cloud9. If they can start to get a little bit of control, start to dominate, start to hit some snipe headshots, then C9 can be back here.
Yeah, like we said, pressure is on for C9, and I think if Optic wins both of these back-to-back, it changes the narrative of the season. I think heading into the NA Super, Sentinels also has their sights set on them a little bit differently, but if Cloud9 can bounce back, maybe start to erase all the progress that Optic has had this summer. We'll have to see if that's the case. This is do or die for Cloud9.
Stellar versus Formal. No surprise to see Formal win his first 1v1 in the game after his performance in the last, but it's going to be weapons turned over here as the overshield will be popping.
Great covering fire, and easy grab there for Optic. You expected a little bit more resistance from the side of Cloud9, but Formal's going to just walk right in.
Off the back of it, he's going to pick up 2 kills as well. Where is Lucid, though? He's the last player alive here for Optic Gaming, and he's trying to challenge inside of that hill. He knows this player just being a nuisance around the back of green. If Cloud9 can deal with him quickly, there might be an opportunity for them to set up here. 2 still dead for Optic. C9 in and around the hill, but Formal going to be here in a 1v1 with Eco. Eco, you got to get the kill, at least the trade, and he will do so.
Yeah, good trade for Formal. We'll have to see if the damage is enough, though. It's a tough push out of bottom pillars if you're trying to push on this hill, and once again, C9 already setting up here. Well, only 1 dead for each side and not able to put that many points on the board. So little moments like that where Formal's able to just poke and create some chaos prevent Cloud9 from getting any sort of setup.
Penguin with the trade. It'll be 2 for 2 across the board. Unfortunately, Bound finds himself first up, and Lucid's going to be sat in the hill with the sniper rifle. Such a good position to be in with this sniper. You don't have to do anything crazy, just hit a couple of bodies, and all you're going to do is rack up time for your squad. Optic are the team who have been in control of this first hill for the majority of the time. You see 2/3 of the way to calling it their own and putting that point on the board.
Trippy now, same exact position that we saw earlier, and Optic's forced to continue to fight out of bottom pillars, but so far it has paid off for them. They've been able to put points on the board while maintaining this angle, so Heatwave and BR here still going to fight from bottom mid.
Bound should deal with him, though. You can see there's a little bit of a scrap going down inside of the hill. Lucid gets taken down, but will manage to somehow just, before he goes to the grave, drop a frag grenade, which is going to deal the final player from Cloud9. This has been so scrappy at the moment, but maybe the scrappiness is about to end because here comes Formal charging forward with an overshield in his hand.
Well, interesting play from Eco. Take a look at that. Eco stays alive, sandbags, nades the player out of green, then he gets to green to get an angle on the overshield instead of playing for the overshield. Really interesting and effective plays from Eco there.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I saw something get destroyed as quickly as that overshield was when I was given a gift token to a donut shop, because I've got to be honest with you, I felt pretty sick afterwards, but you know, things got out of hand. But it's going to be Optic Gaming who still are trying to force their way to take this first hill. C9 trying to do what they can, but Trippy ain't missing right now. 2 battles that we've seen him in the last few moments, and he's floored both the players in front of him.
Yeah, that was 3 dead once again. Stellar was the only player alive momentarily. That one should be the first hill going to Optic off of that damage. Yes, they will be the first to score on the first hill, and I was actually going to say, Onset, I've seen you eat an abnormally large donut. I want to say it was absolutely enormous. It was yeah. Oh, way bigger than your head. Yeah, and you got a big head.
And I got a big head. Let's see what Lucid can do. Let's see if he can find some regular size heads, Spartan size heads with the sniper rifle. There's going to be a body and there's a killing spree for him. Starting to find a little bit of momentum as well. Trippy's been the standout though so far in this game. He's sat on 10 kills, the only player to break double digits so far, but Optic sat inside of this hill and Cloud9 not able to get anywhere near it so far. Looks like Penguin's trying to break a little bit of a hold that Optic do have. Eco's trying to challenge as well on the nest, but there's the cleanup. Look at the teamwork coming in from Optic. 2 full here for Cloud9, and this might be another hill going to Optic.
I mean, Lucid just weaving those angles. I'm going to have to go back and listen to the comms during that play because he just dips, dives, and dodges in between those angles, consistently watching Nest the whole time while avoiding those grenades. And just like that, they go up 2-0, only 2 hills away from closing out the tournament.
Yeah, not only the kills going their way now, but the hill moving and the overshield coming up. So Lucid's going to be flying in. Look at the confidence this man is playing with right now. Flying in with a sniper rifle, looking for no scopes. Trippy gets the overshield, and Trippy is going to be on cleanup duty here. He doesn't get that beat down there, which might be a little bit frustrating for him, knowing that he should probably have a few more shields than he does. But his teammates have done enough work for Optic to be sat inside that hill once more.
And they clear out Eco there on concrete as well. They're going to continue scoring, especially if they get this kill. C9's on a bad spawn cycle right now. They're just trying to fly in the back of the base. 3 dead again. Stellar's the last player alive, and this looks like it's going to be another Optic point.
Trippy's just locking down bottom middle as well. You can see anyone that comes through this cave is just going to be blamed, as simple as that. But it looks like the push is coming in on the right side. Bound picks up 1 at least to take Formal out of the game. Lucid will trade that out, and now you can see that Trippy working with his teammate inside of the hill, but they've got nothing to do because Lucid's just going a little bit crazy top middle.
My God, look at the numbers already. Trippy is 17 and 7, make it 18.
Challenge him. Challenge him. He's confident.
He's doing it.
You love to see it from Trippy. Really is just trying to put the pain onto Cloud9 right now, and Cloud9 is really feeling it. You can just see the pushes are looking one by one, a little bit stagnant, but Formal, he's on the flank right now, and this is a smart play from Formal, trying to get back tower, trying to lock down their spawns for his team.
It is 2 dead once again here for Optic, as Formal's going to try to go ahead and see. Now, I don't really need to do the fast jump here. He's going to just take the long way over to the hill, but you have to remember, Cloud9's such a talented team. Do they have the gas in the tank? They have the skill. They can bring this game all the way back, but it's a question now as we take a look at the clock, almost midnight East Coast here. Do they have what it takes to bring this game back and bring the series back?
Yeah, almost 12 a.m. here in there, 12 p.m. sorry, in the UK at this point. But I tell you what, if this goes to a second best of 5, I'm still got the energy to go, because this has been such a fun day of Halo to watch so far in the North American Pro Series. But Penguin is gonna
doesn't get it, doesn't
get it. Bound is gonna at least keep him alive for now, and Cloud9 will get the hill. So even though they don't get the overshield straight away, they will get the hill. Formal now moving in with the sniper rifle. Overshield still down. They need to communicate this. Lucid is gonna be there. There's a triple for Lucid, and that might be the dagger into the hearts of Cloud9.
And of course he hits it with the back of the headshot there with the BR. That overshield is still down, and you have to think Penguin, a little bit of a misplay there, with just seconds off of grabbing that. Instead, he accidentally repulses, and they don't convert on that overshield. Of course, they will still convert on the point, so it will be 3-1. Not over yet, but 3 minutes left in the game.
Well, the good thing here for Optic as well is that they're not relying on Formal this game. Is Trippy has actually been a standout. He's 20 and 11. But off the back of this, C9 have got the overshield. Maybe that one hill is all they needed for that play. But a three-man push coming in from Optic Gaming, swarming top mid. Stella last alive. What a push that was from Optic.
We talk about inopportune timing all day. The second that Penguin happened to look away from sandbags, he finds himself on the receiving end of 3 BRs that absolutely nuke his overshield. Unfortunate there for the side of C9, and now Optic about 75% of the way done on the 4th hill.
Yeah, and this would be the last hill as well, that all they need to do is capture this hill and they can call themselves champs. Bound is going to be trying to pressurize. He's forced off by Trippy. Turns around to help out his teammate. He doesn't need it. 2-4 here for Cloud9. Penguin on an island at the moment, floating in the sea. Trippy trying to find him, but Penguin will be finally taken down. Stella getting desperate. This is Optic's game. This will be Optic's win once more. Optic go back to back. They are your champs here. Cloud9 just couldn't put up the fight.
And what a performance from Optic to not just do it for the first time last week against against Cloud9 for the first time in competitive play, but now back-to-back beating Cloud9 yet again in official competitive play in a grand final. And like we said, it changes the course of the story for Optic Gaming just a little bit as they take this momentum into the rest of the events for the year.
Yeah, mental tick box that was there before this Pro Series kicked off has started to be filled up very, very quickly. Trippy though, Trippy, 23 and 12. A great performance from him in that final game. 4-1. Cloud9 started to show some signs of life just towards the end of it, but it was the 3-man push on sandbags that will be the standout play for me in that game. Just Optic deciding to make a play, the call was made, and executing off the back of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You might have seen a little bit of words from Penguin there in the in-game chat before he resigned from the game. Not afraid to put a few words across before he exited. Taking a look at the damage, 5,200 there from Trippy in the end.
I missed it. What did he text me? Don't worry. I don't know if it's a broadcast appropriate, but you know.
Oh, it is broadcast. It's broadcast appropriate. I think people who caught it. People might be clipping it now as well. But yeah.
Someone tweeted
but keep in mind, it's all just banter. I'm not looking to start stuff. Just taking note of what we're seeing on screen here. That's our job. We won't read in too much to it. But in the end, here's your series layout for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, we didn't get to that game 5, but Optic got it done, and they got it done in some style as well. I mean, you're looking at those scores, Andy, and it's dominant from Optic. That's the one thing that stands out to me. Apart from that game number 2, the Slayer, of course, which we know can kind of go either way a little bit. It was Optic dominance. Yeah, it really was. They look so strong, and I think also I want to keep in mind that Cloud9 also looks so good at different times throughout that series as we bring everyone else back in. But Optic right now on top of the throne here in the HCS. They win back-to-back.
They certainly do. I mean, it was pretty incredible the way that they managed to do that and close out against Cloud9. Obviously, kind of, at one point thinking that it could have been a closer series, especially after that live fire Slayer. Cloud9 kind of running away with things there, but Gaskin just an absolute force to be reckoned with Optic at the moment, and I just don't see them slowing down at this point in time. And I think something that is very apparent with this roster, and I think one to explain to folks at home if they are new to Halo, is that all of these rosters, all of these individuals, on this roster, they're taking turns to be the standout player in different games of the series. Why is that a telltale sign of a phenomenal team?
Because any of them can step up on the day and be the guy, right? The guy that's going to make the difference, the guy that's going to hit those multi-kills, the guy that's going to get those clutch moments to push them over the finishing line in maybe a close contested game against a team like Cloud9. But what's terrifying is then, what if they're all the guy? What if that happens at a tournament where suddenly everyone's hitting those clips, everyone's just firing on all cylinders? That then becomes near impossible for another team to even try and compete with that. So Optic are looking scarier by the day. I will say that there was a period of time prior to KC, they looked similar in scrims where they were beating teams like 13-0 at times, and then they went to LAN and they weren't the guy. So they need to be transitioning from these online tournaments now and putting it into practice when we do get to LAN. We need to see the same Optic Gaming with this same attitude, this same practice regime, if they are going to be able to call themselves champions at a LAN event. But for now, they've won what they can in front of them in these online Pro Series tournaments, and I'm sure that's going to be a very big hurdle that they were trying to get over, of beating Cloud9 not once, but just twice.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting conversation piece, I think, around Optic, and I think it's really the only story that you can tell for them at the moment. You know, it'd been such a long time since we've seen them on top, even online, and now they've done it back to back. And then we talk about that conversion to LAN, into that LAN environment, and Bravo, you know, what was it about LAN at the time? We say they looked similar at one point in time, and then they go to LAN and they can't quite get it together, and they're close, right? They're really close. They're seeing really close games with the top teams, all the teams who are winning these LANs. What was it about Optic at that moment in time that really just couldn't get the job done?
Sure, I think there's a few things. I think the first thing that you saw Penguin talking a little bit about is that, you know, Cloud9 is a different team when you talk about the online, right? Cloud9 is even stronger on LAN. I think that's the first thing. Second thing, I think, is simply that we saw Optic unable to close out games, especially Slayers, especially Game 5s, and they'll be the first team to tell you that. And I believe it was Lucid last week who talked in his interview about how they're finding what they need to do to close out this game. So I think that's the difference for me, is they're finding what they need to do. They're putting the pieces together, and it doesn't hurt when you've got the numbers that you're seeing from Lucid, Formal, and Trippy and APG all together, just putting on amazing performances.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's going to be a really, really interesting one, especially because we do have the NA Super around at the corner as well. And folks, in August 5th to 7th, we will be having that NA Super, and we'll be finding out who is on top yet again. Onset, are you excited about the Super? Because I feel like, you know, we get the best of North America, and right now, I feel like the best is really hard to come by to a certain extent, just because of how incredible teams are, you know, how they're growing, how their competition is getting even more fierce. So how excited should fans be?
Very, because there's a lot of money on the line, which means that these teams are going to take it seriously. It means that Texas is going to have Airbnbs rented very, very quickly for all teams, and I'm sure that everyone is going to be finding the best place to play from, because, you know, even though it's an online competition, the amount of money that is on the line is not like Pro Series, right? It is the biggest event online that we're going to have before we get to that major in Orlando, so it's going to be just as hype. I'm super excited to see it. I'm sure the players are going to be looking at that prize pool and thinking, we've got to buckle down here, and if we don't like online Halo, well, we're going to have to start to like it, because it's a lot of money to be playing for. And I think a quick note I just wanted to say on Optic before we get to the end of the show, I just wanted to say, like, I think to come through and become a champion, you go through some battles, right? You pick up some scars, and I think that Optic have done that, and I think that Lucid, Trippy have certainly had their fair share of them over the years. I now think they're coming out the other side of that with their gameplay, but also with the confidence they're starting to play with, the way they react to bad situations. I think you're really seeing the players start to grow, and the players start to get into a position where I look at that team and I think these guys can win an event, and they can win on LAN.
Yeah.
I think another thing I'll add too is we talk a lot about, like I said, when Formal's popping off with insane numbers, you talk a lot about it. One of my favorite things about Matt that many of you who watch his stream will know is he'll be the first to tell you, like, team effort, right? He's never going to talk about his own numbers. So it's pretty inspiring to watch the team and the attitude and the approach that they've taken. And now it's paid off quite a bit here in back-to-back championships.
It certainly has paid off. And I'll tell you what, folks, that's going to do it from us on the broadcast. But what a way to go out. Optic Gaming, they are your final Pro Series champions. They managed to do it back to back. It has been an incredible run. It's been an incredible night. I hope you guys have enjoyed the action. I know I certainly have. And to see a lot of teams really coming through the woodworks, really showing us what they've got at this point in time this season, peaking at the right time, some may say, has been absolutely incredible to watch. I can't wait for the NA Super. I'm sure I'll see you guys there. Thank you so much for tuning in, and good night. We'll see you very soon.